Chapter 551. Guess what? As much as possible, keep the scientific fire accumulated in the former Soviet Union. After reading the parchment in front of him in silence, Alexei repeated a sentence in a low voice. And when the economy of Russia, Ukraine and other countries stabilizes and returns to the level before the understanding, all the technology that has been retained will be shared with the government and the entire people of Russia, Ukraine and other countries for free. Yes. All of this is magical. This is no better than an ordinary contract in the non-magical world. Elena blinked, smiled and nodded, and replied very seriously. With the development of the Yeltsin government's shock therapy, the economic situation of the countries of the former Soviet Union has completely embarked on a road of no return. This is the first and last time that mankind has witnessed the emergence of a currency market. The economic massacre of China. This is perhaps the most concerted economic activity of human society. Whether it is the people of the former Soviet Union holding state-owned securities in their hands, coveting foreign capital accumulated by the former Soviet Union, oligarchs and high-level officials entrenched in the former Soviet Union, all of them actively or passively contributed during the ruble collapse, lost his own power. Therefore, unless the US government comes to such a mirror crash, Ukraine, Russia and other countries want to return to the national economic level before the disintegration, it will take as little as 30 years. Or as long as it is indefinitely. At least until Elena crossed through her previous life, Russia had just gotten rid of its foreign debts and barely embarked on the path of recovery. The European granary Ukraine, which has divided 1/3 of the former Soviet Union's troops and directly borders Russia, has successfully transformed from a country that once ranked among the top 5 in the world and became the legendary European womb. Many of the promises in this contract are not destined to be fulfilled, not to mention that after 30 years, even if the part of the scientific and technological materials they received is returned, it is actually irrelevant to Elena. Of course, these words in the current era, not many people will believe it. Most people are optimistic that it is estimated that it will not be long before the temporarily chaotic Russia and Ukraine will emerge from the shadow of the former Soviet Union and use the savings inherited from the Red Bear to return to the top of the world. Looking at the middle-aged researcher sitting in front of her with a slight pity, Elena retracted her thoughts and continued. Not only that, if conditions permit, I also hope that some basic science research can continue on the magical world. Of course, the more important aspect is that I hope to use this opportunity to make science find a balance of interoperability with magic, and try to take a different path of civilization. Without noticing the pity hidden in Elena's eyes, Alex nodded, moved his finger on the volume of cooperation statement next to him, tapped lightly on one of the lines, and continued to ask solemnly, "Tao, and the potatoes you promised, when will they be in place?" "Just in the space of my wallet. You can go in and take a look later." At the same time, this is also a period of time in the future. You and your scientific researchers will be responsible for the supply of sales. The Destiny's potato shop will be fully opened from next week. As for more detailed values and specific potato store locations, Elena replied without hesitation, snapping her fingers lightly. Immediately afterwards, the Goblin Bogo, who was standing next to him, hugged a thick stack of documents, walked up quickly, and quickly spread out on the conference table in front of the two of them, quickly reporting the results of the statistics these days, and projected strategy. Won't the price increase? As the market fluctuates, it will rise a little bit, but it is far lower than today's free market that has been completely deformed by capital. In order to prevent malicious resale, we will also limit purchases and other measures. Elena paused and added meaningfully, "Of course, if the situation continues to deteriorate, we may consider completely separating the value of the potato from the ruble and directly paying it as a currency or labor equivalent. This is a question for those economists to think about. I just need to make sure that everyone can eat." Alexei rubbed his temples and did not try to understand the economic system that Elena said. He is just an ordinary scientific researcher. These money, currency, potatoes are only women who can think about it. The problem. The man pondered for a moment, then moved his gaze back to the special magic contract next to him. "So, when did we go to the Hogwarts in your mouth?" "By the end of this semester, we will recapture the minting rights in the magic world. After the students go home on holiday, they will transfer personnel together during this period. You will have plenty of time to arrange things at home." "Understood, I don't have any problems." Alexei nodded, picked up the parchment shining with magic light again, and looked at it carefully. Hogwarts Education Complementary Project Temporary Employment Contract. Client, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Project Purpose: in order to improve the quality of school teaching, so the following is omitted. Special note: during the contract period, all employees are regarded as non-staff faculty members of Hogwarts Witchcraft and Wizardry School. They are protected by Hogwarts Witchcraft and Witchcraft School to a certain extent, and are conditionally temporarily out of the scope of the protection law. The following is a list of employees: real name verification, magical effect, signature of the Ministry of Magic, signature of Hogwarts. On this parchment, he has written many familiar names. As Elena said before, few are experts in weapons of war, and most of them are engaged in basic scientific research. Scholars. As for the coverage, it also almost covers most of the areas that are enough to form the cornerstone of a civilization. It's really a demon parchment contract. I don't know what I will bring if I do this, but since you are willing to extend a helping hand to those who have nothing to do with you, even if it is a real devil, I will sign it up. Alexei took a deep breath, shook his head half jokingly, picked up the quill, and seriously signed his long full name on the parchment. He almost wrote his name alone. It's full of a whole line. With the fall of the last character, Alex vaguely saw a ray of light flashing from his name, and then there seemed to be a little more inexplicable on him. Is this a magic contract? It seems that there are still many things that need to be studied in this world. By the way, the last question is just out of personal curiosity. Looking at Elena, who was about to leave after rolling up the employment contract with satisfaction, Alex asked curiously, "In your magical world, are the first-year wizard students already exposed to advanced mathematics? Is it because the teaching plans of Hogwarts and Durmstrang are different? Isn't it too early?" "Well, I used to rely on self-study, because there are no teachers but from the next school year." "Hey!" Elena blinked her eyes mischievously, showing an innocent smile, and said meaningfully, "Or, guess what?" Chapter 4. There is no way I beg for praise, Mom. Chapter 552. Become Your Shape. The interview with experts from the former Soviet Union on this day did not last too long. Compared to the long waiting time, it took less than 20 minutes from Elena's arrival in Moscow to the final completion of the signing of the employment agreement. The whole process was so smooth that it was incredibly smooth to see Alec. When it came out, Frank, who was waiting outside the door, wondered if the negotiation broke down again. "Mr. Alexei, Mr. Frank, please stay." Just as Frank took off the windbreaker and hat from the shelf and was about to leave with Alexei, a slightly sharp sound came from his ears, and a house elf appeared in front of them. "Dear two gentlemen, it is 11:53 Moscow time. The chef specially prepared a sumptuous lunch for the two to celebrate the successful entry of Mr. Alexei and the efforts made by Mr. Frank these days." While talking, the house elf turned sideways slightly, and led a hand to a concealed box door next to it. "Today's menu is Pacific herring and foie gras brio, king crab tartare with grilled pineapple, premium black caviar croutons, hazelnut chicken and morel barley porridge, veal noodles with mashed potatoes and morel sauce, crab grilled fillet steak with white sauce and hollandaise sauce." Accompanied by the clear and magical voices of the house elves, Frank and Alexei, who were already somewhat hungry, screamed at the same time, and the faint fragrance of food penetrated their noses, stimulating the tip of the tongue to spit crazily. Only then did the two realize that it has been almost 7 hours since they had their breakfast. Frank swallowed heavily and looked at Alexei hesitantly. "Or, let's try first. It sounds like it's still pretty good." "Is the vodka, And can I take it home? Of course, you can even choose an extra takeout meal according to the menu, but you may need to follow up eating yourself by the way. According to the regulations, you cannot choose the special food of the magic world in takeout food. The house elf nodded humbly, and respectfully led the two to the next room. The dining table was filled with all kinds of luxurious and exquisite dishes that Alexei had never seen in his life, as if from heaven. Feast. Perhaps for Alex, Frank and others, this is a memorable moment after months of long-distance running. But for Elena, this is only an average of several times a week. The small episodes in daily life are actually the same in preparation and rhetoric. Most of the recipes are changed from time to time according to her own preferences. With the establishment of a streamlined system, her job has become a lot easier than before, mainly fishing in school. In his free time, Dumbledore occasionally asked a few words about the progress of receiving scientific scholars from the former Soviet Union. As an educator with nearly half a year of teaching experience, he has a certain ingenuity for those non-magical colleagues who are also engaged in academics. Grindelwald sometimes shares some accompanying Elena on business trips in Moscow. The interesting things encountered, or those interesting male perspectives, of course, must have omitted the use of the forgetting curse to back files. In fact, while Elena and others were not paying attention, Dumbledore had also secretly observed the part of mole scholars who had signed a magic contract with Hogwarts. Indeed, as the two said, everyone is joined voluntarily. Although the reason and the starting point may be different, Dumbledore is fully certain that none of this group of people is under the influence of magic control, potion, or despicable coercion. In fact, after several inquiries and verifications, Albus Dumbledore even felt a little guilty because of his suspicion of Elena. Although the child was occasionally out of line with small things, he was in the righteousness. The aspect with kindness is indeed impeccable. In all fairness, even if he and Grindelwald work together, most of them cannot be able to persuade so many strangers at once with the charisma and precise insight of Elena to find 1 in 10,000. Balance point. Is this the advantage of the mixed blood? Though it's really enviable. Dumbledore glanced at the pieces of parchment with Russian names on his hand, and shook his head in exclamation. It seems that the work on my side should be finished soon, otherwise the good things will turn into bad things, then it will be bad. Now that Elena has completed her responsibilities, the next step is to deal with the Ministry of Magic and persuade the school board to agree to the establishment of a temporary faculty establishment and the expansion of the surrounding area of Hogsmeade Village as a family living area. Hogwarts rhetoric for the magical world will naturally not be the introduction of advanced scientific knowledge from the non-magical world. However, most of the Enlightenment learning of human beings, whether in the non-magical world or the magical world, can actually be generalized into the same big category: understanding the laws of the world, discovering one's own potential, and establishing the connection between man and nature. And Dumbledore's main task these days is to use the perspective of a senior educator in the magic world, according to Elena's introduction, to find the similarities between some courses in the non-magic world and the magic world, and to rationalize them. Connect in series. Of course, in this process, Hermione, Hannah, and Luna, who have already carried out the magic science mixed teaching experiment in advance, are naturally the focus of Dumbledore's attention. These three have different personalities and different talents. The little witch perfectly fits the comprehensive portrait of the ideal students at Hogwarts. Of course, in addition to Elena, Hermione, Hannah, and Luna, who also have an extra privilege in addition to class time, the greatest wizard from today's world, Albus Dumbledore's exclusive after-school cram school. Regarding this small change, the three little Lili who returned to school coincidentally fell into despair for a short time, and even tried to play truant. However, after passing through Elena Kaslana's after-love cooking and the disclosure of some gossip, he quickly recovered from his depression. After all, according to the news revealed by Elena, starting from the next semester, all Hogwarts will begin to implement the simple basic education they are experiencing now. The degree and specific content depend on their current learning progress. As students who are piloting in advance, they will have a very special right in the next semester. Gradually become the shape of Elena, become a glorious teaching assistant or class representative. Chapter 1. Chapter 553. Those Forerunners. Hogwarts. Rest time after lunch. Really? Can we not have classes next semester? Hannah hugged the fleshy little Lumaya and rolled on the bed, like a salted fish that had lost her ideals and suddenly heard the good news. She made a sound of excitement, and her eyes were bright, and she looked at Irene sitting on the side of the bed. Now, of course, there is no need to learn the content you have learned again, provided that you have to pass the final exam. Elena glanced at the little iron girl quite amusingly, looked around Luna and Hermione, who were also shining eyes around, smiled and shook her head, raised her fingers and added something seriously. Besides, it's not that you don't go to class, but you don't have to hand in homework and take repeated exams. So is it similar to yours, a teaching assistant in a certain subject? Hermione gently closed the advanced mathematics eye that was about to be completed in her hand, and asked thoughtfully. Elena shrugged and turned to look at Hermione Granger, who was thinking. Miss Granger, who had just turned 12, had already previewed the content of a book through her efforts during this period of time. It looked like mathematics. You can add more effort. It may also be a class representative. This depends on the standard of the subject teacher, but at least you don't need to hand in homework. Elena, aren't you lying again, just to let us study hard and not strike class collectively? Luna Lovegood leaned on the erected pillow. Her silver-grey eyes stared quietly at the swaying hair on Elena's head, as if she wanted to read Elena's inner thoughts from it. Facing Luna's pure and clear pupils, Elena scratched her cheek and patted her chest very seriously. We are best friends. When did I, Elena, lie to you? Oh, Humphrey. Ha ha. Before Elena could finish her words, the three things were different, but the same emotional white eyes and voices of doubt gathered on Elena Shameless Caslana's face, blocking the words behind her directly. As best friends who spend most of their time together, although Hermione, Luna, and Hannah don't know much about Elena's activities outside of school, they know very well about Elena's little devil essence. Compared to the guys who are full of lies, this white-haired dumpling is even more hateful. She always uses half the truth to mislead others. And in the end, I always throw the reasons to others with an innocent look. I didn't lie, but your way of understanding is wrong. Or, how do I know that you don't know these things that I know but you don't know? Elena looked around at the three small wings with a bad face, and the dull hair on top of her head stood up alertly. Exclamation mark. It seems to have caused public outrage. Then the decision is yours, Professor Dumbledore. The next moment, Elena took out a blank employment contract and handed it to the three little Lili. This is not what I said. It was Professor Dumbledore who said it. I am just repeating it. You see, at the bottom are the signatures of Professor Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. I just know the teaching for the next semester in advance. Arrangement. In fact, this was originally determined before. As long as they can pass the course test at the end of the semester, when their peers are in class next semester, Hermione, Luna, and Hannah can all serve as class representatives or academic assistants in the field they study. The role of role models is infinite, especially when everyone sees that people of the same age can reach them. They will no longer be afraid of knowledge that is like a book. For a middle school student, advanced mathematics and high school mathematics, in fact, there is not much difference. Anyway, things are difficult, but a piece of white paper is easy to absorb. If Elena remembers correctly, both European and American countries, or the Soviet Union of this era, have tried to introduce university courses into elementary and middle school education in advance. In the end, the general effect is still good. Come on, just sign your name on this contract to become a temporary faculty member. Elena took a quill pen from the bed, handed it to Hermione's hand, and said softly with a smile. Looking at the slightly suspicious calculator, Elena raised her eyebrows and added an extra sentence. Forgot to say, As a teaching assistant, naturally you don't need to take the final exam, and you automatically calculate the full score. Auto full score? Hermione's eyes trembled for a while, and her wrist moved unwillingly. Elena took the quill from Hermione with satisfaction and handed it to the side. Hannah, Luna, you see that Hermione has already signed a magic contract. What are you doing in a daze? This is a blank magic contract that she finally got. Only after signing this employment contract can she have legitimate reason to abduct Hermione, Hannah, Luna and others to the institute to be built outside the school. The mixed study of magic and science is bound to be indispensable for the future hope of follow-up learning. Elena never denies the importance of individual force, but compared to the best in the world, she hopes that through some of her own attempts, she can further enhance the overall vision and strength of the people around her. Even if there is no way to make Hermione, Luna, Hannah, and others become top wizards like Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, at least they must be able to face the Auror teams in various countries. At the time, be able to be alone. In this regard, the vision, knowledge, and spirit of the group of old researchers from the former Soviet Union who have experienced the Cold War and even the Great Patriotic War seem to be extremely precious. No one has ever been able to acquire a group of people so extravagantly. The gems of the Soviet Venus Labor Medal and Stalin Science Award gathered together to give lectures to teenagers. As for whether it is useful or not, it takes time to test, but it is always right to prepare the process in advance. In addition, in order to appease the emotions of the little wings, Elena, who was free, also refocused her mind on the Hogwarts kitchen, transforming and introducing a lot of classic Chinese and European dishes. As the only Luna, special rewards for Hermione and Hannah. On the other hand, Elena was also waiting for good news from Dumbledore. Want to cross several countries, tens of thousands of kilometers, introduce so many Mole scholars from the former Soviet Union in one go, and let them all live in the Hogwarts area where moles have never set foot before. Dumbledore faced the difficulty is not small. It's just that with the sorting out of teaching these days, the economic undercurrents of the entire world, and the list of Ministry of Magic bribery officials provided by the Goblin Douglas, the situation has gradually become weird, especially the attitude of the ministry. Recently, there should be a problem inside the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. And in the outside world, there are also rumors of mysterious people recovering. Many wizards are going to Gringotts to extract gold, but the process is more complicated and cumbersome than before. In addition, Hogwarts teaching reform has also been submitted for the third time, and we need to respond as soon as possible. Chapter 2, Chapter 554 A little superficial mole knowledge. After afternoon tea, in the office of Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, Amelia Burns, Director of the Legal Enforcement Department, Cuthbert Mockridge, Director of the Fairy Liaison Office, and John Auror, Deputy Director of the Auror Office Dallas and a group of Ministry of Magic officials trusted by Fudge gathered together and chatted casually about what happened in the magic world during the recent period. In the past month, not only the situation in the non-magical world has changed, but also various rumors in the magical world have been flying all over the sky. Gringotts had already responded to the upcoming run on the Ministry of Magic last week. There was a warning. On the other hand, the rumors about the return of the mysterious man also made Cornelius Fudge particularly a headache. In fact, the most powerful response was that Albus Dumbledore was able to stand in front of the stage and help the Ministry of Magic to stabilize public opinion, but because the mortgage conspiracy that Hogwarts was involved in half a year ago caused Dumbledore to be unwilling to speak in public for some time recently. If it weren't for the teaching reforms at Hogwarts for the next school year, Cornelius Fudge even wondered if Dumbledore planned to completely cut off external contacts during this period, stay away from all the waves in the non-magical and magical worlds, wholeheartedly stay in the peaceful Hogwarts castle and teach the little guys who are alive and kicking. Introduce some non-magic basic subjects into the Hogwarts course as a minor and pre-basic course for some magic courses, and at the same time apply to establish a faculty and staff family area in the Hogsmeade village around Hogwarts. The daily accommodation and living needs of hiring faculty from the non-magical world. Cornelius Fudge tapped his stout fingers on the desk, pinched the application letter sent by Dumbledore, read it again, looked around the close friends in the office, and asked thoughtfully, "Tau, what do you think Professor Albus Dumbledore wants to do?" Obviously, Professor Dumbledore has always paid special attention to the little wizards of Mull origin or Mull descent. This time the education reform is clearly a signal aimed at the status quo of the magical world. He wants to further expand the hybridization, the ratio of wizard to mudblood, just as he had been secretly doing it before. But this time it was changed. Dolores Umbridge put down the teacup in his hand and replied in a shrill voice. A slightly oozing smirk appeared on his pale, falling face. He carefully observed Fudge's expression. He continued, "I will not comment on Professor Dumbledore's philosophy for the time being, but from the perspective of this matter alone, after careful consideration these days, I feel that it is not completely unacceptable. It is just that I have to reconsider the pros and cons. In fact, as a descendant of a family of pure-blood wizards, most wizards in the Ministry of Magic tend to have a blood theory. Therefore, as soon as he received Dumbledore's follow-up look, Cornelius Fudge so people directly chose to put aside the procrastination policy. This procrastination lasted for more than 3 months, from Christmas to the present. However, since Cornelius Fudge brought up the matter again at this time, it shows that his attitude has changed again. As Conley Fudge's closest deputy, Umbridge was naturally the most keenly aware of Fudge's mind. After contacting what Fudge had said a few days ago, he quickly understood the problem that the Minister of Magic was hesitating. The courses at Hogwarts have always been accumulated through history and gradually added. The sudden addition of courses is a huge test for both the magical world and the school. According to the current situation, it is bound to occupy most of Professor Dumbledore's energy, made him no longer have time to pay attention to the various problems that occurred in the magical world. Umbridge said slowly, and glanced at Conley Fudge, who was nodding slowly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "It is true that we don't know much about some courses in the non-magic world, but Professor Dumbledore has provided a detailed teaching improvement report some time ago, regarding the connection between most of the introduced teaching content and existing magic courses." After explaining it, Minister Fudge and I both felt that there was some truth. After reading it, different from the previous rough communication, Albus Dumbledore wrote a long letter a week ago, detailing the content of the teaching reform he intends to carry out and the subjects involved. Of course, the most important thing is that Dumbledore implicitly stated in the letter that if the Ministry of Magic can support his education reform plan, then he can also cooperate with the Ministry of Magic before devoting himself to teaching in the new year. The series of public opinion appeasement work. This kind of communication attitude has never been seen in previous discussions. In the face of Dumbledore's initiative to change, even if Cornelius Fudge was reluctant, he could not continue to shelve it. Not to mention, Dumbledore's transformation happened to be the stabilizer he and the Ministry needed most at this time. Of course, this kind of secret exchange of favors is naturally not suitable for putting on the table. They need a more reasonable reason to convince other officials of the Ministry of Magic who represent the interests of the vast number of pure-blood wizards and the original concept of the magic world. What makes Umbridge and Fudge more happy is that Professor Dumbledore has already found this reason, or, from start to finish, Albus Dumbledore has stood as an educator. Thinking about it as the identity, this undoubtedly made the current Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge feel more at ease. The new version of the education reform details, what knowledge do Mulls have to learn magic? The director of the Law Enforcement Department, Amelia Burns, frowned and looked at Umbridge with some confusion. Umbridge glanced at Cornelius Fudge. After seeing the wizard nodded, he smiled and drew his wand and tapped it on the blank table. The names of common subjects and a few text explanations appeared. Up above, according to Professor Dumbledore's idea, It's not the kind of new core course we imagined before. It's more of a common sense minor in the common sense of each magic family's omissions in preschool education. A little bit of mole knowledge is mainly for the service of magic learning. For example, this mathematics class is just about the knowledge of some number symbols and simple number calculations. This is also a supplementary teaching plan for students' problems in astronomy classes, arithmetic, divination and other courses. For another example, in this chemistry class, in fact, the main purpose is to teach students what wood is, what is steel, what is stone, and how to use glassware correctly. The main reason is that before this, the potions class and the deformation class, I did encounter many problems above. For example, the professor asked to make a bronze button, but some students did not know what the bronze looked like, or they were clumsy and caused a lot of unnecessary trouble in the potions class. Oh, and this physics class is actually just a little bit of basic knowledge about how to boil water. Third chapter, Mom. Chapter 555, A Few Wizard Jokes. The most important thing is that these mole professors are all moles from the former Soviet Union. Therefore, our Ministry of Magic does not need to pay any remuneration for this group of personnel. The potatoes grown at Hogwarts can be regarded as remuneration. After all, it is just a group of fleeing moles. It's not bad to take them in. Jinjialong or something. It is not yet their turn to use it. Umbridge raised his eyebrows contemptuously, and ended the topic with a slightly mocking laugh. Immediately afterwards, the magic wand in the witch's hand lightly tapped on the tabletop, erasing the writing on it. The shape of the wand is very similar to her own appearance. It is very short. The dark wood is made into densely packed concentric rings, which looks a bit disgusting. An exaggerated pink gem divides the wand into two. After a moment of silence, the director of the law enforcement department, Bones, frowned and said with some worry, "I'm worried that I have made a good promise now. When the moles arrive, Hogwarts will ask for more financial aid." With the reputation of Albus Dumbledore, as long as he pulls his face down and speaks actively, we will still. It's hard to refuse. During this period of time, Dumbledore's changes can be felt by everyone. Compared to the once patron saint of magic, Albus Dumbledore is more like an old politician who has been immersed in politics for many years. Whether it is dealing with people or negotiating, it is revealed everywhere. A kind of sleekness and sophistication that is not leaking. This is naturally a situation that the officials of the Ministry of Magic hope to see. Of course, this also confirms the thing that Fudge has been firm for a long time. The omnipotent Albus Dumbledore is not bad at politics, but he didn't bother to spend his energy to deal with ordinary officials before. There is no doubt that as the Minister of Magic personally recommended by Albus Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge and the members of the leadership of the Ministry of Magic have different positions in Dumbledore's mind. This represents respect by the government. Hearing Amelia Burnt's confusion, Cornelius Fudge smiled and shook his head. Professor Dumbledore should not make any more demands. If he really needs it, his character will definitely say it in advance, or at least leave some leeway, instead of blocking the road by himself and handing it over to us. Hogwarts, the magic world, and the Ministry of Magic are, after all, an ascending ladder. As the principal, he naturally understands. For so many years, Professor Dumbledore has been obsessed with teaching and educating people, hoping that his students will become better and better. However, the excellence of a wizard is not only determined by school performance. They will evaluate it for most of his life. We still have to rely on the magic world, or our Ministry of Magic. Now, whether it is the introduction of mole education or the change of his attitude, I think it is a message of seeking cooperation. After all, it is also for students. Mr. Minister is right, John Drakes nodded. For the recent reforms of Hogwarts, most people in the magic world and the ministry also think so. I asked a few children who are currently Hogwarts colleagues at Hogwarts. All said that although the changes that Dumbledore has implemented in the school this year are frequent, they are all aimed at supplementary improvements in the minutiae of some students' lives, such as improving food, strengthening health, strength, enhance ability and consolidate basic knowledge. It's just Professor Dumbledore's recent changes are still a little disturbing. Amelia Burns glanced at Dawlish, and after hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but say more. "I'm worried if I will." As a member of the Wisingamo court, she has no less direct contact with Dumbledore than Conley Fudge and others. Because of this, she can feel Albus Dumbledore better. The kind of strange change recently, how should I put it, although there is no problem with her look, appearance, clothing, or manner, Amelia Borth always feels that the most recent Albus Dumbledore always has a kind of impropriety in his eyes. The joking is like the wizards who have successfully justified themselves by deceiving the jury through sophistry. "Oh, Director Burns, you have an occupational disease." Umbridge chuckled softly, his hoarse voice trying to imitate the appearance of a little girl. His eyes narrowed like a large pink toad squatting on a lotus leaf, and he said sharply, "What are you worried about?" Albus Dumbledore was hit by the Imperious Curse, or someone rushed into the office of Principal Hogwarts, drank the compound soup and turned into Dumbledore's appearance, and came to discuss education with the magic world. Things to reform. Compared to these, I would rather believe in the latest joke on the new singing contradictory after the return of the mysterious man. The first thing I did was to go to Hogwarts to teach students how to defend against dark magic. Cornelius Fudge also smiled and patted his knees, with a relaxed look on his face. "That new singing is indeed quite interesting. At least now people know that it is all ridiculous jokes, and it can be considered to have played a little role in curbing rumors. It's a pity that Xenophilius Lovegood, the human brain, is not normal. I have contacted it the previous time. I can't expect him to write the truth well. Speaking of which, I heard that the original defense against the dark arts Professor Quirrell was admitted to Street Mungo's hospital. Now it is temporarily replaced by an old wizard who did not know where he was hired. What is called Otto Apocalypse will not. Cuthbert Mockridge, the director of the Fairy Liaison Office, asked curiously. He finally found a place where he could intervene. He had read and commented on the issue of New Singing Contradictions, and he had a closer look at the current situation of the official professors at Hogwarts. "I know this matter. The old wizard is completely reliable. There is no need to discuss this." Cornelius Fudge waved his hand, ended the topic, and exchanged glances with several high-ranking officials around him. Regarding the temporary appointment of the legendary wizard Paracelsus from Austria, Dumbledore had already completed the report in the Ministry of Magic and the International Council of Wizards a long time ago, but it was similar to the ordinary ones like Mockridge. Officials, naturally, are not qualified to have access to this level of secret information, so they are a little confused. "It's you, Director Mockridge. What's the situation on the Gringotts Goblin now?" Chapter 1. Chapter 556. How could fairies be short of money? The Ministry of Magic did not set up an independent financial department, only a fairy liaison office. Among the past ministers of magic, it is not that no one has ever thought about taking back the economic power of the magic world from the fairies, but most of them have wisely stopped the reforms after trying one or two times and reactivated the fairies of Gringotts. This is because wizards lack the corresponding talents and guidance in terms of numbers, finance, and interest rates. Even if they forcefully take over the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, it is difficult to maintain a normal socio-economic system even when the fairies completely leave. On the other hand, the main reason is that the fairies of Gringotts are really easy to use. With the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the wizards of the Ministry of Magic do not have to think about the complicated and cumbersome salary payment. The monthly salary and remuneration will automatically appear in the vaults of every official, such as Cornelius Fudge. Dolores Umbridge, a senior official of the Ministry of Magic, even more than the public salary value. Some extra small gold coins. Even the expenses for most activities and daily maintenance costs are mostly borne by Gringotts. As long as they don't ask for gold directly from Gringotts, the fairies are quite obedient to the orders of the Minister of Magic. Of course, every Minister of Magic will not press Gringotts too tightly. After all, whether it is their own deposit situation or some grey income, those fairies must have registered a book secretly, and fairies are also strictly abide by its own professional ethics. No matter how the regime changes, it will not disclose or open customer data to the outside world. Over time, the balance between the Ministry of Magic and the Gringotts Wizarding Bank has slowly stabilized in this way. The daily work of the Fairy Liaison Office is to represent the Ministry of Magic, ask Gringotts for a budget or negotiate a salary increase, and return Gringotts' news and demands to the Ministry of Magic to assess whether Gringotts will continue to be a wizard, and whether the requirements are reasonable. Gringotts, the news is very tightly sealed. I only heard that it seems to have carried out an internal cleaning. Morkrich, who was the director of the Fairy Liaison Office, thought for a while and shook his head. It's hard to find out what the specific reasons are, but it has something to do with Gringotts' recent investment failure in the former Soviet Union and the declaration of independence by the goblins of the Gringotts branch in the United States some time ago. Most of the goblins on the European side are inside this time. In the fight, I suffered a little loss, so I removed some of the people who did not work well. Right, removed. I guess it was executed in secret. Those greedy creatures who are addicted to money are killing each other for the sake of Jinjialong. I am not surprised at all. Some time ago, they even went on a whim. I hope that the Ministry of Magic can help suppress it. I guess I was panicked this time. The wizards of the Ministry of Magic intervened in the Fairy Civil War. They hope to tie the entire British Ministry of Magic to the chariot of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Idiots know what the outcome will be. The Ministry of Magic and the International Council of Magic. For a time, we joined forces to deal with the British Ministry of Magic. Even now, our position in the world is very embarrassing. Cornelius Fudge snorted coldly, a gloomy expression on his face. Furthermore, even if we can agree, there is no way to explain why wizards become mercenaries to fairies. On the first day of signing the contract, we will be ousted from power by various angry pureblood families. About fairies, fairies themselves think method. But recently, there have been some strange rumors in the society. At this moment, John Dawlish frowned and spoke actively. As the Deputy Director of the Auror Office of the Ministry of Magic, his function is actually between the secret police and the police. In addition to fighting crime as the armed forces of the Ministry of Magic, part of his job is to monitor various rumors and signs of danger. About what? Cornelius Fudge turned his head, looked at his capable man, and shook his head half-jokingly. If the mysterious person is about to recover, you'd better take some more money and keep it at home. Then ignore it. Such boring rumors won't even be written in New Singing Devil, and they will naturally stop after a while. It's not this, but the recent Gringotts fairies are indeed a little strange. John Dawlish shook his head, and said with some confusion, since some time ago, when many members of pureblood families went to the bank to withdraw money, they were required to make an appointment in advance or make some additional financial investment recommendations. This is different from the efficiency of Gringotts in the past. There are rumors that Galing's funds have problems. In short, even simple deposits and withdrawals in these 2 days will be slower than usual. Even while talking, John Dawlish glanced at Morkrich, who was a little disturbed, turned his head to look at Minister of Magic Fudge and Deputy Minister Umbridge, and continued solemnly. There are rumors that Gringotts is secretly embezzling the gold in our wizard's existence. What's going on? Who said that? Fudge subconsciously sat upright and frowned. As far as I know, it was originally from Perseus Parkinson of the Parkinson family. He was convinced that the gold in the vault had been secretly moved by the fairies. Although the total number did not appear to be wrong, it didn't appear in the original position. It's just that he said from memory at the moment, and these speculations have not been confirmed yet. The problem with Gringotts funds is mostly true. Glass, the main channel of the Goblin Venture Capital Department who contacted us before, has disappeared. As for the misappropriation of the wizard's gold, the goblins are not so bold yet. The director of the Fairy Liaison Office shook his head and said with a grin. At the same time, Dolores Umbridge also shook his head and smiled. His sturdy and short fingers rubbed the jewel ring on his left hand that had just been worn for a few days without leaving a trace. Said peacefully, "The latter one should be Mr. Perseus, who is too sensitive. The goblins are responsible for distributing the salaries of various Ministry of Magic officials and the cost of purchasing materials by government-related companies. It is natural that they will enter the vault during these processes." Maybe recently, the news of the mysterious man made him a little suspicious, right? How could a fairy be short of money? Yes, Gringotts Wizarding Bank may have a small number of investment failures, but it will definitely not fall into a crisis. As a bank, don't all the money have to go back to them? It is impossible to go out and make a circle out of thin air. Is it evaporated? Looking at Umbridge with some gratitude, Morcritch nodded, and then softly agreed. Chapter 2, Ma. Chapter 557. Supposing. Yes, that's a fairy. How could the Gringotts Wizarding Bank be short of money? Cornelius Fudge was slightly stunned, and then smiled relievedly. It seems to be unreliable fake news. If the fairies of Gringotts are really short of money, they won't be able to make another batch of Jinjialong by themselves. Why should they embezzle the Jinjialong that the wizards exist? Fools! Anyone can come up with this way. But having said this, I am reminded of the fact that half a year ago the fairies claimed that someone went to Gringotts to obtain a high loan by virtue of the Slytherin title deed. It seems that these fairies have learned to deal with all kinds of bad things. Is the matter settled on the mysterious man and Death Eater? These rumors this time may also be false news released by themselves. At this point, everyone showed a strange look. Regarding the Hogwarts mortgage incident in September last year, the investigation turned into a pending case. Morphin Gunter, the last member of the Gunter family with the blood of Salazar Slytherin, was imprisoned in Azkaban as early as the summer of 1943 after causing 3 appalling mole killings. Ban soon died of illness inside, and all clues and investigations stopped here again. What's more, everyone at the Ministry of Magic has also carefully studied the so-called mortgage and the subsequent situation. The huge amount of figures involved, it is impossible for one person or several people to carry it away. Even if the goblins really piled up a hill of gold in front of the mortgagers, there would be no joint spellcasting of hundreds of wizards. It is also difficult to transfer funds without attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Even Dumbledore could not. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic finally concluded that this is a farce written, directed and performed by Gringotts goblins in order to increase bargaining chips. The so-called huge mortgage funds have actually never left the bank underground at all. In addition, when he went to Hogwarts to discuss the Slytherin chamber, Dumbledore inadvertently revealed the sales and leases, which made Cornelius Fudge and others completely relieved. And this fast performance by Gringotts has naturally become a joke in the Ministry of Magic that cannot be announced for the time being. Everyone smiled tacitly, and laughed at the fairies who were pierced in the show again. After a while, Amelia Burns, the director of the Law Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic, pondered for a moment and asked softly, "But, what if, what if all of this is true?" Well, Cornelius Fudge's eyes flickered, and the cheerful atmosphere in the room gradually became a little stagnant. Several ministry officials looked at each other, their faces changed, and they entered a period of thought. After a moment of silence, Cornelius Fudge tapped his fingers on the table. "Speaking of all, there is actually a possibility. Before the singing and singing was not changed into new singing and singing, I remember seeing a somewhat absurd guess. In fact, it was not a fairy who wrote and directed and acted. It's Hogwarts." In addition to Salazar Slytherin's heir, Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, seems to be able to mortgage the castle. If you start hypothesis from this direction, the huge wizarding organization that can't be traced at all can also explain it, because Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has the largest number of house elves in the magic world, and Hogwarts is fully capable of all the funds received in a very short time. Then Dumbledore's calm response and the crises encountered by the fairies these days. There are some specious rumors these days, And it seems that these rumors can also be connected. After all the gold is in Hogwarts, and besides gold, if there is any non-magical currency that is the most terrible, Gringotts can't print banknotes. Fairies dare not. They also couldn't rush into a school full of wizards to grab the gold. Maybe the current economic stability is the result of their constant coinage of new coins. Following Cornelius Fudge's hypothesis, the faces of everyone present gradually became serious. Over the past 6 months, the huge shadow that straddles the turbulent magical and non-magical worlds seems to gradually reveal some of the fangs in the dark. Everyone is thinking about how to use the crisis to hit Dumbledore's credibility, or trying to further strengthen the control of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In the face of the threat of the Gringotts Goblin and the government intervention repeatedly proposed by the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore and Hogwarts responded with a very low, but just right little way, without giving up any substantial interests. After half a year, when Gringotts was involved in the economic vortex of the former Soviet Union, when cash flow was suspected to be broken, Hogwarts remained unmoved from all the struggles, and even had more power to recruit more scholars from the former Soviet Union and enter the school to participate in educational reforms. Amelia Bors, who had already stood up unconsciously, blinked in her eyes, and added softly thoughtfully, "If it looks like this, if you execute the ruble gambling agreement now, the mortgagor will make almost a third of the profit even if he does nothing." Gringotts had previously made a profit in order to maintain the value of the ruble. Maybe the lost money was more than 4 or 5 times that. But if it was Dumbledore, what did he do for? Of course it's for Kim Gurren. Umbridge took it subconsciously, and shook his head quickly. As Paracelsus, Nicole Lamay and other great alchemists who own the Philosopher's Stone, money has no meaning to Albus Dumbledore, and the power of the Ministry of Magic. It is even more boring for the old man. If he wants to be the Minister of Magic, he only needs to stand in front of the public and say a word, and he can immediately become the minister. Not to mention, Dumbledore, who had personally ended the ambitions of the Dark Lord Grindelwald, is a staunch guardian of the wizarding world, and it is impossible for him to participate deeply in the political changes in the Muggle world. Cornelius Fudge looked around the officials who were in hesitation, walked to the desk and poured himself a small glass of champagne, raised the glass and shook it, took a sip and calmed down, and took the initiative to relax the atmosphere. Said with a smile, "Perhaps, for the sales of new Singer. After all, Hogwarts also invested." Third chapter, Mom. Chapter 558, Money Magic. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister. Cornelius Fudge waved his hand vigorously, taking the initiative to break the suffocating atmosphere in the office. "It's just a casual guess, don't be too nervous. If Dumbledore was behind the scenes, we guys would have been hit by the Imperius Curse long ago. So there are so many complicated twists and turns. That's right, there is no communication or gap between Professor Dumbledore and the Goblin." "Mr. Fudge, you scared us just now." "If Hogwarts has money, it won't let the students grow their own vegetables for 3 meals a day. If the spirits of Gringotts are really so stupid, they will lose money." After a while, everyone at the Ministry of Magic shook their heads, and quickly put these insignificant conjectures behind them. Even Fudge, who took the initiative to talk about this issue, later felt that his previous ideas were a bit ridiculous, mostly because of a whim during small talk, and could not help but drink a few more glasses, so that he was more confused than usual. However, with a little bit of caution in his heart, when Cornelius Fudge received the approval of the Ministry of Magic for the Hogwarts Education Reform application approval a few days later, he couldn't help but personally go to Hog-by-Flu Network. Watts delivers the paperwork. And when he arrived, Albus Dumbledore, sitting behind his desk, was like a beginner in magic, carefully waving his wand, turning a pocket watch from wood to iron, and then from iron becomes wood. If it weren't for the powerful magical protection that lingered around the old wizard's body, which was almost visible to the naked eye, Cornelius Fudge almost suspected that Dumbledore had entered the stage of Alzheimer's from time to time. "Oh, Connelly, here you are. Hiss, it's really difficult. Perceiving the middle-aged wizard coming out of the fireplace, Dumbledore raised his head subconsciously. Before he could finish speaking, Fudge saw that the pocket watch that was changing in the hands of the old wizard suddenly turned into a pile of black scum. Sorry, I'm studying a new direction of transfiguration, of course. It failed again. The old wizard's expression was as gentle and kind as ever, and he snapped his fingers to release the magic protection. However, perhaps because Dumbledore had just ended a failed magical attempt, Dumbledore was not as sleek and friendly as before. Instead, he returned to the calm and slightly deep expression that Fudge had known all a long time ago, just as if Cornelius Fudge saw it while he was still in school. This is Professor Albus Dumbledore, powerful, unable to see the margins, and with a little madness. Compared to such an old wizard who has seen too many years, he doesn't need any disguise and conspiracy at all. Perhaps in addition to the knowledge and uncertain young people, what he wants is left with a wave of his magic wand. This is your previous application for education reform. After the ministry has studied it, it is deemed that there is no major problem. It's just that those mole scholars from the non-magical world cannot leave the Hogwarts area with their memories. You understand me? Cornelius Fudge lowered his head slightly, and placed the magical document in his hand with the seal and the signature of the corresponding department head on Dumbledore's desk. After hesitating for a few seconds, he couldn't help but remind him. So, Professor Dumbledore, about the joint statement with the Ministry of Magic. No problem. I will arrive at the Ministry of Magic on time tomorrow morning. As for the follow-up interview and exclusive news, I thought about it. If Mr. Minister feels it is necessary, I can actually add a little bit. It doesn't matter. In the past 6 months, Professor Dumbledore has indeed changed a lot, and it is not so easy to ask him to speak out. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man didn't think about the reasons for Dumbledore's change like this. After all, everyone wanted to be able to meet a good-speaking, non-threatening toolman to help. Cornelius Fudge didn't miss the previous difficult communication mode, which may have to send more than a dozen owls in a row every day to wait for Dumbledore to reply to a text message. Thank you very much, Professor Dumbledore, for your hard work. Then I will go back first. Fudge nodded happily when he got the definite answer again, took off his top hat and greeted him, then walked to the fireplace again, and left Hogwarts headmaster's office through the Floo-Neat. Of course, after he disappeared, Hogwarts, the Floo network that was temporarily opened to the outside world, was closed again. Immediately afterwards, a wizard wearing the same style of robe as Dumbledore was holding a book, and while slowly turning it over, he stepped down from the rotating wooden ladder above, and walked towards the stairs rather uncomfortably, complaining. Hey, Albus, I didn't agree to any interviews or exclusive news. It's okay. You heard it just now, and I agreed for you. In the main hall of the principal's office downstairs, Dumbledore replied casually, swiping his wand lightly, swept away the pile of black scum, took out a pocket watch from the drawer again, and fiddled thoughtfully. Stand up. But Gale, do you think it is really possible to unleash terrible destructive power with transfiguration alone? How do I know? If really curious, just ask that little girl. I also accidentally heard that when she was giving lessons to the little witch named Hermione Granger, she described it in a serious manner, and it didn't seem to be true. It seems to be a lie. With the introduction of Hogwarts into the countdown to the non-magical course, Dumbledore also began to study the mole knowledge that made people a little troublesome, but faced with the vast and messy non-magical reference series, it lacked a system. Most of the time, Dumbledore, who was instructing, just tasted it. Perhaps, after this semester is over, those moles will arrive at Hogwarts to learn more about it, right? At the same time, London, Knockdown Alley. This is another magical business district besides Diagon Alley. Compared with the well-known Diagon Alley, Knockdown Alley, which walks on the grey edge of the magic world, can be said to be a paradise for lawbreakers. There are many shops related to black magic and various unidentified black wizards. Strange shop. And on this day, a new and extraordinarily decorated shop suddenly appeared at the entrance of Turnover Alley. Perhaps, it is not very appropriate to use a store to describe it, because just from the appearance, it is simply a replica of the small Gringotts Wizarding Bank, except that its name is the Magic Federal Reserve System of the United States. The pattern of the shop is a black cross like a tombstone, and the background is a pile of golden currency hills. Several well-dressed young wizards were walking back and forth in the crowd with flyers at this time. Whenever they saw a wizard, they handed one to his hand, and there was a clink on the flyer of copper nat. As for the content on the leaflet, it is quite simple and straightforward, making it clear at a glance. The most amazing money magic ever. Give me a copper nat today, and you 2 copper nat tomorrow. Professional fairy guidance, permanent effective, cashed on the spot. An invisible butcher knife was swung down at the Gringotts Wizarding Bank next door on this bland afternoon without warning. It's just that this pain will take some time before it can be gradually conveyed to the fairies, in the bone marrow. Chapter 4. Mom. The 559th chapter never ends. At the same moment, in the new shop at the entrance of Nat Alley, the goblins Douglas and Pogo got together again. Since leaving the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, they have been serving as investment advisors to the Destiny Group these days. They traveled around the former Soviet Union and the United Kingdom with their own jobs. For example, Douglas, who once served as the head of the venture capital department, was directly entrusted by Elena after a short assessment to coordinate the risk hedging work in the former Soviet Union, and to maximize the squeeze of foreign hot money and local oligarchs. The available financial battlefield drives capital to fight in the same field. After this period of hard work, the former Soviet Union's financial market has completely turned into a muddy water. Most of the high foreign exchange obtained from Gringotts through mortgage of the Slytherin family title has been invested in purchase various light industrial production plants, core commercial streets, high-quality housing areas and other places in the former Soviet Union. Immediately afterwards, this part of the capital was converted into physical assets, and then leveraged by the flock of foreign banks, exchanged for several times of cash flow, poured into the market again, and unreasonably boosted the value of various securities and real estate. A vicious circle with strong suction power, but any force that wants to get a share of it has to spend more than the original cost to invest in it, and compete with the surrounding competitors for that part of the limited bargaining chip. With the early launch of Elena and the Destiny Group regardless of cost, the phenomenon of hot money competing for bare meat that should have appeared in the middle and late stages of the ruble crisis was staged in this land 5 or 6 years earlier. It's just that what everyone didn't notice was that those behind the scenes, who personally pushed trillions of capital into the arena, quietly stopped all operations at the moment when the tide was surging. Except keeping close to the few backward light industry workshops and shops in various cities, there is no more action. It's not that Elena is unwilling to continue to muddy the water, she naturally knows the profit here better than everyone else. However, if you want those sharks swimming suspiciously in the market to take the initiative to plunge into this vortex, there must be a smell of blood that can be smelled, and a lure that is plump enough in order to attract hot money into the game. In Hogwarts almost all of the billions of dollars in equivalent cash reserves have been exhausted. The most direct effect is that all foreign capital, including the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the Federal Reserve, and the American Goblin, are firmly anchored in the financial grinder that is mixed with all the hot money from all over the world. From now on, until the day when the ruble completely collapses, any forces that withdraw early will turn into fuel and final rewards for the survivors who are still in the arena, relying on the fragile economic system of the magic world. Ling Wizarding Bank is like a bowstring that is stretched to its limit, and new coins are continuously injected into the Far East to maintain benefits. After the analysis of Elena, Douglas, Pogo and a large group of goblins, coupled with the model assistance of several completely controllable mathematicians of the former Soviet Union, it is roughly 3 months to 2 years before the ruble bubble reaches its peak time. Therefore, if you plan for the worst according to Murphy's principle, Elena doesn't have much time left at this time. In order to ensure that she could completely take over the Gringotts Wizarding Bank before the ruble collapsed, she even recalled all the fairies distributed in various offices of the former Soviet Union and most of the elite wizards of the Fate to complete this plan. Of course, the Gringotts Venture Capital Department has gathered together again. It's just that this time they are not to continue the era of Gringotts, but to knock it off the sky. Bogo, how are you doing? It's just to lose money as much as possible. What can be the problem? On the contrary, I am still a little worried about Miss Kaslana's new plan, Mr. Douglas. We are opening a devil's box. Devil? Maybe. But, my dear Bogo, don't forget. Douglas glanced at the deputy next to him, unmovedly cut the cigar in his hand, ignited it with magic sparks very skillfully, put it on his mouth and took a deep intoxication, and exhaled a perfect white smoke ring in midair. Isn't the duty of those of us to serve the devil better? What's more, what a wonderful money magic, simple, fast, and cold, but full of the coldness unique to money and wealth, bloodthirsty beauty. The Pyramid of Erlik, it's really a terrible human being. On the contrary, I finally understand why Elder Leos would rather sacrifice himself, and even the entire Gringotts, to put us under the girl's hands. Could it be you? Still naively thinking that without us fairies, this butcher knife won't fall on the head of Gringa. But everything hasn't started yet, and the result is unknown. Bouge shook his head, retorting weakly. Who told you that the result is unknown? Douglas grinned, picked up the execution case next to him and shot it, with a cold look in his eyes. Most of the things in this world, from the first step, the results have been determined. Everything after that is just a product extended under the established trajectory. Think about it carefully. As an ordinary wizard, how would he react when faced with such a delicious candy full of temptations and traps? Each flyer is accompanied by a free copper knot, which means that the cost of trying is 0. The former head of the Fairy Master's nail lightly tapped on the 2 coins, making a pleasant jingle, and whispered. When the wizards took the attitude of giving it a try and got the first rebate, it was actually the second time they built trust. Do you think they left with 2 copper nuts happily, or continue to carry out the first time? Second round of investment? Not to mention, if they see some successful betting cases around them. But according to Miss Kaslana's regulations, the number of investments each wizard can make is limited. Only 3. The Goblin Bogo also picked up the manual and looked at it carefully, and asked in confusion. Yes, every wizard has a limited number of investments, and only limited opportunities will appear precious. Facing the question of his former subordinate, Douglas squinted his eyes, his sharp nails stroked thoughtfully on the parchment, glanced at Bouge meaningfully, and replied slowly. It's a pit, agreed, but it's never ending. Chapter 560. Have you heard of, in the magic world, especially the British magic world, maintaining the noble and pure blood is not an easy task. Most pure-blood magic families have relatives with each other. After all, if a wizard only wants his children to marry pure-blood people, then their options are quite limited. Because of this, in addition to the sacred 28th tribe, which is still ancient and noble to the end of extinction, many wizard families have gradually begun to compromise. Although many wizards still resist the union with moles, as long as the other half is a wizard, whether it's a half-blood wizard or a hemp wizard, it's something that is barely acceptable. However, in the context of this era, the in-law relationship between wizards in the magical world is still quite strong. For example, Mrs. Weasley is actually Sirius Black's cousin, while Lucius Malfoy is Sirius Black's cousin, although they will not appear in each other's family relatives. Did you know? Bogo, the real fatal thing is this sentence. The Goblin Douglas flicked the cigar in his hand, pointed to a sentence on the parchment in front of him and read it softly. For the wizards who have exhausted all the times, every time 10 wizards are successfully invited to participate in the investment, they can get an additional investment opportunity. This is the real scary thing. The blood marriage between the various families of the magic world. It will make the spread of this business even more violent than any plague. Gringotts, is it possible to survive? There is no possibility. Douglas shook his head, leaned heavily on the chair behind him, looked up at the fading sky, and sighed. That's a full 600 million Jinjialong, as one end of the lever. It can not only burn the wealth of the entire magic world, but also burn the flesh and blood of every goblin in Gringotts. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank must actively choose to surrender before it runs out of ammunition and food, so that this terrible fission can stop. What if the Council of Elders and the current major departments choose to stick to it? Bouge swallowed and asked cautiously. Persevere to the end? Hyldalios will not allow this to happen. Douglas took a deep breath, and tremblingly extinguished the cigar in his hand on the ground with trembling fingers. He looked at Bogo, the volatile fairy, smiled miserably, and said with a gloomy face, "You know, I have known this plan since I saw it. The purpose of this plan was not to buy Gringotts at all, or that what we are seeing now is only half of it. It's just a plain Altdorf. I don't know the details of the full version. I am sure that it will definitely end with the complete extinction of the fairies. Just at the last moment, let all Jinjialong disappear overnight, not hidden, but disappear in the true sense. Ethan, the meaning of the existence of the fairy and the Gringotts Wizarding Bank will no longer exist. Up 6 billion Jinjialong, 6 billion. So, Mr. Douglas, what should we do now? Looking at Douglas with a hideous face, Bogo said slowly after a moment of silence. It's very simple. Don't let everything delay for too long. Douglas laughed, grinning with sharp teeth, and said coldly, just as we said before, defeat Gringotts in the shortest time. The system, before the situation becomes anxious, surrender under the influence of Elena Kaslana. But after Miss Kaslana takes over Gringotts, doesn't she need to face the same problem? That's not something we need to consider. The wizard's affairs are solved by the wizard. Douglas shook his head and replied meaningfully, if that half-blooded little witch really has the ability to flip the palm of her hand again to eliminate all crises without a trace after the clouds and rain, then there will be one more Queen's Gringotts, but it will become the biggest winner. In 1992, April 2nd. This is just an unusual day. No festivals, no memorabilia. At this time, not many people realized that this day will have a profound impact on the future magical world, and even the non-magical world, and the appalling destructive power. Everything started with a leaflet and a copper nat. In this era of innocence when financial fraud has almost never budded, the named Pyramid of Helix scam has quietly spread in London's magic commercial street before it has had time to complete it. Of course, the lucky ones in the first batch are naturally those businessmen who have opened fixed stores in Diagon Alley. As one of the few wizards with a little business acumen in the magic world, they noticed something wrong for the first time, and then under the temptation of the shiny Jinjialong, they left the danger behind and participated in this exciting game little by little. As expected by Elena at the beginning, it was just 1 or 2 copper nats and silver psychos, followed by a part of the daily turnover, then all, and then, the gold piled up in the Gringer next door, and even part of the loan. However, the strict limit on the number of investments has frustrated everyone's vain attempt to make a fortune in silence. With my wife and children running out of times, the businessmen in Diagon Alley and Knockdown Alley turned their attention to the constant flow of customers. Normal business is nowhere comparable to making money. A few days later, Turnover Alley, Bojin Box Shop. This is a small well-known second-hand magic goods shop in the magic world, but compared to the regular shops in Diagon Alley, everything in Mr. Bokin's shop seems to hide some unknowable dangerous power. For some magical families and people who are on the edge of the magical world, this is also the safest place for pawn shops and stolen goods. Anything that is illegal or prohibited can be obtained from Mr. Bokin. Favor. Lucius Malfoy is a frequent visitor to the Borgin Box store. However, after handling some troublesome magic items as usual on this day, Mr. Borkin did not put away the items as quickly as usual and ended the conversation. Instead, he mysteriously grabbed Lucius, who was about to leave. Malfoy. Mr. Borkin grinned, showing a few yellow teeth, and stuffed a leaflet into Lucius' hand. Dear Mr. Malfoy, have you heard of Black Cross? Chapter 2. Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 561 The Shaky Attic. At the same time, on the other side, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The Gringotts Fairy Manager looked at the chunky witch in front of him, accompanied by a smiling face, his tone a little hesitant. "Dear Deputy Minister Dolores Umbridge, have you encountered any difficulties?" "What's wrong?" "I want to take the money from my own vault, but I still need your approval." Dolores Umbridge snorted playfully, staring at the goblin in front of him with his two droopy, toad-like eyes, and repeated it with a slightly unpleasant voice. "Take them all, right away. Do you understand?" "Is there any problem?" "No problem." "Of course no problem. I will arrange a guide for you." The fairy manager in charge of receiving Umbridge rubbed his hands in embarrassment, and his body was slightly lowered. "Guide personnel?" Umbridge raised his eyebrows. "Do you mean that you made me stand here stupidly waiting for your commissioner to call me, just like the wizards outside?" "Fairy, standing in front of you it's Dolores Umbridge, the senior deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic, not the ordinary wizard you can fool around at will, understand?" "You, just take me to the vault. I have the key myself now." Okay, of course you can." The fairy lobby manager of Gringotts lowered his head humbly, just to conceal the trace of anger that flashed in his eyes, and then continued to raise his head with a smile on his face, and walked forward quickly while moving towards the fairy waiter next to him. Yelled, "A bunch of idiots, what are they doing in a daze? Didn't you see that I was going to take the respected Minister Umbridge to the vault to withdraw money? Hurry up and find someone to temporarily support the reception work in the lobby. Understand?" Hearing the sharp scolding of the fairy manager, the few elves who were still stunned by the sight quickly recovered, ran towards the back of the bank, and quickly commanded the other operators around in fairy language. Turning around, the fairy manager glanced at the witch behind him, bending over respectfully. "Minister Umbridge, please come with me." Half an hour later, at the gate of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Dolores Umbridge subconsciously inverted the purse in his pocket. The purse with various spells perfectly contained all the gold in the vault, but she had saved it for a long time. All his net worth. The chunky witch raised her eyebrows, turned her head to look at the tall and thin wizard who was waiting for her at the door, and said threateningly, "Malfoy, you better not let me find that you are lying to me, otherwise." "Minister Umbridge, you can rest assured that if there is a loss, the Malfoy family is willing to bear all the losses. It's just that you are sure that you haven't registered for others before, right? When you get there, you must fill in my recommender." "Oh, I know. Why didn't I find Lucius before? Why are you talking about it?" "Lead the way." "Okay, let's talk." While watching Umbridge, accompanied by Lucius Malfoy, hurriedly left the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The Gringotts Fairy Lobby Manager, who had a smile on his face, gave a solemn expression, turned around and left the busy bank lobby without looking back, and walked towards the straight elevator leading to the underground from the back. The situation got worse. Counting Dolores Umbridge, this is the 11th Ministry of Magic official who has asked to empty all deposits in the past 2 days. Such frequent large-scale one-time withdrawals have collapsed the original capital flow. Greenwich to its limit is even more difficult, and the situation of demolishing the east wall and repairing the west wall has become more frequent, and on several occasions it even almost revealed the stuff. However, according to this kind of progress, it will be a matter of time before that day appears. In view of the current severe situation, Gringotts Wizarding Bank must find out the cause as soon as possible. Time, April 9th, evening. Gringotts, the Fairy Elder Council. Except for the 2 elders who were still in charge of foreign affairs in the former Soviet Union, all the 11 Goblin elders, including Leos, sat at the semicircular conference table, and in front of them, there were dozens of elders standing. Fairy executives from various departments. Grand Elder Groyan coughed lightly and said hoarsely, "Let's talk about the recent situation, especially our treasury and banking business." Guru Saza, the director of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, who is mainly responsible for the daily foreign savings business, swallowed, raised his head and looked at the fairy elders sitting in front of him, then looked at the other fairy elders, and asked cautiously, "Elder, is there really something wrong with our Gringotts capital chain? Is it serious?" Groin squinted his eyes, a hint of irritation flashed in his eyes, and replied in a cold tone, "Director Saza, this is not something you should worry about, you just need to report your situation." During the day today, Dolores Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic also came, the Goblin Saza said with a trembling body and frowning. Like other ministry officials before, she did it again. Sex took away all the deposits. Fortunately, we drew a part of Lester's vault, so there was no exposure. We have confirmed that we have the right to open Lester. The wizards of Kaijinku are now imprisoned in Azkaban. Not surprisingly, after their deaths, this wealth will be completely returned to Gringotts. It's just that now this method of borrowing back and forth has become more and more difficult. Although there have been a steady stream of new Jinjialong being cast, the number of withdrawals have soared in recent times, and it is about to it's beyond our normal tolerance. Grand Elder, what happened to Gringotts? What the hell is going on? Shouldn't this be the question we asked you? Groin patted the table heavily, his expression serious. The Ministry of Magic? Didn't we just give them a bunch of extra income? Why is it useless? Where did all the Jinjialong go? Is it possible? Do these wizards plan to use gold coins to create a tombstone of pure gold for themselves? I've asked secretly. The wizards didn't say anything, and they would get scolded if they asked too much. Saza shook his head bitterly, glanced at the elder's seat, who seemed to be about to be furious, thought for a moment, and quickly added, "However, the guards who are standing at the door in charge of security have faintly heard the wizards. Some of the exchanges, if not unexpected, should be related to the whereabouts of the money. The content is very complicated, and the guards can overhear and write down, and most of them are heard when the wizards have a dispute." 2 sentences. The director of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank paused and said helplessly, "When most wizards come to withdraw money, there will be a wizard next to them who is persuading them. Sometimes there will be disputes for various reasons. The guards have the most impressions. Yes, the wizard who withdraws money sometimes accuses the other party of being a liar, and heeds the misty rumors." Hey, is it another statement that the mysterious people are about to be resurrected and the world is going to be in chaos? It seems that the joint statement between Albus Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic did not play a role. What a group of stupid wizards. Groin sneered. When the rumors spread some time ago, Gringotts had already paid attention to this matter, and even spent a lot of Jinjialong to find a way to get the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore to jointly issue a statement to dispel the rumors. Unexpectedly, less than a week or two after the statement to dispel the rumors floated again. "No, not that." Saza blinked a little strangely, and shrugged helplessly. "It seems to be a more absurd statement, saying that Jinjialong and Jinjialong together will give birth to a new Jinjialong in one night. Of course, you can also give birth to Yinxik, Tongnat. In short, you only need to put the money somewhere, and you will receive a double share the next day. Can gold coins and gold coins produce new gold together? Who would believe in such a superficial scam?" There was a burst of disdainful laughter from the elder's seat, and the fairies sitting behind the round table shook their heads. They had already looked down on the wizards who could not even count interest, but now it is more important to the IQ of wizards in the wizarding world. Contempt. Yes, generally speaking, after a quarrel, 2 wizards will break up unhappy. It's just. The director of Gringotts Wizarding Bank smiled bitterly and nodded. From the current situation, these wizards usually wait at the bank gate the next morning, recklessly insisting on emptying all their deposits. It seems that they can really get gold, cause these days, more and more people withdraw money. "I'll come back, take the get the gold." Accompanied by Saza's voice, the low laughter lingering at the long table of the Fairy Elder Council gradually stopped. Groin was taken aback for a moment. He tapped his fingers on the table lightly, his eyes on the surrounding elders. After hovering for a while, His expression became a little dignified, and even a little ugly. "What did you just say?" Third chapter. Oh, big chapter, Mom. Chapter 562. The Third Demon King, Hogwarts, the principal's office. Elena stood on the edge of Phoenix Fox's bird stand, holding a handful of simply fried winter wheat, and watched with patience as Phoenix bends down its graceful and slender neck, stretched out her long beak and carefully pecked in her palms. Wheat. After the efforts of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, coupled with Elena's repeated guarantees, Phoenix Fox finally reluctantly accepted the feeding of this little mixed blood. For the main reason is that for a while, this little girl came to the principal's office too often, and she was really tired of hiding. Not because the fried winter wheat and dried fish were very fragrant, and not far from her. Dumbledore frowned at this moment, carefully looking at the thin leaflet in front of him, and the old man's hands trembled slightly, as if there was some terrible devil hidden in it. Just beside Dumbledore, there was a half-opened envelope. It was a letter from his brother Aberforth Dumbledore. Since the tragedy happened decades ago, the two brothers have not had contact with each other for a long time, and broke the ice barrier that had existed for decades. The opportunity for this is it's hard to imagine that Aberforth would actually write to me recommending this. Dumbledore took off his glasses and squeezed slightly swollen eyebrows, his tone full of complexity and fatigue. "The whole magic world has been dragged into the water by you, Ms. Castellana. Do you really think about how this should end? This is not a joke. As far as I know, almost all the pureblood families are already trapped inside. It's very simple. Just eat Gringotts." Elena replied calmly without turning her head, caressing Fox's warm golden red feathers carelessly. It was originally an absurd dream. Gold coins did not increase or disappear out of thin air. The bubble was burst and everything returned to the deposit value on April 1st. Although it would cause a slight loss of retracement, it was over. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, that is the asset that the fairies have managed for thousands of years, the only one in the magic world. Albus Dumbledore shook his head and said solemnly. Before the old wizard could finish speaking, Elena poured the winter wheat in her hand into Fox's trough, turned around and glanced at the old man who had been worried since this morning, and sighed helplessly. "Professor Dumbledore, I feel like I have explained it more than 5 times. Right? Ancient does not mean strong, and the only thing that does not mean strong anti-riskability. As the banking and financial industry, the foundation of the fate of the fairies lies in the credit of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and when the market's confidence in Gringotts is shaken, the bank just happens to be faced with insufficient reserves and difficulties in cashing Gingy along with a single push. Endless runs will occur. This is an unstoppable avalanche. It is precisely because there is only one bank in the entire magical world. Gringotts also possesses several banking industry taboos such as a single capital attribute, a strong social user group, and zero interbank lending capabilities. In other words, once it happens after a large-scale run, the original Gringotts Wizarding Bank will undoubtedly die. Elena Lake's blue eyes flashed a little jokingly. He picked up a grain of fried wheat from Fox's trough and threw it into his mouth, chewed twice at random, feeling the unique smell of wheat spread in his mouth after being fried. There is a bit of playfulness in the voice. "Why, dear Professor Albus Dumbledore, all of this is done with your consent. Whether it is the course, or result, isn't it done strictly according to our plan, wizard? Isn't this the picture you were expecting, to bring back the rights of coinage and currency issuance from the hands of the fairies? From the results alone, I certainly believe that you can destroy Gringotts. This letter from Aberforth has shown that wizards from all over the magical world have joined forces in this event without knowing it." During a run, Dumbledore shook his head slowly, took the letter in his hand, shook it, and looked deeply at the little witch before him. "But what I worry about is you, Miss Elena Castellana. People may be deceived for the time being, but one day everything will come to an end, and judging from the current level of madness of the wizards, accompanied by giggling with the collapse of the cabinet, this false financial game will also collapse suddenly. People's anger needs a place to vent, American moles may be able to divert some of their attention, but there is absolutely no way to convince most wizards. You never told me. Who do you intend to bear this sin? Hey! Did I remember saying that? The Dark Lord, and the Devil's minions. Elena spread her hands and replied without hesitation. All the spearhead will eventually be directed at the Black Hand behind the scenes. People never care about the truth. What people believe is only what they want to believe. The Dark Lord mortgaged Hogwarts, the Dark Lord caused an economic crisis, and the Dark Lord created the financial scam of making money for money. The conspiracy was exposed, and Gringotts reorganized to establish a cross-credit currency system. You can turn the tide. Jin Jialong's currency credit may depreciate, but it will never return to zero. In fact, because of the large-scale gold coin minting during this period, even without Eleanor's intervention, the sudden influx of cash into the market will inevitably lead to severe inflation. But the best thing about metal currency is that it only needs to change the embossment and anti-counterfeiting marks on it a little bit, and the value of the currency can be restored more quickly than any paper currency. According to the hypothesis put forward by Elena, the Ish scam group that controls the largest liquidity can completely replace Gringotts and become a giant in macro control of the magical economy, allowing the currency of the magical world to circulate overnight, reach the best. And to achieve this, it only takes 2 steps: to take control of Gringotts or rebuild a central bank in the ruins of Gringotts, and launch a heinous, profit-stricken, antisocial villain to destroy all the evaporative losses under resistance. The Dark Lord. Yes, the Dark Lord, but there are 2 who can be named a Demon King in this world. Albus Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and repeated one sentence thoughtfully. He looked around the office subconsciously, sighed in sorrow, and slowly fell on the little guy in front of him. Body. After a short pause, the old man took a deep breath, looked at Eleanor's eyes and asked softly, "Oh no, maybe 3 now? Gale, where is he?" Chapter 1. Ma. Chapter 563, The Death Eater Who Doesn't Exist. The Devil. Then I must be the cutest one. Elena raised her eyebrows, but did not deny Dumbledore's name for herself, but thought about it seriously, and said in a very determined tone, without the slightest sign of panic or shy on her delicate little face. Glancing at the dignified Dumbledore, Elena walked around behind the old wizard briskly, and skillfully pressed the old man's stiff shoulders, as if she was acting like her grandparent's little granddaughter, and said casually, "Professor Dumbledore, don't you think that I am going to sacrifice myself to perfect the entire magical world? Don't worry, you even said that I am a small Dark Lord. How could I do such a foolish thing? Grandpa is even more impossible." Although Albus Dumbledore didn't make it too clear, Elena had already understood the old wizard's worries from the old man's words and expressions, and her heart warmed slightly. This old carrot is still a good people. Obviously, Dumbledore, who had received a similar script once, did not want to repeat the story of a hero's victory over the devil. Especially since I didn't see Grindelwald after getting up this morning. It aggravated the anxiety in Dumbledore's heart, so that he called Elena to the principal's office early in the morning and asked them about their secret activities. As for Grandpa, he should be preparing holiday gifts. After all, today is Easter. Looking at the old wizard who was still silent, Elena stuck out her tongue, and her pressure became a little harder. While seriously helping Dumbledore squeeze his shoulders, she casually answered Dumbledore's previous words. Problem. Easter gift. Who is this little girl lie to? Although today is indeed Easter, it is not Christmas. Where can I need any extra gifts? The grandness of Easter in the non-magical world is that it embodies the essence of the cross religion, which is to praise the Son, thank him for taking the sins of all mankind into himself, and show the way to heaven through suffering a pity. The wizard does not believe this. For the wizards, it just found it interesting, so just find a reason to have a holiday. Dumbledore glanced at the little hands that were helping him press his shoulders. The solemnity on his face softened slightly, and a look of helplessness flashed through his eyes. He thought for a while and was about to ask about it in another way. Then how are you going to end the dispute? Voldemort is still lying in Street Mungo's hospital. Of course it won't involve poor Professor Quirrell. Didn't we say it early on? All of this is a vengeful conspiracy carried out by the Death Eaters lurking in the magic world for the return of the Dark Lord. It's not that simple. Dumbledore shook his head and said in a mixed mood, after so many years, although the Ministry of Magic has always said that it has not been able to confirm the specific identities of the Death Eaters, in fact many wizards are mostly clear in their hearts. Stubborn the die-hard Death Eaters were all thrown into Azkaban, and the rest of the people who had gone the wrong way were all under attention. Before Voldemort revealed his true face, there were not many wizards who supported him in the magical world. The vast majority of pureblood wizard families agreed to maintain the purity of the wizard's blood, get rid of Mulborn people, let pureblood people take control, and join Voldemort as Death Eaters. This was not a terrible decision at the time. In fact, many families of pureblood wizards are proud of this, as a heroic performance of defending glory and blood. However, as people gradually discovered that Voldemort used all kinds of fears to dominate others in order to gain power, and became more irritable, cold-blooded, and crazy, the pure-blooded wizard families finally realized that they had supported even the monsters that he might have swallowed, turned around and tried to fight and avoid Voldemort. And in the process of joining, hesitating, and betraying, the Death Eaters didn't have the habit of masking at all at first, so naturally there is no concealment. People are quite familiar with each other because of their kinship. Therefore, after Voldemort's downfall, it was not so much the Ministry of Magic's failure to track down, as it was that the law did not blame the public except for those lunatics who were still harming others unscrupulously after Voldemort disappeared. The rest were also let go. Understand? Maybe you can make up an excuse to push it on Gringotts. But when you tried to transfer these evils to a certain or a few specific wizards, just making it up will not work. Dumbledore patted the little hand on his shoulder, turned around, and looked at Elena with blue eyes. The pursuit of absolute justice is a very difficult thing. In short, your plan won't work. Let's talk about your other options. In your habit, never there will only be an e-handed preparation. Sorry. Elena met Dumbledore's hopeful eyes, shook her head, and said softly, this time, there is really only one plan. If life is a game with countless choices, then in my eyes, this time the road to happy end is the only one. Is it? A stubborn girl. After Dumbledore was silent for a moment, he let out a sigh, his eyes slowly firming. I see. Let people believe all this as much as possible, and then, let time smooth it out. No, Professor Dumbledore, you may be a little pessimistic. The situation is not that bad. Elena smiled slightly, took out a folded shop registration certificate from her bulging chest, and solemnly handed it to Dumbledore's hand. This familiar scene reminded the old man of something terrible. Both sense of sight. Speaking of it, this little girl used this method to bring out the Hogwarts estate certificate, right? Dumbledore's eyes subconsciously hovered on Eleanor's flat chest again, and his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Wouldn't this kid cast a traceless extension curse on his chest? Everything was stuffed inside. Hey, look at this, not at me. Elena patted the table with dissatisfaction, and brought Dumbledore's attention back to the table. Look at this carefully, Professor. Do you know why I have to spend a lot of money to open a shop in Naphtali instead of Diagon Alley with higher traffic? Because only then can I register a shop anonymously or under a pseudonym. Similarly, only then can a certain industry be perfectly given to others from the beginning, no matter whether this person is alive or dead. Chapter 2. Ma! Exclamation mark. Can't guess it. Can't guess it. Excited. Solved the mystery. End of this chapter. Chapter 564. Why are you Peter? Eleanor's nice voice echoed in the spacious principal's office. With the gradual growth of age and magic power, especially during this period of high-frequency use of strengthening magic texts, the Ver lineage hidden in Eleanor's body is slowly being stimulated, and the girl's voice is unconsciously brought into it. A little magic. It's just that it's not particularly obvious now, except in the case of Elena deliberately bewitching people's hearts. Most of the effects are at best to make her voice more pleasing, which makes people unconsciously feel intimacy after listening. Of course, for Albus Dumbledore, who looks at Elena every day, there is not much intuitive feeling. Elena, what are you talking about? What anonymity, pseudonym, what other people? Dumbledore frowned and unexplainedly unfolded the shop registration certificate in front of him. Unsurprisingly, there are a lot of familiar standard texts, accompanied by various oncoming interest rates, mortgages, commissions, and share ratios. Dumbledore's brows can't help but tighten again, and his brain is a while bloat. Quickly skipping the cumbersome clauses and the incomprehensible contract specifications, following the information revealed in Elena's words, Dumbledore's eyes quickly moved down and fell to the party of the owner of the property rights. Location: American Magic Federal Reserve System. Owner: Albus Dumbledore's pupils widened subconsciously, and there was a deep confusion and shock on his face. This. As if not feeling the change in Dumbledore's mood, Elena stood up on her own and walked to the Phoenix's bird rack. While gently touching the warm and soft golden red feathers of this big bird, she suddenly started to look at it. Things that seemed to be irrelevant. Did you know, Professor Dumbledore, since you said that I might have some predator blood, I deliberately tried it in many situations. It's not difficult, that is, looking at a certain creature. Imagine the eating and cooking son, as most of the situations succeeded, only failed in one place. Elena stroked Phoenix Fox's trembling feathers, gently soothing Phoenix's nervousness. Human wizard, this is normal. After all, how can normal people think that a cute little girl like me is terrible? However, besides this, there is also a seemingly ordinary little animal, and there is no fear because of my gaze. And this strange situation, in addition to mutation, there is another explanation in the magic world. Based on this speculation, a magic item in the hands of the Weasley twin brothers directly helped me complete the verification process. What magic item? What to verify? Dumbledore raised his head and frowned at Elena. They lent it to me temporarily. You can't confiscate it. Otherwise, it'll be anxious to you. Elena curled her mouth meaningfully, looked at Dumbledore seriously and said, while talking, the girl took out a piece of parchment and placed it in front of Dumbledore. This is a large, square piece of old parchment with badly worn edges and nothing on it, just like old manuscript paper. Then, in Dumbledore's slightly curious eyes, Elena pulled out her wand and tapped it lightly. I solemnly swear that I will not do good deeds. In an instant, the thin ink lines spread like a spider web from the place touched by the tip of Elena's wand, connected to each other, crisscrossed, extending to every corner of the parchment, and then a green color appeared on the top. Swash body characters: Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot and Prongs. Mr. dedicated to the creators of magic pranks. Grand Launch Live Spot Map. This map draws out all the details of Hogwarts Castle and the site, but the most unusual is that there are many small black dots moving on the map, each with a very small font marked with its name. Clever and interesting name, Magic. A hint of surprise flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, then his face sank, and he leaned down to take a closer look. The old wizard glanced up and down along the familiar streets and corridors, and quickly found a black spot with the name Otto Apocalypse in the upper left corner, clustered with a bunch of familiar and unfamiliar names. For example, Gidro Lockhart, Kurt Mayer, Frank Fisher, Percy Weasley, Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, and a hero everyone thought was dead. Albus Dumbledore subconsciously glanced at the name of the place where the shop document was signed on the right-hand side, and murmured, Peter Perumwy. Why are you? Time, move forward a little bit. Hogwarts Castle, Gryffindor Common Room, Male Dormitory. For most of the little wizards, the Easter holiday is far less fun than Christmas time. Considering that the course of one academic year is coming to an end, the professors of various subjects have left a lot of homework for the students as holiday gifts. In view of this situation, Elena also gave the wings a long vacation, temporarily preparing for the exam with all their strength. The heavy homework makes students have to spend most of their time in the library and common room to complete their homework, even the first-year students whose courses are a little lighter. More precisely, the first-year students in Gryffindor compared with other senior students are generally more pitiful. Granger is terrible. Yes, I almost thought I saw my mother. In Gryffindor's male dormitory, Ron and Harry got together and discussed in a low voice with lingering fears. Perhaps because of the sequelae of high-pressure learning some time ago, after leaving Eleanor's extracurricular interest class, Hermione quickly found an effective way of rest and entertainment, which is to urge other students in the first grade to study hard. And Harry and Ron, who are the duo of mixed eating and waiting to die, are naturally the main nagging objects of Sister Hermione. Fortunately, due to the little reservedness of the girls, Hermione will not chase into the boys' dormitory for the time being, so whenever Ron and Harry were going to be lazy, they would sneak into the dormitory for various reasons. Of course, this kind of rest time does not usually last too long, because Percy Weasley, as the prefect, will soon come in and arrest people. He's the prefect and brother. Percy would be happy to see someone who can help him urge Ron and others to study. Glancing at the clock on the bedside, Ron rubbed his palms and said excitedly, "There is still about half an hour, or shall we play a game of wizard chess?" "Yes, just use your new game of chess." Harry nodded, and was about to bend down to fetch the wizard chess under the bed. At this moment, Percy's voice suddenly came from their ears. "Ahem, everyone, go out for now." The two turned their heads and saw that Percy Weasley had been standing at the door of the dormitory at some point, driving away the Gryffindor boys who were still in the dormitory. And Percy's side was that Professor Otto Apocalypse, an old wizard responsible for teaching them defense against the dark arts. "By the way, Harry, Ron, you two stay." Third chapter. Mom. Chapter 565, Late Justice. I have to say that even during the holidays, the prestige of the professor is quite effective. The little wizards who were still lying in the dormitory resting, playing, and reading followed the sound and glanced at the door. They soon packed their things and left the Gryffindor boys' dormitory obediently, standing outside the door with curiosity. "Look inside." "Thank you, Weasley." Grindelwald glanced at Percy, who was about to leave, and thought for a while to add something. "Well, Percy Weasley, you can stay too. You have the right to know about this, too." Looking around in the empty dormitory, the old wizard nodded in satisfaction, took out his wand and waved it casually, closing the door of the dormitory behind them, and a layer of complicated magic patterns flashed across the door panel. The old man beckoned to Harry and Ron, who were still stunned, and said gently, "What are you doing in a daze?" "The kids are coming over and just stand behind me." Harry and Ron looked at each other and ran over quickly. After a while, the two stood with Percy, watching Professor Apocalypse waving his magic wand and performing unknown magic one after another in the dormitory. Many of the magic items hidden by the boys under the bed were monitored. "Come out and fly to a corner of the house." It looked like it was a surprise sleep check, which made Harry suddenly nervous. After all, he wasn't quite sure whether the invisibility cloak he received on Christmas was considered a prohibited item. Faced with the professor who suddenly appeared in the dormitory, the three boys were a little nervous. Even the face of Percy Weasley, who was temporarily recruited, was full of tension. The three gathered behind Grindelwald and whispered, "Discuss." "Huh? What happened?" "I don't know. You didn't carry any dark magic items, did you?" "No. I'm not George and Fred. Oh my God." "Look!" With Ron's exclaim, the three subconsciously raised their heads and looked forward. I don't know when, in the empty Gryffindor boys' dormitory, a large number of well-dressed adult wizards suddenly appeared. Every adult wizard's face was covered with dignity. Thanks to his father's work in the Ministry of Magic, Ron and Percy were very familiar with the dress of adult wizards, which was unique to the Ministry of Magic era. At the same time, a steady stream of wizards emerged from a small pink bag in the hands of Professor Apocalypse. "Then, let's start. We can't let him escape," let alone let him commit suicide. Grindelwald looked around the wizards around him, nodded, and commanded indifferently, "Don't worry, Mr. Apocalypse." The young wizard with blonde hair, standing at the forefront of the crowd, grinned and showed dazzling white teeth. Unlike other wizards, the young wizard wore a wizard robe in the color of forget-me-not flowers. "Oh my god, that is Lockhart. My mother likes his book the most, although Dad often said he was a liar. I didn't expect that he was actually a secretary of the Ministry of Magic." It was cool. Seeing the wizard's face clearly, Ron pulled Harry's sleeve in surprise and whispered in a low voice. Ignoring the whispers of the little wizards, the wizards held their wands high, beams of light gushing from the top of the wands, and gathered together in midair to form a half-arc light shield, which flows like a waterfall. The entire Gryffindor boys' dormitory was firmly shrouded, and then the magic mask gradually shrank with the pace of the wizards. In the end, the dazzling mask slowly shrunk and shrouded Ron's bed. To be precise, it is covering a small thing that is desperately rushing from the left to the right, but can't help it. Glancing at the adult wizards who looked like enemies and looked particularly dignified, the eyes of Percy, Ron, and Harry also fell on the little thing running around, and they screamed out in unison, "Spot, Splotches, Scaly." "Wow, it's a lovely name, isn't it, Uncle Mayor?" There was a funny expression on Frank's face, and he winked at the middle-aged wizard next to him. Kurt Mayor frowned, twitched the corners of his mouth, tried hard to swallow the dirty words in his mouth, and said coldly, "Shut up, Frank, otherwise don't blame me for chanting you." "Wonderful, it's really wonderful. This can be written as a short-selling short story." Gidro Lockhart shook his head, the wand in his hand pointed firmly at the grey mouse that was now lying motionless under the mask. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his mouth was muttering softly. Ignoring the whispering wizards, Grindelwald turned and looked at Ron Weasley, who was a little scared. "This mousel, Scabbers." "Weasley, I remember it was your pet, right?" Scabbers are mine." Ron paused, looking nervously at the wizards around him. "Yes, it's actually my pet, but after I became the prefect this year, my parents bought me an owl as a reward, so I temporarily left it to Ron to take care of him. If you have any questions, please ask." Ready." Before Ron could finish speaking, a figure stood in front of him, and Percy's calm voice came from before him. "Professor Epicursley, may I ask this mouse, what is wrong with it?" "Mouse? No, this is not a mouse." Grindelwald squatted down, stared at Scabbers intently for a while, and said with a grin, "What are you talking about? It's a rat. Of course you have raised it for many years." "It's amazing, it's amazing." Grindelwald's smile grew brighter, and he repeated a few words softly. "He is an animagus, a wizard." As students of Hogwarts, you should all know what this means. For example, Professor McGonagall is an extremely good animagus, and she can become a cat. And this one, his name should be called Peter Pettigrew. Grindelwald raised his wand and casually tapped it towards the poor mouse in front of him, accompanied by a blue light. It was like a quick-action shot of a tree growing. A head came out, and so did the limbs. A moment later, a man lay down on the spot where Shaban was lying, cowering, his eyes full of fear. This is a very short man. When he stands up, it is estimated that he will not be in the position of Percy's chin. The man's sparse, dull hair is messy, and his body is similar to splotchy, round and dirty, almost the same as splotchy fur, with a pointed nose and watery mung-bean eyes with a bit of mouse characteristics. Grindelwald looked at the wizard in front of him playfully, and the corners of his mouth raised a cold dark. "Peter Pettigrew, treachery despicable, Voldemort's most hidden running dog, a financial liar who stole Gringotts' wealth, and fooled the magical world. I didn't expect Hogwarts and the peace of the magical world. It was almost destroyed by your conspiracy. Fortunately, when you transferred huge assets and committed several public crimes, you left behind." "Huh? What a dazed expression appeared on Peter Pettigrew's face. "Thieves, what are they? Isn't it the wrong person?" Exclamation mark. Before Peter Pettigrew could react, A slightly disgusting indifferent voice came from his ear. "No need to quibble. Not to show your disgusting face begging for mercy. Take it away." Grindelwald waved his hand indifferently. There was no curse. A curse suddenly sealed Peter Pettigrew's lips, causing all his voices to turn into a weird woof tone. "I'm sorry, we wanted to make a secret arrest, but on the one hand, we were afraid that he would abscond from the crime, and on the other hand, because if necessary, we must have you to testify later, so we have to expose this fact in your presence." Seeing Kurt Mayer and others with Peter Pettigrew disappear into the Pink Woman's purse again, Grindelwald turned around and patted the three little wizards who were still in shock, said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, we will take care of the rest of the matter. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." The eyes of the old wizard flickered, and in his mind he couldn't help recalling the last half of the more important words when a certain white-haired dumpling was saying this. It is a pity that the late justice is by no means true. Justice. But what does that matter? He and his cute little Elena, but two dark kings. Therefore, they only need to give the justice full of comic color that everyone in the magical world wants to see. That is enough. There is no doubt that Peter, who has come back from the dead, the great wise and deceiving Death Eater, and the last member of the Pure Blood family, hero of tragic magic Sirius Black, who has been wronged for many years, can definitely satisfy all wizards. The bridges you want to see can also satisfy everyone's illusions about condemning the government and bringing them into themselves. Chapter 4. Mom. With this plot and update, Fat Guga feels that he can confidently ask for votes, ask for a reward. Seeking like. Chapter 566. The Demon's Judgment. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Although the weird silverware in the room is still emitting smoke and the warm and bright fireplace is still emitting heat, the 2 or 3 meters area centered on Albus Dumbledore is suffocating. Dead still, Dumbledore leaned down and looked at Peter Pettigrew, who was curled up on the floor in front of him, with a particularly terrifying expression on his face. In Elena's impression, this situation seems to have been vaguely seen once on Dumbledore's face after she mortgaged the school, and disappeared quickly with the dazzling Jinshan and her Kuma. There is no kind smile of the past, there is no pleasant peace in the eyes behind the lenses, and every wrinkle on that old face carries with it cold anger, as well as a deep touch of pain and guilt. Standing next to Dumbledore, Elena and Grindelwald could clearly feel that Dumbledore radiated a kind of power, as if he was burning and heating, which made people feel a sense of inability to look directly at him. I once imagined you suddenly resurrected one day and appeared in front of everyone, but by no means. It is like this now. Dumbledore's lips trembled slightly, and the wand in his hand was held high, as if he was about to fall at any time. 10 years ago, I personally sent Blake to Azkaban and applied for the Merlin Medal from the Ministry of Magic. I was eager to make up for my mistakes and wondered if the result would change if I changed the method. It's different. Professor Deng, Dumbledore, Principal, I'm afraid he sent Voldemort's most powerful officer to Azkaban. I'm afraid of the revenge of those ubiquitous Death Eaters. You have to believe me. So you become a mouse, hiding next to the Weasley boy, hiding for so many years at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, under my nose, and at Harry Potter's around. Dumbledore took a deep breath, pierced Peter Pettigrew's eyes like a knife, and sneered in a tone of contempt that Elena had never heard before, with a deep sarcasm in his voice. At this time, are you still trying to lie in front of me? Voldemort dare not do this. The Dark Lord Professor, I've never been as brave as James and the others. I was caught by him. The man who couldn't even mention the name forced me. He is the most terrible person, the devil. He will kill. It's mine. Hearing Voldemort's name, Peter Pettigrew shrank all over, as if Dumbledore gave him a violent whip, and the whole person seemed to have really become a mouse, shivering. The floor shrank into a ball. Dwarf Peter cried and slid bitterly, as if a large baby with sparse hair curled up on the floor. The clean and beautiful mahogany floor was rubbed by the man's nose, tears, and stains of grey and black. So, Who is the secret of James and Lily? When did you begin to take refuge in Voldemort? Dumbledore's eyes grew colder, and a terrible anger was suppressed in his voice. During that time, in the confrontation with Voldemort, the Order of the Phoenix suffered a heavy loss. It was never Voldemort's power, but the location of one member after another. The Death Eaters and Voldemort could always arrive in Dumbledore. Before, they targeted their weakest locations with extreme precision to start killing, eradicating one after another rebels. If it had not been for Severus Snape's subsequent rebellion, Dumbledore would not even have the capital to counterattack, and could only run back and forth, leading the few remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix in an attempt to resist the increasingly unscrupulous Voldemort. In the last period of time, the atmosphere of suspicion has actually permeated the Order of the Phoenix, and people doubted each other and guarded each other. Lupin, who was a werewolf, and Sirius, a descendant of the Black family, were naturally the most likely objects of attention. And everything along with the explosion created by Sirius Black on Mole Street finally had the final answer. All the survivors scrambled to spurn the crazy Death Eater, the Black who was dazzled by the pure blood theory. The Demon King is general, and feels grief and injustice for the disaster the Potters have suffered, in order to prove his position is correct. It's just that Dumbledore didn't expect until the end. He could not find the real spy. Almost there, Albus. This is too ugly. Glancing at the wizard curled up on the ground, Grindelwald waved his wand carelessly. Peter Pettigrew's wrists, neck, and knees seemed to be tied with an invisible rope. The whole person was pulled up out of thin air, and his feet hung in a panic a few inches from the ground, struggling as if one was pinched. String puppets on the back of the neck. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows in disgust and nodded at Dumbledore. If you have any questions, I suggest that you directly use Panthera or Veritaserum. Time is limited, and we have to process it later. You know this gentleman needs to recite a lot of the script. It's time consuming. No, I already got the answer. Dumbledore shook his head and glanced at Peter Pettigrew, who was curled up on the ground with extreme disgust. Panic is not an omnipotent mind-reading technique, but with accurate questions, even if Peter Pettigrew didn't confide too much, Dumbledore has seen all the answers from the memory of Pettigrew subconsciously emerging. Just follow the previous plan. This time, I don't have any comments. How long will it take? 2 to 3 hours. If you are willing to help Albus, it will be faster. Grindelwald patted the pink purse in his arms and grinned. Of course, I know you always disdain to do this kind of thing, so this kind of dirty work is left to me to solve it, and there is no problem. We are very experienced. This time, let's go together. Try not to let people see the flaws. After Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds, he shook his head slowly, raised his wand and walked towards Peter Pettigrew. No, Professor Dumbledore, you can't use lynching. So many wizards. When the Dark Lord is in power, everyone fears him. He is the most evil Dark Lord in the world. The Ministry of Magic. I need the Ministry of Magic. Trial. The most evil and scariest Dark Lord in the world. Voldemort. There was a funny look on Grindelwald's face, and he subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the girl next to him. It happened to meet Eleanor's eyes, and the same strange looks flashed in the eyes of the two justice messengers, one large and one small. It seemed that Mr. Peter did not understand that some things were more terrifying than death. Of course, you will eventually be handed over to the Ministry of Magic. But Dumbledore stood up indifferently, took the pile of manuscript paper that Grindelwald handed him, and looked through it. Roughly, the premise is that you will be transferred to the Wizarding Court after you have recalled all the crimes over the years. Then let's start. Mr. Gidro Lockhart, there is something about you. I want to be alone later. Talk to you. Just as Dumbledore spoke, one wizard after another filed out of the light pink lady's purse that Grindelwald had placed aside, looking at the surroundings curiously, and standing in the center of the room, of two old wizards. Of course, there was also the little silver horde witch sitting on the sofa in the corner, holding a phoenix and gently stroking her. As part of this huge plan that involves the non-magical and magical worlds, spanning almost half of the Earth, and affecting more than 70% of the economic trends of the two worlds. This group of wizards is very clear about all of this was driven by the three wizards in this room, or the three demon kings behind them. Before the excitement on the face of the leading young wizard with wavy blonde hair could dissipate, he heard Dumbledore's gentle voice not far away. His face stiffened slightly, and he looked around at the various colleagues around him. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he nodded dejectedly. According to the previous agreement, he completely regained his freedom and eliminated the case. He still needs to wait for the delivery of the Sky Carrier, which is temporarily still at the Ukrainian port, so he still has to act as a member of the Mandate of Heaven during this time. However, as time passed, Lockhart became more and more aware of maybe this commission will never end. Chapter 567 Brain Surgery. Time is busy, passing silently. Unknowingly, the sky gradually dimmed, and Hogwarts Castle was once again shrouded in night. The brain surgery that took place in the office of the principal of Hogwarts was almost over. Most wizards have returned to the vast space of the Pink Wallet, ready to complete their evacuation. In the corner of the room, Albus Dumbledore was pulling Gidro Lockhart and talking softly with a serious face, but judging from the tone of the two and the scattered sentences that occasionally floated out, the conversation was the process is quite smooth. Outstanding talent. Learn to face it. I'm glad you know how to return. Hearing a lot of stories. Personal experience wrong. After the end keep your promise. No, I volunteer to join. Glancing at the two people on the other side of the room, Grindelwald raised his eyebrows noncommittently, retracted his gaze and fell back to the innocent eyes, curled up on the floor and trembled from time to time, like a wizard who has been abandoned by a ragdoll body. What memory magic can do is more than just forgetting spells, whether it's modifying memories, inserting clips, deleting editing content. As long as you have a clear goal, and sufficient magic skills, these behaviors can be completed, which is like a brain surgery in the magical world. With the cooperation of three top surgeons, Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Lockhart, and several clinically experienced director-level medical staff, the magical world has completed the most subtle memory manipulation operation in its history. Of course, in the absence of anesthetics, the patient's experience is naturally not beautiful. According to Gidro Lockhart, due to the continuous influence of the brain by the magic of many wizards, Peter Pettigrew will inevitably experience frequent headaches, forgetfulness, irritability, and occasional unbalanced coordination. Fortunately, after Elena's repeated confirmation, the entire process of this operation has been deleted from Peter Pettigrew's mind, so it will not become a nightmare for Peter Pettigrew to wake up at midnight in the future. The more complicated the plan, the more likely it is that problems will arise. You should understand. Grindelwald lightly moved the wand in his hand unconsciously, and said casually, only a dead person is the safest, and it's still the kind of dead person whose soul can speak. It just so happens that I know many ways to silently silence a wizard forever. Unfortunately, what we need is precisely his mouth. A cold smile hung at the corner of Elena's mouth, and she nodded with regret. But you are right. If someone looks at his memory with a little patience, or pulls it out and puts it in a meditation basin, there will be problems. Because of this, we need to install one for him. Indestructible lid. Don't worry, as a spy who wanders between Voldemort and Dumbledore, the evil man in the magical world who committed heinous crimes quietly, only a master of occlumency can do this. This logic impeccable. He is not just a minion of Voldemort. He is also Voldemort's most trusted military advisor. Secretly, is it difficult to do it? It's not that difficult, but in this way, this guy can be completely ruined. Grindelwald curled his lips and took a deep look at Elena. This is the first time I have seen you spend so much effort to torture someone. Why do you have to do this? Especially let me bring so many people. It's just a crappy wizard, and it's almost impossible for him to escape from me in Hogwarts. Unlike the occlumency, which is actively mastered, the occlumency pseudo displayed through magic is like a cell constructed with magic power, which not only isolates prying eyes from the outside, but also seals the change of internal information. In other words, from now on, Peter Pettigrew's ability to receive new messages will be greatly reduced. He will present two diametrically opposite states at the same time: clearer memories of past memories, whether true or false, that are accurate to every detail expression, and severe amnesia of new happenings. Because Elena smiled slightly, and Juguen casually swept over the handsome blonde young wizard who had finished the conversation and was walking slowly in the direction of the two of them, raising her pitch a little, and whispering softly if pointed, said, "In addition to ensuring everything is foolproof, I also want everyone to know what the cost of betraying partners, betraying friendship, and betraying justice is. Death is never the worst case, right, Mr. Lockhart? Thank you very much for your hard work during this time." Elena looked at Gilderoy Lockhart, who was shaking, stretched out her hand and patted the wizard on the shoulder with a grin. "Regarding your new book conference, I will help you organize after the commissioning work is over. Having a hobby of your own is quite encouraging, and you have also collected a lot of new materials recently. As for this period of time, let's go to Bulgaria and take a rest. There are many beautiful girls over there. I just told Professor Dumbledore that I don't need a vacation. I can continue to work." Gilderoy Lockhart swallowed, looked at the Dark Lord, who was the shortest in history, and said with a firm expression. Afterwards, the young wizard nodded politely towards Grindelwald, glanced quickly over Peter Pettigrew, twitched the corners of his mouth slightly, and stepped into the carpet placed on the side of the carpet without looking back. "That pink lady's purse, Elena? Don't scare Mr. Lockhart, he really has changed a lot than before." Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, said nonchalantly, and immediately his face became straight. "Now that everything is ready, then I will contact Severus. He should have a batch of Veritaserum in stock, and I need to call Minerva and some related personnel. We also need it from the Ministry of Magic. Notice." "Wait, Professor Dumbledore. What are you going to do?" Elena frowned and looked at Dumbledore with a weird look. "Listen to you. Maybe I'm planning to administer Veritaserum to Peter Pettigrew later, and then get everyone together. Watch this guy's surrender performance, right? People have the right to know the truth. Understanding is the first step. This is the only thing we can and must do now. Then give the sorted out results of the interrogation to the Ministry of Magic, and let the Ministry of Magic conduct a non-public quiz in Garmo court trial based on these materials, and selectively disclose some of the content to the public. Otherwise, what else? Don't worry, I am also a member of the Wisingama court, and I will definitely get justice. Ugh. Elena and Grindelwald looked at each other and sighed in unison. Unsurprisingly, she saw the same helplessness and headache in the eyes of the old devil, and the Deng's logic began again. Chapter 1. The 568th chapter is fair. Deng's logic. This is a new term coined by Elena and Grindelwald when they complained in private. Compared with the two Dark Kings who are all black after being cut open, Dumbledore still maintains a kind of innocence that makes people admire in many places. And this innocence is mostly superb by the old wizard, covered by magical power. Elena suddenly remembered that if all the plot did not change, Dumbledore would have had several somersaults due to the same problem in the next few years, and he might not have figured out where he was doing wrong. In order to ensure the authority of the Ministry of Magic and the controllability of the scope of public opinion, even Cornelius Fudge, who seems to be the only one, will show amazing decisiveness at some point. Sirius, who has not been rehabilitated, Blake, became a confused Rubahag, and the little Barty Crouch, whose soul was directly sucked out of the judicial process. As Elena once read in a book, the only difference between children and parents is that as time goes by, children will gradually mature, but parents will only grow old and never change again, have to mature. Even after decades of years, Albus Dumbledore still couldn't become a seasoned politician. Professor, first of all, we must not let Peter Pettigrew out of our control, at least until all the conclusions are made. All the procedures and regulations of the Ministry of Magic are waste paper. No matter what they say, they can't hand people into their hands. Elena raised her finger and looked at Dumbledore very seriously and continued. Second, Veritaserum must be used, of course, and the truth needs to be disclosed to the public, but this is definitely not the case in a secret room where only a few direct parties listen to it. According to the principle of avoidance, Hogwarts, all the faculty and staff, your close friends, and even the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, lack justice in this matter. Third, Peter Pettigrew's real role is to detonate public opinion and pass on risks. This is the most important point. He must undergo a socially wide, formal and severe public trial. This card is in the first place. When it is played once, it must have a one-shot kill effect, and not be used to drag into an annoying, protracted battle. You always have your own reason, Ms. Castellana, rational and balanced by interests. Dumbledore shook his head and said simply, but this is different. You have completed all the layouts. Then the next thing should go back to the original tasks. And let those who have the right to know learn the truth for a while, let the Ministry of Magic take over the trial, and let those who have been wronged because of this regain their freedom. Hey, so, didn't you listen to the points I just said? Elena rubbed the big bird in her arms vigorously, her cheeks puffed up angrily. Facing the little mixed race Ver who was gradually falling into irritability, Dumbledore explained quietly, facts are facts, justice is justice. These things will not change because of their order. Listen to me, Elena. The law and the process of pursuing the truth are not a suitable place for show and performance. Your part of the truth has been distorted, so at least try to believe the rules of this world. The rule of this world is the law of the jungle. Glancing at the headmaster who was full of righteousness, Elaine wrinkled her brows with a headache, stretched out her small shoes and kicked Grindelwald, who was silently watching the play next to her, and her mouth was silent. At this time, it is necessary for the two Demon Kings to jointly cast spells. Although I don't know why Albus Dumbledore suddenly became muddled, according to past experience, facing the old carrot immersed in Dun's logic, she could not deal with this stubborn old man by reasoning alone. His shirts, hurts. Grindelwald, who was still watching the excitement happily, took a breath of air in an instant. Although there was no magic added, anyone who was kicked by a little girl on the calf bones with platform shoes would not be particularly comfortable. Grindelwald glanced at Elena, who was looking bad, and Grindelwald reluctantly turned his head to look at Dumbledore, and said for a while, "Hi, Albus, let me be fair, there is still something wrong with your approach. I know, just like you kidnapped Mr. Lockhart without telling me. The approach may be a bit wrong, but the purpose is good." Dumbledore nodded earnestly. His blue eyes hovered over the faces of the two petrified Dark Kings, and he spoke slowly and gently. The expression on his face did not change, as if he was talking about a boring rain. It's the same after the short story. Just now when I was chatting with Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, I heard an interesting thing. He said that during the transformation of the big ship, he found the meaning and self-worth of his life for the first time. So I waited for the big ship in Ukraine. After teleporting to Hogwarts, he still intends to stay in Destiny and come into contact with these magical tasks. Big ship, what is that? It's just a big ship, the kind that can carry people and goods. Elena smirked, gestured with her hands on her chest, and the little dewmow on her head swayed from side to side with a guilty conscience. You know, it is quite inconvenient for us to fish in the Black Lake at the moment. It is easy to accidentally injure those cute magical animals living in the lake by using magic. Besides, in order to maintain the ecology of the lake, we may occasionally need to sail away. It sounds like it will still be teleported. Nearly 100 wizards, a huge project that lasted nearly 4 months. It seems to be a pretty remarkable project. As far as I know, the Hogwarts Express has only been built for a week. Dumbledore asked curiously, his voice becoming calmer, as if he was examining the students' homework. "Ah, this is Grandpa's suggestion. He said that his alma mater also has a similar ship." Gale. About this, I will explain to you in detail tonight. Durmstrang does have a magic ship, and it happens that there is a ship about to be demolished on the mole side. Elena and I simply bought it as a gift to Hogwarts gift. As for mobilizing so many wizards and needing Mr. Lockhart, it is also a deliberate decision for the secrecy of the magical world. Grindelwald nodded his head without changing his face. He didn't feel angry at all because of the dumpling of the pot. Instead, he looked at Dumbledore very calmly, grinned and explained briefly, "Just a big ship, and there are no long-term magic buildings left." "Well, I swear, there is indeed only one big ship, and the whole work has almost reached the end of the time. Maybe this summer, Hogwarts can receive this gift." Lockhart's ability, confidential work, is very smoothly present. "Hey, I would rather you give me a pair of woolen socks than a big boat. That's something little girls like." "Okay, I'll buy it for you later." "Then, about Peter Pettigrew," Grindelwald said with a dismissive smile. Dumbledore groaned for a few seconds, then glanced at Grindelwald's eyes, barely suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, waved his hand irritably, turned and walked upstairs, too lazy to pay attention to the two embarrassed ones. "The size of the devil. Didn't you all have plans? Anyway, tell me in advance that I will close the principal's office." Chapter 2, Ma! The 569th chapter is the end. The next morning, to be precise, was approaching noon. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the orderly business atmosphere of the past, has long since completely disappeared. Over the past half-month or so, the entire Gringotts has been surrounded by an inexplicable atmosphere of panic, and such anxiety can even be clearly reflected on the faces of everyone who enters and exits the bank, whether it is the wizards queuing to withdraw funds, or the goblins busy in the bank. Most people have vaguely felt the terrible vortex that Gringotts is falling into. Although Gringotts has said about the restrictions on withdrawals, the cart going to the vault below was damaged, which caused slow business, but the rumors still spread like a plague. The venture capital department, sales department, and the Fairy Elder Council located deep in the Gringotts Bank Hall had already fallen into a deeper level of despair and anger, and bad news came one after another, gradually devouring the light in the eyes of the fairies. The two elders who were urgently recalled from the financial markets of the former Soviet Union felt this solemn atmosphere as soon as they entered the gate of the bank. The investment manager, who rarely appeared in the lobby on weekdays, personally led them down. The 7th elders, the 11th elders, you can count back. The other elders of the Fairy Elder Council have already sat down in the central conference room below. In addition, the core layers of all departments have temporarily put down their hands. The work was all summoned to the meeting room. The meeting has been going on for almost an hour. According to usual experience, similar to this approaching noon, it is the time when the Gringotts Wizarding Bank is operating at high speed. Most of the goblins are in their respective positions, continuously creating benefits for Gringotts. Rather than temporarily put aside the work at hand, gather together for some general meeting, the two fairy elders who had been stationed outside for a long time looked at each other, nodded silently, and followed the investment manager toward the magic elevator leading to the central meeting room below. There is no doubt that Gringotts has reached the end. It's a critical moment. Before the two fairy elders walked into the meeting room door, they heard the sound of a bang on the table. Immediately afterwards, there was the sharp roar of the chief elder Groin of the Fairy Elder Council, waiting for the situation to turn around. This is the plan given by all our Gringotts think tanks. Wait for death. For so many years, as Gringotts gradually controlled the situation in the non-magical and magical world, the goblins have rarely seen members of the Presbyterian Church, especially the chief elders, have such a situation of emotional out of control. It's just that the disaster this time came too suddenly, and it was too terrifying. In front of the torrent that was shot like a tsunami and a landslide, the giant ship that the fairies once took pride in now looks like a small leaky sampan, and there is not even a decent room for struggle. But we really have nothing to do. The cash flow is completely broken. This is no longer any means or economic technique that can make up for or cover up the past. 4 or 5 wizards have attacked Gringotts in the past 2 days. Although the situation was temporarily relieved by the Aurora and the guards, only through the withdrawal request made by the Ministry of Magic, we were almost unable to complete the payment. At this time, the person reporting in the center of the conference room is responsible for coordinating the regular deposit and withdrawal business of Gringotts. At the same time, he is also the senior director of most of the cash payment business of Gringotts. Although most of the work is done by the goblin clerks and the treasury guards, the most important overall management is still directly in charge of Valet. Only it can see the expenditure of various data most intuitively. At that time, Valet's judgments and predictions were the most intuitive and cold. Because of these numerical predictions, it can even be accurate to every insico and every withdrawal. According to the previous preparations, the newly minted Jinjialong could barely fill the vacancy, but the run was too serious. The newly minted gold coins of Gringotts every day even less than a tenth of the outflow. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow at the latest, we will no longer be able to pay any Jinjialong to the wizards unless the situation changes. Transfer. What transit? Does Jinjialong fly back with wings? Cloyne sneered, glanced at the 2 foreign affairs elders sitting next to him, turned his head and stared at Valet, panting heavily, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. The U.S. Magic Federal Reserve that suddenly appeared in Knockoff Alley is clearly for our Gringotts, whether they are American goblins or wizards behind them. They have been at least for half a month. More than 400 million gold gallons have been burned, so do we need to pray for it to stop suddenly at the last moment? Traitors in the Americas, there shouldn't be so much money. At this moment, the elder fairy who had just seated shook his head slowly and said solemnly, "For these days, the 7 elders and I have been fighting hot money from all over the world in the financial market of the former Soviet Union. It has now been completely reduced to a meat grinder with no access to it. There is no way for the American fairies. Invest in the strategy here, otherwise the pressure of Talin combat will make them out of the game, who are already short of capital. That's very simple, right? Those Jinjialongs can only come from Hogwarts." The 13 elder Leos, who was sitting at the end, cleared his throat, licked his nails carelessly, looked around a circle of the fairies whose faces had gradually become ugly, grinned, and spoke quietly. "Since you are not willing to come to this conclusion, let me help you to tell it us for the solution. It is not obvious. Occupy Hogwarts Castle, snatch the gold back, and break the wizards' funds. Just fine. Don't forget, we paid out at the beginning, but it was 700 million gold gallons. The competition in the financial market ultimately needs to be resolved by means of war." This is arguably the worst news for Gringotts. Accompanied by Leos' voice, the entire conference room fell into an unspeakable silence. All goblins know that if they really go to war with human wizards, they don't even need many wizards to dispatch. Albus Dumbledore alone, plus a few Elytras, can slaughter the ancients who lack top combat power. Ling Pavilion Fairies. The previous peace was only due to the checks and balances of the human wizarding society. If the fairies dared to initiate wars, then wizards would never be merciless. House-raised elves are the best example. After a while, Chief Elder Groyan opened his mouth, and there was a vicious look in his eyes. "Actually, there is another way. Since we are going to face the wizard anyway, it is better to let them mess themselves up. We hold a press conference and we tell Dumbledore about the Hogwarts mortgage." "Oh, it may be too late." Leos sighed heavily, interrupted Groyan's initiative, and shook a thin letter in his hand. "Didn't you guys have noticed this announcement jointly issued by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts this morning to publicly judge the Dark Lord's minions?" Third chapter. Chapter 570. The Devil. On Monday, April 20, 1992, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Auditorium. This is the first day after the Easter holiday. According to the practice of previous years, The festive decorations previously arranged in the auditorium and school castle will not disappear for the time being. The house elves will not advance until the end of this day. Take away. However, when the little wizards yawned and walked into the auditorium with sleepy eyes, they found that the decoration of the entire auditorium had been completely emptied and replaced with the grand and solemn foliage flags that only appeared at the beginning of school. All the faculty and staff had sat neatly at the end of the long table, and saw Elena and a few little witches walking into the auditorium. Albus Dumbledore, sitting in the middle of the faculty seats, grinned towards the girl. He smiled and blinked. At the other end, Professor Otto Apocalypse seemed to be more silent than before. His eyes fell on the Gryffindor golden-red Academy flag, as if thinking about something. Elena's eyes flickered after a while. It seems that the reversal of Peter Pettigrew and what happened last night still caused a lot of impact on the old man's heart. After all, that was the righteous Gryffindor. Except for the two old wizards, the faces of the professors at the faculty desk were extremely solemn. The face of Professor Snape sitting next to Professor McGonagall was more gloomy than before, and the whole person exuded a strangeness. Aura. Eyes wandering from Gryffindor from time to time. And I don't know if he is looking at Brother Weasley or looking for Harry. In any case, Professor Snape is one of the key targets that needs to be guarded strictly today. After all, as the trial progresses, Elena is worried that the Half-Blood Prince will suddenly lose control of his emotions and draws her wand toward Peter Pettigrew. Read the evil spell. In addition, I don't know whether the Ministry of Magic and the fairies will cause some unexpected variables. Elena thought quietly, repeatedly simulating and deducing in her mind whether there are any variables that may cause bad consequences that have not been considered, and in the worst case, the Sky Mother who has been renamed Huberian, whether the ship can jump to Hogwarts in the first time, forming a strong fire blockade in some areas. At this moment, Dumbledore suddenly stood up from the staff table, attracting everyone's attention. "The Easter holiday is over," Dumbledore said calmly, looking at everyone. "According to the school's teaching plan, you should continue to have a pleasant and fulfilling study time as normal from today." But he stopped talking. His gaze with a bit of evil hidden interest hovered among the students of the school whose morale plummeted, and his gentle smile on his face remained unchanged, as if he was enjoying such immature youth troubles. Cough. Professor Otto Apocalypse let out a somewhat abrupt cough. Only. Dumbledore glanced at the old wizard sitting at the end. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he continued unhurriedly. "Due to some unexpected circumstances, I have to apologize to inform everyone that the course this morning has been temporarily cancelled. Just yesterday, a wizard who had long been considered dead reappeared at Hogwarts. His name is Peter Pettigrew, a former Merlin First Class Medal winner, whether you know him or not. But after today, the entire magic world will have heard of this name, because he almost changed the direction of the entire world. With his resurrection, the truth of many major magic events that have been conclusive or suspended for a long time have begun to surface. Each of them is extremely bad and can subvert our existing beauty. The conspiracy of a peaceful life." Amid the whispers of the students, Dumbledore paused for a few seconds and continued unmoved. "Maybe the Ministry of Magic does not want me to tell you this. After all, you are still young, and the conspiracies that took place in the magical world and Hogwarts seem to be far away from you. However, I firmly believe that I am going right. On the road to the future, understanding what is right is far more meaningful than mastering a few more spells and getting a few more points in the exam. So, in my opinion, this is an extremely important and meaningful life lesson. I hope everyone can learn something from it after witnessing everything. Not to follow blindly, not to be credulous, to stand firm, and not to be hated. Blind your reason." After breakfast, all of you, under the leadership of the prefects, head to the Quidditch Stadium to observe this time Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic and wizards from all over the world will witness the public trial. Looking around the excited little wizards, Dumbledore smiled slightly. "There is no doubt that for these little guys who have not experienced too much hardship and social pressure, conspiracy, disaster, betrayal. These are still too far away from them. In the world of children, as long as they cannot go to class, it's the best news. It's just that this time they were a little too happy for the time being. Seeing the students whispering and almost celebrating, Dumbledore smiled gently. By the way, after this trial day, all students must write a review of no less than 2,000 words. Among them, the number of words is doubled for students in the 6th and 7th years, and they will be handed over to the heads of the colleges next Monday. By the way, I would like to add that the parents of some classmates will also arrive at the school in a while. We will remind the parents to help you with your thoughts. Oh, no, Professor Dumbledore, you have changed. You were not such a devil before. I want to study, study, study. The smile on Dumbledore's face became brighter with the wailing of the entire auditorium. The old wizard took a deep breath, raised his hands as usual, and patted his palms lightly. Then, breakfast begins. On the other side, London, the British Ministry of Magic, the Magic Law Enforcement Department, which is the largest department of the Ministry of Magic, is also the most important among the many departments of the Ministry of Magic. It occupies all the space on the second floor of the Ministry of Magic headquarters. In fact, if the actual space is strictly calculated, it is almost equivalent to the sum of other departments. The entire Magic Law Enforcement Department includes the Auror Office, the Office of Prohibition of Misuse of Magic, the Office of Prohibition of Misuse of Mole Objects, the Enforcement Team of Magic Law, Wisingama UK Branch, Wisingama Management Agency, Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Equipment. The Office of Investigation and Seizure is equivalent to a collection of police, military and judicial departments. Follow the elevator to the door. Through two heavy oak doors, you can see the busier headquarters. Further inside, there are departments such as the Magic Law Enforcement Team and the Office for Prohibition of Abuse of Magic. Each department has file cabinets that are overflowing on both sides of the room. Obviously, working here is not an easy job. However, at this time, most wizards had stopped their work, gathered in the corridor and the hall, watching the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge standing at the entrance of the elevator, and the executive director Amelie beside him. Ya bones! Cornelius Fudge was pale, holding a letter in his hand, and exuding a murderous look that he had never seen before. Chapter 1. End of this chapter. The 571st chapter. Sparkling Prairie Fire. Perhaps this is the most unified opinion of the Ministry of Magic in history. Not far behind Cornelius Fudge, Senior Deputy Minister of Magic Dolores Umbridge, Director of International Magic Exchange and Cooperation Department Barty Crouch, and Director of Magic Sports Department Ludo Bargerman, Amos Diggory, Director of the Department of Management and Control of Fantastic Beasts. Almost all the high-level officials of the Ministry of Magic successively passed the elevator to this floor. Everyone's face was covered with a terrifying gloomy look, and the air was filled with a suffocating depression. Even in the period when Voldemort was most active, there has never been such a horrible atmosphere that seems to be ignited by the air. In the early hours of this morning, the Federal Reserve System of Magic of the United States opened in Knockover Alley unilaterally stopped all Jinjialong payments. Before everyone was aware of the error, it was just like its appearance disappeared. Except for a few temporary hired workers who didn't know anything about it, all the principals, including the huge amount of Jinjialong money, disappeared even with the roster and receipts, and all traces were eliminated by magic. The only thing I know is that behind the whole incident, there seem to be the shadows of fairies. After learning of this news, all the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic almost fell into a mood of extreme anger. At the same time, in the plague-like pyramid spread mode of people pulling people, all wizards, including Cornelius Fudge, they all took all their savings from the Gringotts, and put them all into that tempting investment project. Fortunately, with the powerful action of the Auror Office, the Ministry of Magic found the only clue. The name of the wizard who registered the company in Turnover Alley, the name of a dead man. Everything seems to be deadlocked. But just as Connolly Fudge was about to furious, The owl from Hogwarts also arrived at his office and sent an unexpected message that a public trial is about to begin at Hogwarts. As the principal of Hogwarts and the chief magician of Wiesengarmore, Albus Dumbledore hopes that the Ministry of Magic can respect his request, review the major magic accident 10 years ago, and try Peter Pettigrew illegally. The heinous act of stealing the Hogwarts title deed to destroy the great friendship between the fairy and the wizard. In the letter, Dumbledore also specifically requested that the Ministry of Magic can send a sufficient number of Aurors to maintain order and prevent the remaining Death Eaters from robbing the field or killing the mouth, and urgently requested all Wizengamot members to go Hogwarts, directly start the trial process, find out the truth as soon as possible, and make everything calm again. Only for Cornelius Fudge, Peter Pettigrew's sins may need to be added this time. Everyone, we may be experiencing the most terrible catastrophe, the most despicable fraud in the history of magic. Cornelius Fudge shook the envelope in his hand vigorously, and looked around with murderous eyes. The voice seemed to be cold from the gap between his teeth, completely different from his previous confused image. Peter Pettigrew, this damn Death Eater who fooled the entire wizarding world, and now he may even betray the entire wizarding world. Fortunately, now he is about to be tried at Hogwarts. No, what he needs, what we are facing, is not just a trial of a case. We have to torture from his mouth the whereabouts of our lifetime wealth. Everyone, as long as there are no 100,000 eager jobs, all go to Hogwarts with me. Even if the mysterious person is resurrected today, it will not stop us from letting the truth come to light in the world and recovering our hard-earned money. Accompanied by the enraged roar of the Minister of Magic, an employee of the Ministry of Magic who had been aware of their names finally gradually understood what had happened, and a little bit of terrifying fire gradually appeared in the eyes of all the wizards. Under the catastrophe, no one can be spared. And the same flame, following the owl flying all over the sky, quietly spread in the magical world. After all the wizards confirmed the news, they silently stopped all their work, drew out their wands and walked towards the nearest moving point of the Floo-net. The streets of Hogsmeade continued to sound like the wizard's apparition, as if someone lit a firecracker that never stopped. If you can overlook the Hogwarts area from above, you can clearly see that thousands of wizards are converging into this area from all directions, silently walking in the direction of the school castle. It seemed like a flood. Xinghuo has started a prairie fire. At the same time, the Azkaban Wizarding Prison. This is a prison located on a small island in the middle of the North Sea Nordsee. It was built in the 15th century. Like Hogwarts, it has almost imposing a curse including the Unmarkable Curse, the Prohibition of Apparition, the Malexpulsion Curse, the Unmarked Stretching Curse. A series of hidden spells that wizards can think of. The spell is used to ensure the safety and concealment of this prison. Although the current prison maintenance and management work is mainly undertaken by the British Ministry of Magic, but in fact, this wizarding prison located between Norway, Britain, Denmark, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France can be regarded as a joint prison for dangerous criminals in the magical world of Europe, because the jailers in this prison are mostly stateless magical creature mentors. Note: expand reading. Except for the transportation of basic food and fresh water, most of the time, no wizard is willing to go to this prison. Any wizard who has not obtained permission from the Ministry of Magic will be swarmed from all directions the moment they step onto this island. The Dementor sucks cleanly. Under the influence of the Dementors, most of the prisoners in Azkaban gradually lost their self-awareness, and slowly became living dead who only sat in the dark and talked to themselves, or died in despair, and then after being sucked up by the jailers, the remaining soul was thrown into the cemetery next to the prison to slowly rot. However, 10 years ago, a very special and extremely dangerous prisoner was sent here. Blake, you seem to be in good spirits. It's really exciting. A tall, dark-skinned wizard with a golden ring on one ear stood in front of the prison railing, raised his magic wand, and took a close look at the thin man who was sitting halfway in the dark in the cell with an expression. Said in a deep and complicated voice. Sirius Black raised his head, the dark man. His black eyes gleamed with the light of the magic wand. Jin Louis Shacklebolt. What's the matter? What is Mr. Ara doing? Or Secretary Conley agreed to my previous request and asked you to give me some scraps of newspapers I read to do crosswords. Killing time? Neither. There is a public trial today, and the Wisingama court needs you to be present as an important witness. Trial? Testify. Oh, who do you need me to identify? A trace of banter flashed across Sirius Black's gloomy and haggard face, and his waxy white skin was tight on his cheekbones, as if he were a skeleton. He grinned and showed some terrifying yellow teeth. Lucius Malfoy. Ah, this is an old family, a big rich man who generously donated to a good cause. Walton McNeil? No. Mr. Minister said last time that he worked at the Ministry of Magic. Minibus Ty Crouch. Ah, sorry, he is dead. So, Bellatrix? Isn't she next door to me? Oh, it's really bad. The Death Eaters I know are either acquitted, or they have already been arrested. Where are they? Peter Pettigrew, the wizard who was killed by you 10 years ago. Jin Louis Shaker shook his head, said slowly in a low voice, with a terrifying expression on his face. Yesterday afternoon, Peter Pettigrew was arrested at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and will be held at Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium at 10 o'clock this morning, facing the entire magic world, for a public trial. Are you willing to testify in court? Peter, old friend. In the cell, Sirius Black's laughter suddenly stopped, and the man gasped hard, just like a big dog that snarled in a low voice. After a long time, Black laughed softly. It was a hoarse, terrible laugh without the slightest joy, echoing in Azkaban's cell. Of course I have waited too long for this moment. Diagon Alley, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The busy scene of the past has completely disappeared. The shops on the street are mostly hung up with temporarily closed signs. A famous wizard walks hurriedly on the street with a terrifying flame in his eyes. With the disappearance of the company in Turnover Alley, the crowd gathered at the gate of Gringotts to withdraw money instantly disappeared. The huge bank hall almost became empty in an instant, leaving only a few bewildered goblin clerks stand in it. Finally, it's time to come back. On the empty cobblestone long street of Diagon Alley, a dozen short figures wrapped in cloaks stopped at the door of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, looking up at the towering snow-white marble building in front of them, with a special tone. Complex. In front of them, a white stone step leads to two shining gates, and two goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms stand in front of the gate, watching vigilantly at the group in front of them in their cloaks. But it looks like a familiar figure. Hey, who are you? Why, it's only a few months. Don't you know us anymore? Douglas pulled down the cloak on his head, grinned and showed sharp teeth, and looked at the panicked goblin guard in front of him playfully. He took out a roll of documents from his arms and casually threw it to the goblin guard. What is this? The goblin guard subconsciously stretched out his hand and caught the roll of parchment. This, you can call it the Gringotts Unconditional Surrender Book. The content has been drafted, so it's just a matter of signing it. Douglas smiled, took out a cigar from his arms unhurriedly, lit it skillfully, and put it beside his mouth. Go tell the underground group of idiots who failed to kill me, Douglas, the CFO of the Destiny Group, is back. Notes that the young lady has only half a day left for Gringotts to surrender. Chapter 2. Big chapter! Mom. The plot climax is a bit difficult to write. Try hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 572. Fragile Adults. Hogwarts is in 999 years, 1992 AD, April 21st, at 9:40 in the morning. For details about the era of magic, see before and after chapter 361. Around the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium, the crowd was crowded, like a feast of revenge. Mellop, the female prefect of Ravenclaw College, lightly covered her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief, "My God, I have never seen so many people today at Hogwarts." "Don't talk about you, I have taught at Hogwarts for decades and have never seen this scene. Professor Flitwick shook his head and looked at the wizards who were constantly pouring into the court. He also exclaimed, his feet floating a foot above the ground, barely blocking his vision by the crowd. Since hearing about the importance of the public trial that is about to be held today, wizards have gathered here from all over the country in order to be able to know the results of Peter Pettigrew's trial and the final destination of their life savings. You know, with the sudden departure of the Magic Fed, most wizard families seem to have fallen in the sky, and almost Shun County fell into a frenzy of incompetence. At this time, the registrant of the Enterprise excavated by the Ministry of Magic the information, and the news of Hogwarts' capture of Peter Pettigrew is like the only light in despair. Almost every wizard's face is full of gloom, and the anger of being cheated of all their belongings has completely ignited their brains, so that it is rare to return to Hogwarts. They didn't even enter the castle and just went straight. Go to Quidditch Stadium. But for the little wizards of Gryffindor, this is not a pleasant thing, because the Quidditch Stadium of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is right next to Gryffindor's potato fields. Hey, can't step over that piece of soil, bastard. You have the ability to fly directly in. Don't step on our potatoes. More than a dozen young lions in Gryffindor Academy robes stood violently beside their potato fields, looking at each one from the outside of the school with ill-faced expressions. And the expressions on their faces gradually became manic. Go to the side. Go to the side. Did you hear? After the dissuasion failed again, a boy drew his wand and shouted at the wizard who trampled on the vegetable field not far away. It's too much. You stepped on the potatoes I planted. There are so many obstacles. The hot magic beam flew straight out, hitting the middle-aged wizard in a hurry, flipping him face down into the mud, and falling firmly into a dog-biting pose. Little bastard. I was in a bad mood, you guys are. The middle-aged wizard quickly reacted. He got up from the ground with his hands and feet, and pulled out his wand while cursing. He was about to teach the student in front of him a lesson. He, who was deceived by all his wealth, was just suffocating. Vent. However, before his arm was fully raised, a series of curses came from his ears. Accept your weapons. Accept your weapons. Armor bodyguard. Guardian of the mud wall. Turn mud into stone. There are so many obstacles. Seeing the adult wizard preparing to cast a spell, the effect of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course in the past few months is immediately reflected. Several little wizards from Gryffindor College quickly formed 2-3% tactical teams reflexively and quickly constructed the defensive side and carried out magical firepower as taught by Professor Otto Apocalypse in the classroom. Suppress. With the active attack of the little wizards on this side, the other Gryffindor little wizards guarding the edge of the potato field finally began to give up their invalid persuasion work and directly drew out their magic wands to participate in the small magical conflict of the potato defense war. At the very beginning, these angry wizards who came from all directions, strangers to each other, were still trying to fight back. After all, most people are full of depression. In this kind of emotion, they don't care whether the opposite party is a group of students who have not graduated, or it is precisely because they see that the opposite party is still a student choosing to pour out their suffocation and anger that has nowhere to vent through this head. It's just that the cruel reality once again taught these wizards who have graduated for many years. According to previous statistics from the Ministry of Magic, many wizards in the magical world have continued to grow their mana after graduation, but their skills and knowledge in magic confrontation have fallen a lot. Many people in the Ministry of Magic don't even use armor protection. It is good. What's more, most of the wizards who had a little better academic performance at the beginning were in the Ministry of Magic, and they would not gather scattered from all directions like this, and eagerly crossed the signs and walked directly into the Quidditch Stadium. Faced with a group of students who cooperate with each other tacitly, Every week the first generation of the Dark Lord personally teaches the magic combat skills of students. Just after the first 2 waves of magical firepower, these adult wizards who rashly invaded the Gryffindor or potato field were all laid on the ground, their wands were dropped on the ground, and they curled up on the ground and moaned in pain. And some of them, already full of bitterness and depression, finally returned to school to ask for an explanation. Before they could see the culprit, they were beaten on the ground by a group of students. At this time, even their eyes were red. So many people have invested. Why does this happen? I don't need interest anymore, I just want my savings, that's what I've saved for many years. Will you please? God's dwarf Peter, I am also pure blood. Why lie to me? To the surprise of all the vigilant students, the middle-aged wizards who were overthrown by the curse on the ground did not become irritable again or had any excessive behaviors. Instead, they sat slumped in the mud, slightly crazy. Murmured Fred, George, what shall we do now? Of course, according to what the professor said in class, confiscated wands, cleared the battlefield, and checked whether he carried magic props. Fred Weasley glanced at Lee Jordan beside him, and replied without thinking. George Weasley nodded in agreement and added, don't forget, if you encounter resistance or someone who says something in your mouth, don't get close, and add 2 spells first. The strength of these adult wizards who came to participate in the public trial is too weak, not even comparable to the Slytherin school team of the same grade. This is completely beyond Fred and their expectations, especially. Fred looked at the few cursed ropes with his hands bound, and the whitewashed wizard robes were printed with traces of the curse. The eye sockets seemed to have begun to turn red, and he was defeated by their curse at the first sight. The adult wizard shook his head helplessly. Alas, these adults are too fragile. Stop. Those are all kids. Don't do anything to those students. Ministry of Magica, order you to stop immediately. Only then did a surprised sound come out from the direction of the castle gate not far away. The members of the Ministry of Magic who had just arrived at Hogwarts collectively threw the door key, under the leadership of Albus Dumbledore and other professors, were walking toward this side mightily, and the voice of anger was finished. Only surprise was left. Oh my goodness, what the hell is going on? Chapter 1. End of this chapter. Chapter 573 Anger and Doubt. George, Fred? What are you doing? Before the Aurors in the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic could ask questions, a red-haired man standing behind the crowd quickly walked to the front, glanced at the adult wizard who had fallen on the ground around him, and looked at Gran in surprise. The 2 boys leading the Fender Academy. Immediately afterwards, Arthur Weasley quickly turned his head and waved at the Dawlish who was about to draw out his wand. Wait a minute, this is my son. Mr. Minister. What I told you. Hey, these 2 boys. Mr. Weasley's face was originally full of melancholy and gloomy. After seeing the wonderful performance of his sons, it finally disappeared a little bit. Turning back and looking at the curious Conley Fudge, he quickly explained it. One sentence. It is a pity that Fudge was not in the mood to pay attention to the wonderful spells of some little wizards. With his appearance, the wizards gradually turned their attention to him, and shouted at him as if they had found hope. Mr. Minister, can we really get our money back? A total of 113 Gingy Arlong. Mr. Fudge, think of a way. You can definitely get it back. Say something. Mr. Minister. Cornelius Fudge looked at the middle-aged wizards who were wailing on the ground, frowning unconsciously. You know, all of Fu-Q-G's fortune is now missing, compared with those down-and-out wizards who have lost more than 100 Gingy Arlong. Who can know the anger in his heart? Isn't he here today to resolve this matter? After thinking for a few seconds, Cornelius Fudge passed the crowd without changing his face. Dallas, you take the wizard from the Auror office, and deal with the situation here as soon as possible. Yes, Your Excellency. Minister. Minerva, can you please deal with this conflict with the Ministry of Magica? Dumbledore smiled slightly, and also turned his head and nodded to Professor McGonagall. With the arrival of Ministry of Magic officials and professors, the conflict in front of the Quidditch stadium quickly disappeared. The experienced Ministry of Magic quickly took over the situation, controlled the wizards who were slightly out of control, and led them to a fixed area of the venue for temporary placement. Of course, the wands were temporarily kept by the students. They are used as collateral for trampling on the potato field, and they need to be returned after everything is done and compensation is paid. Ever since the two vegetable garden wars with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, even the silly Gryffindor cubs have begun to learn how to ask for trophies, or, more accurately, called spiritual and property damage expenses. The lingering Dark Lord, Peter Pettigrew. It's terrible. Cornelius Fudge glanced at the wizards who had been taken away, sighed, and said with empathy, "These down-and-out wizards who were knocked down because of the impact on the Hogwarts student vegetable garden are just one of the thousands of unfortunate people in the magic world who lost their lives overnight." The same mood permeated the hearts of almost all the adult wizards present. The only difference is the amount of loss. "I don't understand what you are talking about, Secretary Connolly." Albus Dumbledore blinked, looking at the Minister of Magic beside him with a confused expression. "Isn't these wizards to commemorate Lily and James, as well as to witness the illegal mortgage of Hogwarts petty star Peter, how finally was punished by law, so that they rushed to Hogwarts? Is it this? Is there anything I don't know about in China? Frankly speaking, the number of people now exceeds my imagination. This is another extremely complicated case, Professor Dumbledore." Connolly Fudge showed a strong murderous look on his face, gritted his teeth and said coarsely, "Compared with betraying James and Lily, mortgage Hogwarts, this damn bastard may have done worse and worse. Things that are 10 times worse." Connolly Fudge didn't have much doubt about Dumbledore's doubts. After all, in his impression, this old wizard who was far away in Hogwarts Castle never paid attention to money matters, not to mention the documents signed by the registrant of Knockdown Alley Mystery Company. Also this morning, with the important clue only discovered by the Aurors, Dumbledore was even less likely to know how terrible things Peter Pettigrew had done. It's still hard for me to imagine what else could be worse than conspiring to destroy Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, betraying one's friends and camp. Peter Pettigrew, after all, is just a person. More confusion appeared on Albus Dumbledore's face just right, and he walked to the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium, which had been temporarily transformed into a giant public trials site, and asked Cornelius Fudge beside him. The old man's voice was not loud, but at this distance, it was enough for the core officials of the Ministry of Magic who were following Fudge, as well as some news media in the outer periphery that recorded developments with magic props to hear clearly. For journalists in the magic world, a hero who has come back to life after a lapse of 10 years has turned his case, set off a heinous case in the magic world and turned into a real rat crossing the street. The news that the Minister of Magic went to kiss the pig butt was even more exciting if they didn't suffer financial losses as a result. It might be even better. At the invitation of Mr. Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of New Singing and Singing, Daily Prophet, Witcher Weekly, Voice of Magic and Witcher Real-Time Radio, most of the news media industry in the British magical world, all have arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry ahead of schedule, waiting for this unprecedented public trial to begin. In addition to the fixed personnel arranged around the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore and others, dozens of reporters and radio personnel with magic shorthand notebooks and magic quill frequently shuttled through the wizards already seated in the Quidditch Stadium. They record people's moods and sad stories that happen in every family. And when a magical conflict broke out in front of the potato fields of Gryffindor Academy, when the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore and others appeared in the wizard's vision, at least more than 20 magic microphones and cameras were aimed at them. Carefully record the words and deeds among these judges who are in public trial today. One person, maybe there is really only an person, but whether there are more accomplices, that is what we are asking about today. Cornelius Fudge shook his head with a gloomy expression. There is no doubt that the Gringotts Wizarding Bank may have played an extremely important role in the entire incident. According to the inquiries and investigations of the Aurors, More than one wizard proved that they had seen fairies in the Liar Company, and most of the only fairies in the magical world were in ancient times. Under the control of Ling Wizarding Bank, it is only temporarily split into two batches, but Cornelius Fudge raised the volume, looked at the media and wizards around him, and said firmly, "No matter how long it takes, no matter what means it takes, the Ministry of Magic will get to the bottom of it today and figure out everything. There is no force that can resist the anger from the entire wizarding world. There is no." Chapter 2, Ma! Exclamation mark. There are only 2 chapters today. The plot is coming to an end, so difficult to write. End of this chapter. Chapter 574. Those who are late. London time, 10 o'clock in the morning. The sky is the most common haze in the Scottish Highlands, like a cloud over the magical world. As the last member of Wisingamo arrived at Hogwarts, the terrain on the Quidditch field began to change, and an iron chair appeared out of thin air on the ground in the center, with 2 armrests wrapped around the 2 armrests on both sides of the chair. Iron chain. Located directly in front of the chair, where the Quidditch goalpost was supposed to be, has now become a giant semicircular judging table constructed of metal and stone. The seats arranged in steps go upward and surround the chair. At this time, more than 50 members of the Wizengamot court, wearing fuchsia robes and an exquisite silver W, the English initials of Wizengamot embroidered on their left chest, sat in that row one by one. On the rising bench, most of them were whispering gloomily. In the center of the main court, with a metal and stone structure, sits the greatest wizard in the world of magic today, Albus Dumbledore, the chief wizard of Wisingamo, and on both sides of him sits the current British Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and Director of Law Enforcement Division Amelia Burns. In addition, the velvet-like ground was crowded with reporters from all the famous and unknown newspapers and media in the magic world. The Eras formed a cordon to stop the crowd at any time, guarding against any accidents that might affect the public trial. And in the outer areas of Wisingamo, members, Eras of the Ministry of Magic, and media reporters, tens of thousands of wizards from all over the wizarding world were sitting in the high stands of Quidditch Stadium, looking for seats while waiting the beginning of the public trial. Many adult wizards have found their children at this time, and the whole family is sitting and chatting together. Even if the family suffered extremely terrible economic losses, most adult wizards still controlled their emotions when facing their children, temporarily suppressed the sadness in their hearts, and whispered inquiries about the children's situation in school. After the magical transformation and expansion, the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium has become a stepped upwards spectator seats similar to the non-magic football field. All positions can clearly see what is happening below. Everything off. In fact, if time were not too tight, Elena originally planned to hover 2 magic screens above the audience stage to broadcast all the movements of the trial and dock below in real time. Unfortunately, Dumbledore and Grind, the 2 of were collectively rejected it on the grounds of being fancy, difficult to achieve, and of little practical significance. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask? Burns glanced at the empty trial chair. Where is Peter Pettigrew? He is now being jointly watched by Professor Otto Apocalypse, Professor Severus Snape, Mr. Rubeus Haga, etc. Waiting for the start of the public trial. It was too chaotic when you entered. It's not suitable to appear too early. So, Professor Dumbledore, can we start? Connolly Fudge asked impatiently. You are the Minister of Magic, of course you decide, Connolly, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. The 3 wizards on the judgment stand exchanged glances, nodded, and at the same time drew their wands and pointed to their throats. Voice loud, voice loud, voice loud. Immediately afterwards, the 3 voices resounded like thunder, instantly resounding throughout the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium, echoing in the air, loudly and clearly toward every corner of the surrounding stands. An unprecedented public trial in the British magical world finally officially kicked off under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of wizards. Gentlemen and ladies, this is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore stood up, and his voice was as gentle as ever. but the familiar smile of kindness did not appear on the old man's face again. The old wizard's expression was calm, and there was not much joy or anger. After a short pause, Dumbledore's gaze slipped over the strange faces around him, and he said in a deep voice, "Ah, yes. I have seen many familiar faces. I remember how you looked at Hogwarts. As the principal of Hogwarts, how I wish I could say it as usual. I am glad to see you all come back. In school, unfortunately, everyone knows that today is not destined to be a pleasant gathering. 10 years ago, during the time when Voldemort was most in power, many wizards chose to join the Dark Forces to become Death Eaters. And they did many terrible things with Voldemort. It was terrible, and countless wizard families became fragmented as a result. Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, the entire Quidditch stadium seemed to have a cold wind suddenly, and many wizards shuddered subconsciously. After many years, the shadow behind the name Voldemort has not completely disappeared from the magical world. Dumbledore's gentle and powerful gaze swept across Cornelius Fudge, who seemed to want to say something. He shook his head almost inaudibly, then raised his voice slightly, and continued. But, with the fall of Voldemort, I am very happy to see that the Ministry of Magic quickly regained control of the situation and restored order to the magical world. We once thought that those impunity and extremely vicious Death Eaters have been all taken by us. Those stubborn followers of Voldemort have been killed by us or sent to Azkaban. We can completely abandon the past and start a new life. But I was wrong. During the long struggle, many excellent heroes and kind people have given their lives, future, and health. I have been saying that we need to learn to forget hatred and pain, and continue to look forward, but these heroes should not be forgotten. For a long time, we only remembered to celebrate the rest of our lives. But we forgot their names. Actually, they are the ones who should be here most at this time, but unfortunately they are always late. Dumbledore raised his wand and waved it above his head. Benji Fenwick, Fabian Whitefoot, Caradoc Dearborn, Gideon Whitefoot. Accompanied by his voice, golden names and pale golden heads of witches and witches gush out from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, floating above the field, as if the wizards who had fought on the front line had reappeared here. The entire venue was quiet and solemn, and all wizards subconsciously slowed their breathing, quietly watching the names floating in the sky, names that they knew or didn't know, and the line of their contributions and sacrifices below everyone. Brother. Mrs. Weasley hugged her husband, covered her mouth subconsciously, and let out a whimper. And Arthur Weasley on the side had already taken off his glasses at this time and kept rubbing his eyes. He knew most of them, and they were all members of the Order of the Phoenix who were sacrificed in the First Wizarding War. I didn't expect Dumbledore to remember it. 10 years ago, on the night when the mysterious man fell, all the wizards were busy celebrating the victory, and almost no one cared about the names of those who sacrificed for it. In the long years since then, all the files have been sealed up one after another. Even the awarding of the Medal of Honor was carried out quietly in a small area, and almost no one paid attention to the names of these heroes. All people remembered were Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. The boys of the Weasley family gathered around them, looking bewildered at their parents who had never shown such a sad expression, while looking up at the names in the sky, silently remembering their sacrifices under each name. Slowly, the speed at which names appeared in the sky gradually began to slow down. From the first few times, to sporadic appearances, it's just that everyone in the room already knew that it wasn't because Voldemort suddenly became kind, but because of constant sacrifices. The dark magic power gradually began to decline. The wizards looked at the date under the name in silence, as if waiting for the dawn to come. Elena sighed lightly and patted the shoulder of the boy who was sitting next to her, looking up at the sky desperately. Marlene McGinnon, James Potter, Lily Potter. For almost an instant, everyone's eyes seemed to gather here, falling on the face of the green-eyed, black-haired boy with glasses. But Harry was not in the mood to pay attention to people's sights at this time. Harry Potter opened his eyes desperately, trying to keep the tears in his eyes from blurring his vision, staring at his parents hungrily, remembering every word that appeared under their parents' names, and there was a burst of intense pain and pride in his heart. This is the first time he has seen his family in his life, although it is a bit vague, and so far away, if he can have a flying broom right now. At this moment, Harry heard a whimper like a wounded beast from nearby. Harry Potter turned his head subconsciously, and saw that Neville Longbottom, who was usually the slowest in class, had been standing by the stand for some time, clutching the railing with both hands, and looking up at the name in the sky. And beside him, a grey-haired old witch puts a dry, eagle-like bracelet on Neville's shoulder, and embraces him in her arms. As Mr. Weasley just introduced, this is Neville, the grandmother who has been living together, Mrs. Longbottom. However, it is not an easy time for Longbottom's grandchildren. Just when everyone thought that everything was about to end, behind the names of the Potters and his wife, the names and appearances of two young witches and witches came out again, flying to the sky alongside James Potter and Lily Potter. Together, Alice Longbottom, Frank Longbottom. Some tragedies that shouldn't have happened. In fact, before this, there was a clue that gave me the opportunity to stop all of this, and even more tragedies, but because of arrogance and anger, I committed hardship. Forgive the mistakes. Dumbledore raised his head, looked at the name and portrait floating in the sky, and said in a complex tone, "If a few days ago, one more name might appear in this, but now his position has changed a bit, falling from the sky to the ground. The only fortunate thing is that there won't be another name because of him." And rise. The old wizard moved his gaze slowly. His gaze fell on the chain-bound trial chair directly in front, and his expression was a bit terrifying. Under the witness of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, under the witness of all the living and dead wizards, under the witness of the past, present, and future, except this late trial, Peter Pettigrew. The first chapter, try to be more than 3,000 words per chapter in the future. The next chapter is still working hard, and it was a bit hard. Maybe these chapters can't be written too fast. Sorry, uncomfortable. A tribute to the heroes and the immortal souls, not only the magical world, but also the non-magic world, inside and outside. All those who are striving forward for the prosperity of the years. Dawn is coming soon. Chapter 575. The show begins. Dwarf Peter, accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, the wizards moved their sights away from the sky, followed Dumbledore's and others' sights, and returned to the one directly in front of the main judging platform. The two sides of the trial were full of chains. Chair. I don't know when Rubeus Hagrid, Severus Snape, and Otto Apocalypse have appeared next to the chair, and everyone's faces are extremely solemn. In fact, when Dumbledore said the first name, they had already come to the middle of the field, looking up at the names blooming in the sky. Professor Dumbledore, where is Peter Pettigrew? Connolly Fudge frowned and asked in confusion. Except for the three wizards, he didn't see another figure in the center of the venue. If it weren't for his trust and reason for Dumbledore, he almost thought that Peter Pettigrew had gone again, or that everything was just a farce. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, raised his finger and pointed forward. He is already there, Mr. Minister. It's just not what you are familiar with. Okay. Cornelius Fudge squinted his eyes and took a closer look, only to find that Hagrid had placed a strange iron cage on the trial chair, and the big hand of the hybrid giant slammed on the cage, making a terrifying sound of clicking. It makes people worry about whether he accidentally crushed the cage directly, and in that cage reinforced by magic. If you were talking about the chair, sorry, I only saw a mouse. Cornelius Fudge looked at Dumbledore with a funny face, and he began to wonder whether all this was a farce arranged by this increasingly crazy old wizard, just to trick everyone into Hogwarts and start a show. The memorial service? It's a mouse, but it's not, Connolly, Dumbledore replied unhurriedly. What are you talking about, Clinty B? However, before Cornelius Fudge could finish speaking, two dazzling blue lights spurted from the wands of Severus Snape and Otto Apocalypse, and fell on the grey mouse curled up in the cage, shivering. The next moment, a short, haggard wizard with watery mungbean eyes, a mouse-like nose, and some bald, haggard wizard appeared on the trial chair under the gaze of all the wizards in the audience. Immediately afterwards, the chains on the armrests on both sides of the chair suddenly glowed golden light, and then moved like a snake, wrapped around Peter Pettigrew, who was about to struggle, and tied him firmly there, unable to move. Peter Pettigrew stared around with breathlessness, with a panic expression on his face, and the names floating above seemed to be dazzling sunlight. Whenever he raised his head, he would subconsciously dodge. This is animagus. It's impossible. But how can Peter Pettigrew? Cornelius Fudge stood up abruptly and looked at the wizard in front of him, who suddenly changed from a mouse to a human form. If he hadn't been confused in knowledge, animagus was a very advanced branch of transfiguration. According to statistics, less than an 1,000th of adult wizards can successfully complete this spell in the entire magical world. Just like his reaction, there was a sudden commotion and a quiet introduction in the stands around Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. There are 7 animagus who have been registered this century. But now, they saw the 8th man. Yes, Peter Pettigrew, an unregistered animagus, a hidden magic genius. I think this simple fact can help everyone understand Peter Pettigrew's strength clearly and quickly. Accompanied by a flash of flashing lights and people's uncertain discussions, Dumbledore stepped forward slightly and looked around the people and reporters in the surrounding stands. The wizard's robe suddenly changed to a fuchsia Wesson camo robe. However, unlike the Wisingama members at the rear, Dumbledore's robe as the chief wizard is decorated with a layer of gold on the edge of his robe, and the W on the left chest is also pure gold. Now, everyone is silent. The old man's expression was extremely solemn, a reflection flashed on the lens on the bridge of his twisted nose, and his voice said loudly like a bell. Magic Calendar 999, April 21st. Location: Hogwarts. The Supreme Wizarding Court of Wisingamo is now officially opened. Peter Purum, according to the international wizarding law and the rules of the Wisingama Court of the United Kingdom, you will be charged for 5 criminal acts. These 5 criminal acts are: planning, preparing, initiating and executing murder or antisocial. In addition to these 4 terrorist acts against humanity, the crime of participating in a joint plan or conspiracy for the above-mentioned purposes is also included. Interrogator: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Wizard of Wisingamo and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Cornelius Oswell, Minister of Magic to Fudge. Amelia Susan Burns, Director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department. Due to the lack of witnesses from the defendant, and the subsequent adverse effects that the defendant involved in the case may have on the magical world, as the Chief Magician of Wisingamo, I applied to the court to directly use Veritaserum for all subsequent inquiries. Dumbledore turned around calmly and looked at the members of Wisingamo behind him, as well as the Minister of Magic and the Director of the Enforcement Department of Magic Law. His face was calm and solemn, without any happiness or anger, and it made people feel like air. They are all tightened. Veritaserum is a kind of magic potion used to force the user to tell the truth. As long as 3 drops, the world can reveal the secrets of the heart. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic has very strict regulations on the use of this potion. Control. However, for wizards who have prepared in advance, Veritaserum may be resisted. The wizards may control the Veritaserum potion on the throat and insist that they are not guilty. They may also turn it into something else the moment the potion touches them. Because of this, the Veritaserum potion it is not as easy to use in the wizard's court as expected, and it is rarely used in the trial stage, especially in such a large-scale public trial. Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, the members of Wisingamo started talking in a low voice. The eyes of the audience focused on standing on the main trial stand, most of them on Dumbledore, and the rest on Fudge and Bowen's body. Because in accordance with the procedure, after the presiding judge Albus Dumbledore made a request to the court and the Ministry of Magic, the other 2 interrogators of the public trial, Cornelius Fudge and Amelia Burns, needed to be first in order. Statement: strictly speaking, This proposal still needs to be approved by the Ministry of Magic and the Law Enforcement Department, but at this time the trouble is directly omitted. Confronting Dumbledore's gaze, Cornelius Fudge was slightly flustered, looking a little at a loss. However, when he saw the little wizard who was tied to the trial chair not far away, a murderous look suddenly flashed across Fudge's face. His eyes quickly became firm, nodded, and took the initiative to raise his hand. Said calmly, "Corneli Fudge, second." "But as the Minister of Magic, I ask the Your Office to check the defendant's mental condition, whether there is a charm attached to his body, and whether there are traces of potion use." Amelia Burns, second. At the same time as the Director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic, I have made a reminder based on the existing law. The confession obtained under the use of Veritaserum can only be used as a reference for the verdict. According to the evidence, the innocence cannot be concluded and the above testimony must be corroborated by more than one person, or other reliable physical evidence. Immediately afterwards, Amelia Burns, who was sitting next to Cornelius Fudge, also raised her hand, expressing partial agreement, and from the perspective of the Magic Law Enforcement Department, put forward her own suggestions and tips in an orderly manner. Although this is their first large-scale participation in a public trial, for both Fudge and Bones, this is not an opportunity to re-establish the image of the Ministry of Magic and eliminate the opportunity for the outside world to question the Ministry's trial process. Regarding this point, on the way from Hogwarts Castle to the trial site, the two had already passed through Albus Dumbledore. What is now shown in front of people is nothing but a carefully prepared. It's just a show. Of course, what has been determined so far is only the general procedure and basic skills of the trial. As for the final result, even Elena, who planned everything, can only be less than 80% sure. As Dumbledore's three people's opinions were unified, the members of Wizing Mouse sitting at the back also quickly completed the vote. In the face of this financial fraud that swept the entire magical world, the more complex the wizards with social attributes, the easier it is to get involved. So the voting result naturally has no suspense. Extremely rare, unanimous vote. Very well. It seems that all judges and juries are already victims. Elena put down the single scope in her hand and nodded quietly with satisfaction. Since she paid for the first cop and that, this is destined to be a show of revenge that seems to be legal, but in fact there is no fair and objective. In the name of justice, what Elena needs to do is to set up the stage so that the Ministry of Magic and Wizards can play on the established trajectory, and through their own efforts and decisions, to achieve the results they expect to see. Because only in this way, will it not leave any hidden dangers for the future. People never care about the truth. In other words, people always only care about what kind of truth is more suitable for them. Chapter 1. Chapter 576 Revenge. As the opinion of the trial court reached an agreement, the Aurors who were in charge of checking the curse also quickly completed the inspection, and returned to Dumbledore, Fudge and others, and headed towards all the wizards on the scene, and the Wisingham jury members showed the results. There is no Imperious Curse, no Heart Drill, no Ecstasy, no Veritaserum, no. Cornelius Fudge nodded in satisfaction, feeling a little better. At the same time, the expression of Amelia Burns, who was next to him, eased slightly. Obviously, Hogwarts and Dumbledore gave sufficient respect to the Ministry of Magic and the Wisingham Court, and did not conduct any private trials before the public trial, and more importantly, this meant that therefore, Dumbledore did not overtake the place to interrogate Peter Pettigrew about the whereabouts of the funds taken away, eliminating the risk of theft by the guards. In this regard, the same as the previous judgment of the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts demands and the Ministry of Magic will not conflict with each other. The two ministry officials exchanged glances. Amelia Burns nodded, took out a small bottle of clarified potion from her arms, stood up and handed it to Snape, who was in charge of guarding Peter Pettigrew, solemnly exhorted, 3 drops, Professor Snape. Only 3 drops are enough. Don't worry, Director Burns. As a potions professor at Hogwarts, I understand how Veritaserum is used. Severus Snape opened the potion bottle, flapped his nose lightly, a look of disdain appeared on his face, and after a short pause, he whispered in his usual slow and ironic tone. By the way, the Veritaserum in your hand was boiled with too many dead sound bird feathers, so that the effect of the medicine was unstable. However, any wizard who knows a little about potions can be effective. Before it works, successfully complete the resistance. Perhaps the stupid pharmacist thinks that this is like brewing coffee, which will increase the potion's effectiveness. Really? I will tell Miss Lavina Rosier about this. Amelia Burns raised her eyebrows, raised her chin slightly, and responded unhurriedly. Then Professor Snape, that is to say, according to your judgment, this potion may not have the effect we expected. Unfortunately, if this is the case, then our trial may have to be postponed a bit. Before testing, the potions in Hogwarts cannot be used as magic props in formal courts. No, Miss Rosier's Veritaserum is barely qualified, just needs some. Snape shook his head, drew out his wand casually, and pointed at Peter Pettigrew behind him without warning. Faint, a dazzling red light shot from Snape's wand and landed straight on Peter Pettigrew. The powerful impact of the spell hit Peter Pettigrew, causing him to slam into the back of the chair. There was a dull noise. Special way of taking it. A coma is undoubtedly the most ideal. Severus Snape put away the wand in his hand, as if he had just driven away the mosquitoes around. In the shocked eyes of all the Aurors and wizards, he turned his face blankly towards Pettigrew, walked in Peter's direction. Snape walked up to Peter Pettigrew, who was in a coma, stretched out his hand roughly to support his chin, opened Peter's mouth, dripped 3 drops of Veritaserum in it, and drew his wand against Peter Pettigrew's chest. Took a deep breath. Recover quickly. The voice is loud and loud. Peter Pettigrew twitched all over, as if he had just awakened from suffocation, opened his eyes with difficulty, looking forward with blank eyes and loose cheeks, no longer the hesitation and tension that he had before. Snape bent down, looked at Peter Pettigrew's eyelids, and turned to look at Dumbledore and others. You can start asking questions, you guys. The potion is already working. It takes about an hour. Thank you, Severus. Leave it to us next. Dumbledore nodded calmly. His gaze shot from the lens on the twisted bridge of his nose and fell on Peter Pettigrew's face. First, tell the court your name. Who are you? Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew's eyelids quivered and returned. Then, Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore took a piece of parchment from his arms, glanced quickly, and continued in a gentle tone, what was your identity during the First Wizarding War? And all these years, where have you been? Peter Pettigrew trembled all over, took a deep breath, and then began to speak in an unsentimental, dull tone. Under the effect of the spell, his voice spread to the entire Quidditch stadium. I am a Death Eater. During the First Wizarding War, I have been lurking in the Order of the Phoenix, secretly delivering information to the Dark Lord and making suggestions for the Dark Lord to conquer the magic world. Since the Dark Lord disappeared, I have been through suspended animation, hiding in Weasley's house as a rat, waiting for the return of the Dark Lord. With the voice of Peter Pettigrew, the entire Quidditch venue was in an uproar, and the reporters gathered around the main trial stand and their sketch pens were about to fly. A hero who resisted the dark forces and was awarded the Merlin First Class Medal was actually a Death Eater. This is really too good. It's breaking. Boom. On the outer stands, in the seating area of Professor Hogwarts and Ministry of Magic officials, Professor McGonagall hammered the railing angrily. His lips trembled, and he looked at the little wizard in the arena with terrible eyes flashing. Of the fire. It turned out to be you, Peter. So many innocent sacrifices turned out to be betrayed by you. Spy? Didn't Professor Dumbledore find out? Amos Diggory, who was sitting next to Professor McGonagall, frowned and asked in surprise. No, Dumbledore has been investigating and searching, Professor McGonagall said with a gloomy expression. In fact, Professor Dumbledore had already suspected that some of us had rebelled and provided a lot for the mysterious man. Intelligence, but Peter Pettigrew is so inconspicuous, No one has even doubted him. In my house, hey, I hid in my house for 10 years. If Professor McGonagall's face is gloomy, then the expressions of the Weasleys can be described as extremely distorted. Following Peter Pettigrew's answer, and Ron and Percy's confession, the Weasley family had to accept such a terrible fact: this vicious Death Eater lived in their house for a full 10 years. The most important thing is that in the past 10 years, their family has been raising that disgusting mouse with delicious food. Arthur Weasley didn't even dare to look back at the gazes of other wizards around him. His only thought at the moment was to pull out his wand and rush down the stands, chanting the Avada mantra towards Peter Pettigrew to prove his family of innocence. And the trial questioning in the center of the venue is still going on in a hurry. "So, why are you hiding at Weasley's?" Dumbledore continued to ask. "Because the Weasleys are the magical family you trust most, and will anyone in the magical world care about such a poor but stubborn fool? And I can keep in touch with the magical world at any time." After the news of the Dark Lord, I offer a great gift to the Dark Lord, the life of the Weasley family. No Death Eater can do this. Besides, the children of the Weasley family can let me hide in the safe Hogwarts. Enough. This is not what I need you to answer. Let me change the question. Why should I hide? Dumbledore waved his hand and interrupted Peter Pettigrew with a frown, his tone becoming severe. Suddenly interrupted, Peter Pettigrew seemed to be sluggish, but he took a deep breath and continued to answer Dumbledore's question in that dull tone. "Because the Dark Lord went to Potter's house. According to my information, I originally planned to leave the Order of the Phoenix from then on and publicly announced my support for the Dark Lord. However, I never expected that the Dark Lord was there and was killed by little Potter." Broken down. "Countless knowing Death Eaters are looking for me, trying to torture me and avenge me. They think I have betrayed the Dark Lord." "Your intelligence, Potter?" "James Potter?" Connolly Fudge stood up in shock, and looked at Peter the little dwarf not far away in disbelief. "But that's not Black." However, Peter Pettigrew's voice was not interrupted this time. He trembled all over, and continued. "The most terrifying thing is, Sirius Black. Because only Black knows that I am the secret of James. If the Dark Lord finds James, then I must be the spy. I know, after learning that James and Lily died, he will come to me. He will catch me at all costs and kill me. Fortunately, yes, I will kill you at all costs." At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded from the edge of the Quidditch field. Even the voice of Peter Pettigrew, who had used the magic, was almost suppressed by this terrible roar, and everyone who was listening to Peter Pettigrew's confession was startled, subconsciously looking in the direction of the roar. I saw a rough, skinny man who broke through the wooden fence and rushed out of the player tunnel on the edge of the Quidditch pitch. The tattered robe was flying, as if he was jumping on its prey, like the big dog. And behind him, there was a Ministry of Magica who was grinning and rubbing his wrists. Chapter 2 Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 577 Heart Disease. Sirius Black, stop it! Kingsley Shaker shook his wrist with a row of tooth marks, drew his wand from his arms, and aimed at the running figure in front of him. The expression on his face was a little helpless. Besides Sirius, there are Wisingama members, media reporters, and senior officials of the Ministry of Magic. If magical battles break out here, in case of accidental injury. However, before Kingsley's curse could fly out, Dumbledore, who was interrogating Peter Pettigrew, turned his head, glanced at the man who was rushing straight towards Peter Pettigrew, frowned, and flipped his wrists, randomly waved the magic wand. "Beanie, stop!" Along with the calm voice of the old wizard, a cloud of stagnant air enveloped the running Sirius Black. He felt as if he was plunged into an invisible quagmire for an instant. No matter how hard he used or how violently he struggled, he couldn't get closer for half a step. It was like a fist hit the sponge, nothing. Effect. Sirius Black, that murderous demon 10 years ago? Oh my god, how did he become like this? This is Black, the last member of the Black family. The reporters around the trial bench, like sharks smelling the fishy smell, quickly turned around and looked in the direction of Sirius Black. A series of flashing lights shone on the man's hideous face, which looked extraordinarily permeating. However, compared to the excitement of the news media, the expression on the Ministry of Magic is obviously a bit bad. Cornelius Fudge frowned, looked at the era behind, and scolded dissatisfiedly. "Kingsley, what is going on?" "Mr. Minister, I didn't expect him to bite suddenly." "It's okay, Connelly, don't get too excited, it's fine." Dumbledore glanced at Otto Apocalypse, who was standing next to Peter Pettigrew, and saw the old man shook his head slightly inaudibly, and a trace of clarity flashed in his eyes, softly persuading him. Besides, for the next questions, Sirius should be asked as a witness. Now that he has come out, then it happens that we just ask the unknown things that year. While talking, Dumbledore walked up to Sirius Black and stared at the deeply sunken eyes. "Long time no see, Black," Dumbledore said softly. "Professor, please, let me pass, let me kill him. I was locked up for this murder." A twisted look appeared on Sirius Black's face. His eyes passed Dumbledore, and he stared at the short wizard with dull eyes and saggy cheeks behind the old man. His breathing became more and more rapid. "Yes, 10 years have passed. But you still owe us an explanation, Black." The old wizard had a kind of indifference and calmness in his eyes that Sirius Black had never seen before. There was no disappointment, no anger, no joy or guilt. The sight seemed to be looking at a stranger. This made Black's heart stunned, who had been focusing on Peter Pettigrew, and avoided subconsciously. "Look up and look at the sky, Harry. The Weasley family, so many people in the magic world, have the right to know the truth. What you have lost is only 10 years of freedom, and many more have lost their lives, their families." Dumbledore spoke calmly, his tone not turbulent, with a frightening calmness. "Besides, there are some places that even I don't even understand. For example, why the curse of courageous faith failed, what happened between the two of you after James and Lily were killed. Peter Pettigrew is behind me and has already taken it. Veritaserum, if you can calm down, then you can come to him to confront him and help us understand what happened. If you can't do this, you are still immersed in your own logic, naively thinking that as long as you kill Peter Pettigrew, you can recover your past mistakes, make up for all tragedies, or do other behaviors that interfere with the order of the trial." Dumbledore raised his arm and pointed to the direction Sirius rushed out, and Aurora Kingsley, who was standing behind him, said without emotion, "Then you will now be sent back to Azkaban. After the trial is over, you can learn about the whole story of this public trial that has nothing to do with you through the newspaper or the decision of the Wyssingamore court. Listen, you are definitely not the only one who wants to kill Peter Pettigrew. But if he doesn't know if you die in vain, the truth will be concealed forever." James, Lily, Longbottom, Pruitt, Delborn, accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, Sirius seemed to calm down a bit. The man raised his head and looked at the shining names in the sky. His voice choked softly, sounding like a big dog whimpering. After a long time, Sirius Black took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze from the sky, staring directly at Albus Dumbledore's face with his sunken eyes, nodding his head slowly, and said in a hoarse voice, "I see, Professor Dumbledore, I will help the court interrogate Peter Pettigrew." "Sorry, Black, you may have misunderstood a little. You are not the judge or the prosecutor." Dumbledore shook his head, waved his wand casually, and released the curse that was bound to Blake's body, turned sideways to clear the way to the front, and pointed in the direction where Peter Pettigrew was sitting. It was brought out from Azkaban to provide some important evidence and details of the incident, as one of the defendants who was questioned. Having said that, Dumbledore cleared his throat and turned to look at the Wyssingamore court behind. "According to the Wyssingamore Charter of Rights, I request the court to allow Sirius Black to testify in court and assist in completing the interrogation of Peter Pettigrew's case. At the same time, based on the high degree of overlap between the two cases, I would explode Sirius Black 10 years ago. The case's trial will be combined with this case, and the verdict will be completed at the same time." "Yes, there is indeed this provision. I agree that the two cases should be tried in a combined manner. As the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department, Amelia Burns nodded and answered calmly. Dumbledore turned around and looked pleasantly at Sirius Black behind him. Then Black, please stand in the dock for trial. It seems that today's trial is not just for Peter alone, but it's also right. After a moment of silence, Black suddenly grinned and replied hoarsely. Immediately afterwards, the man turned around and walked quickly to the position of Peter. Peter, who was tied to the trial chair. His wet and sunken eyes suddenly seemed to burn on his face, exuding a terrifying light. Peter, my old friend, it's been a long time. Black, don't get so close. Before Sirius Black approached the trial chair, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and a pale face that was also full of hatred appeared in front of him, with almost condensed disgust and hatred in his eyes. Listen to me, Black. Snape raised his wand, pointed it at Black's brow, and whispered in a voice that only two of them could hear. If you give me a reason to take action, I swear I will never be soft. In my eyes, you are no better than Peter Pettigrew. Now, face the trial bench for questioning. A loud voice. At the same time, on the main trial's side, Dumbledore's conversation with Fudge and others just ended. Cornelius Fudge straightened his collar, walked to the center of the main trial platform, took a piece of parchment and looked at it carefully, cleared his throat and read it aloud. Sirius Black, 10 years ago, you were sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban Wizarding Prison for taking refuge in a mysterious man and killing 13 moles and Peter Pettigrew in the street. No, because of the important witness of Peter Pettigrew. There may be major deviations in the true facts, and the Wisingama court decided to retry the case that year. I, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, as the then Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Disasters and the current Minister of Magic, is responsible for all inquiries regarding this case. Now, please answer the following questions truthfully. Sirius Black, before and after 1980, have you ever joined the Dark Forces or provided intelligence to mysterious people? Do you know the fact that Peter Pettigrew has become a Death Eater? Connolly Fudge asked, staring at Sirius Black from above the parchment. Me, Voldemort's spy? Sirius' face twitched violently, as if someone had slapped him with a whip. I would rather fight Voldemort and fight to death than kiss the robes of that perverted lunatic. As for Peter, hey, if I knew he was a spy, he would never live to this day. Peter Pettigrew, what Sirius Black said, is it true? Cornelius Fudge shivered a little uncomfortably, and his gaze shifted to Peter, the dwarf star nearby. Yes, Peter Pettigrew replied. Peter Pettigrew, I hope you can tell us why at the end of the First Wizarding War, the mysterious man sought out the Potters, how Dumbledore organized the resistance during this process, and your role and actions. Think. Cornelius Fudge glanced at the content on the parchment, suddenly raised his eyebrows non-committal, put down the parchment in his hand, continued to look in the direction of Peter Pettigrew, took a deep breath, and quickly asked loudly. As Minister of Magic, Fudge never considered himself Dumbledore's string puppet. Regarding the content of Sirius Black's questioning, there is not much to be concerned about. The big deal is just a reversal of an old case. Anyway, the Minister of Magic was not him. This was originally the result of the established performance. In comparison, Cornelius Fudge is more related to what happened at the beginning, especially the inexplicable content of Albus Dumbledore over the years, and the legendary Dark Lord Resistance Army directly under Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore and Hogwarts have always been a heart disease of Cornel Fudge, and this public trial is undoubtedly a perfect time for questioning. What Connolly Fudge did not realize was that as he asked this question, Dumbledore sitting behind him did not show the offended look of irritation that he had imagined. He folded his hands on his knees. Go up, looking ahead with interest, as if he was also interested in what Fudge asked. On the contrary, a faintly displeased expression flashed in the eyes of the Professor Otto Apocalypse, who was in charge of magic protection, standing next to Peter Pettigrew. Following Fudge's voice, the old wizard glanced at the short wizard next to him with an uncomfortable expression, and his right hand holding the wand moved slightly inaudibly. Gwabbit of Kavin. Chapter 578 Unfinished Plan. In the set script, Cornelius Fudge should not have the right to take the initiative to inquire at this time, at least in the public trial process that Albus Dumbledore saw. All the interrogation process before the completion of the trial of the two cases of Who is the Double-Faced and Hogwarts Mortgage Mystery, they should all be initiated by Albus Dumbledore, not by the Ministry of Magic. But Otto Apocalypse squinted his eyes and cast his gaze on the gently-faced Hogwarts principal, the Albus Dumbledore who was supposed to read one by one according to the preset questions, but at this time sat in the back seat with a smile. And the parchment with the standard questions went to Fudge hands. And as Cornelius Fudge removed the parchment in his hand and started asking questions on his own terms, the situation had obviously begun to lose control. Dumbledore knew very well the desire for power deep in the little Minister of Magic, even though Cornelius Fudge has always thought that he was covering up well. However, as the person responsible for guarding Peter Pettigrew, under the gaze of thousands of wizards, the poor Professor Otto Apocalypse could not do anything. He could only keep his eyes reminding the self not far away. At this moment, Peter Pettigrew's eyelids trembled and began to answer Fudge's questions. Because of a prophecy, the Dark Lord believed that the existence of the Order of the Phoenix might threaten his power, so he asked us to find a family of wizards that fit the description of the prophecy. And the Potters are one of those families that fit the description of the prophecy. What is the Order of the Phoenix? What prophecy? Waiting for Peter Pettigrew to finish speaking, Cornelius Fudge and Amelia Burns asked in unison. Faced with two problems at the same time, Peter Pettigrew's face twitched, a trace of blankness appeared, and after opening his mouth, he stopped the blankly, as if he was a magical puppet that was temporarily down. Sorry Mr. Minister, you continue to ask questions. As the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department, Amelia both glanced at Cornelius Fudge, who was unhappy beside him, coughed apologetically, and retreated to her position with a smirk. There was still curiosity in his eyes. Cornelius Fudge frowned, turned his head and continued to look at Peter Pettigrew, and asked again, Peter Pettigrew, what was the Order of the Phoenix you just mentioned? And, what is the prophecy? The Order of the Phoenix is a secret society founded by Dumbledore. The total number is only known to Dumbledore. Its sole purpose is to fight against the Dark Lord. Most of the people who died above were members of the Order of the Phoenix. As for the prophecy, the specific content, the Dark Lord has not told anyone. We only know part of it. The family that has resisted the dark forces 3 times was born at the end of July. Accompanied by the voice of Peter Pettigrew, Connolly Fudge and others' faces flashed clearly, and people subconsciously raised their heads to look at the shining names in the sky, and found them under James Potter and Lily Potter. The corresponding records. In the distant bleachers, Harry stared blankly at the appearance of his parents in the sky. The sight from all directions was like a sponge, squeezing him in the middle little by little, making it difficult for him to breathe. Is this the reason? Just because of a prophecy? After a few seconds of silence, Cornelius Fudge took a deep breath and nodded. That's why the Potters were chased by the mysterious man, because they are the only wizard family that meets the requirements, and Harry Potter is the boy who may defeat the mysterious man, right? Then, no. There were actually 2 wizard families that fit the description at the time, the Potters and the Longbottoms. To everyone's expectation, Peter Pettigrew slowly shook his head and continued to answer. Dumbledore has some capable spies, and one of them revealed this prophecy to him. Therefore, the Order of the Phoenix knew about this earlier than the Dark Lord, and reminded the 2 wizard families separately and advised them to beware of the Dark Lord's attack. Dumbledore chose a different response to the 2 wizard families. Spy? Cornelius Fudge raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at the old wizard behind him, and resisted the question he almost blurted out. Since Peter Pettigrew described it as a spy, it means that he can't get the answer from him. It was not a wise choice to provoke Dumbledore again for this question. Quietly writing this down, Cornelius Fudge cleared his throat and continued to inquire. Countermeasures? What kind of measures? On this point, If Mr. Minister is interested, you can ask me after the trial. Let's not expand too much, go back to the case itself and ask more questions that everyone is more concerned about." Dumbledore coughed slightly, reminding Connolly Fudge in a gentle tone. However, Connolly Fudge, who thought he had gradually controlled the rhythm of the trial, did not intend to stop there. "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore, as you said, these heroes and heroic deeds should not be forgotten over time. I think it is necessary for everyone to understand the whole story of the fall of the mysterious man, which is closely related to each of us." Before Dumbledore protested again, Peter Pettigrew took another deep breath and continued to speak in a dull flat voice. Because of the limited manpower of the Order of the Phoenix at the time, if they were evenly distributed on both sides to defend, they would be defeated by the Dark Lord one by one. Therefore, Dumbledore decided to let James and Lily use the Curse of Loyalty to hide temporarily, forcing the Dark Lord to choose Longbottom. The family is the main battlefield for decisive battles. Once the forces of the Order of the Phoenix and the Longbottom family are assembled, it is difficult for the Dark Lord to take advantage of this kind of battle, even in the most prosperous period of the Dark Lord's power. The Courageous Faithfulness Mantra is an extremely complex spell that can use magic to hide an unknown secret in the soul of a living person. From the day the spell takes effect, this secret will never be revealed unless the secretaries actively disclose it. Known by more people. Dumbledore planned very well. As long as the secretaries don't tell me, the Dark Lord has searched Lily and James's village for tens of millions of years, but he couldn't find them. In the end, he could only go. Attack on the battlefield arranged in advance by Dumbledore. Peter Pettigrew's eyelids trembled, and there seemed to be a smile of excitement on his face. However, this secret was finally leaked out. Why? As far as I know, the secret person chosen by the Potters should be Sirius Black, not you. How did the mysterious man do it? Cornelius Fudge asked in a deep voice, with deep confusion in his eyes. Facing Connolly Fudge's question, Peter Pettigrew gradually showed a strange smile on his face. Yes, at the beginning, James insisted on letting Blake be their secret person. He told Dumbledore that Blake would not tell this secret when he died, and Blake would also hide and deal with the Dark Lord, because only in this way can they persuade Dumbledore to give up the idea of personally acting as the secret of James and Lily. Enough. Don't let him say it. I will answer. I will answer this question. I am. Sirius Black trembled and let out a stern roar. However, before he could finish speaking, Snape raised his wand and waved it at Black indifferently. An invisible magic power instantly sealed Black's mouth and glued his upper and lower lips together, only to whine. The whining sound. Quiet, Blake. You stupid and arrogant fellow. Don't interfere with the trial. Severus Snape's lips trembled violently, and he looked at Sirius Black with a look mixed with contempt and hatred. He seemed to lose his sanity for a while, and he screamed out a little awkwardly. Afterwards, the man turned his head and continued to stare at Peter Pettigrew with a crazy look, and continued to mutter to himself in a low voice. Say go on, don't worry, I know what to do. Severus, calm down. Unknowingly, Professor Otto Apocalypse had also taken out his wand, and looked at the two wizards in front of him who had gradually lost control of their emotions with a vigilant face. A touch of bitterness flashed across his wrinkled face. Severus Sirius, alas. On the other side, the dull voice of Peter Pettigrew continued, seeming to bring a hint of joy. In the last period of time, Dumbledore seemed to have noticed something. He firmly believed that some of us must have betrayed the Order of the Phoenix. Fortunately, I secretly mastered occlumency and successfully deceived the most legendary one. Great Wizard Eyes, there are many people in the Order of the Phoenix who seem to be unreliable. There are so many dangerous violent elements, who would suspect the clumsy, crappy, weak and incompetent, following James and them like a worm. Where is Peter the dwarf behind him? Peter Pettigrew's eyelids trembled violently again, shaking his head slightly, and the smile on his face deepened, as if he was reminiscing the most glorious and happy time in his life, and continued to speak slowly in a monotonous voice without ups and downs. Undoubtedly, James and Blake think so too. So at the last moment, They quietly replaced the confidential person from Blake to me. No one told them. They thought they had come up with something more than Dumbledore. Excellent, clever strategy, a beautiful drop-off. They think that the Dark Lord will either choose to hunt down Black or fall into a trap. It's a pity. Chapter 1. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. 3 Bodily Use 6 in Chapter 597. The most dangerous wizard. There was silence in the spacious Quidditch stadium. For a time, only the low and dull voice of Peter Pettigrew remained in the entire venue. This was a perfect plan. Overnight, I offered to the great Dark Lord his 2 most troublesome wizards, James Potter and Lily Potter, and the child who was predicted to be dangerous after the Dark Lord removes the Potters, and his wife, Sirius, who realizes that something is wrong, will definitely be the first to rush to the scene. Of course, it may also be a stupid thing like Hagrid anyway. The Order of the Phoenix will be a mess at that time, but, shut up, bastard. You mean and dirty traitor. Hagrid Rubus suddenly yelled, and the half-blood giant's face was full of anger. Angrily raised his fist and slammed at the short wizard who was tied to the trial chair, his big fist lifted up. The howling wind. On the other side, Sirius Black made a terrible gurgling sound in his throat, as if he had lost his mind, and rushed in the direction of Peter Pettigrew, and the man's face seemed to start to grow black hairs. Behind him, Snape also raised his wand abruptly and aimed it at Peter Pettigrew. Enough, everyone, calm down. ? Click to view notes. Before everyone could react, 2 old and powerful voices suddenly sounded at the same time. A violent wave of fire suddenly burst out with Peter Pettigrew as the center, and 3 wizards who rushed towards Peter Pettigrew in an instant set off. Immediately afterwards, the flat ground of the Quidditch stadium suddenly twisted and moved, and the mud fell neatly, burying the 3 wizards half-length in it, and 3 pairs of rough arms made of stone and mud pressed and struggling. Of 3 people, the 2 old wizards held their wands high and stood side by side in front of Peter Pettigrew's trial chair, like a wall that no one can surpass, exuding desperate magic power, calmly looking at the surrounding wizards. Keep asking, Mr. Minister. Albus Dumbledore raised his head, looked at Cornelius Fudge, who was panicked not far away, and smiled slightly. If you are interested in anything else, you can ask it. Don't worry. Okay, thank you. To keep order. Cornelius Fudge glanced at the 3 wizards who were subdued in less than a second, and the surrounding wizards who were pushed away by the fierce fire waves, swallowing with difficulty, and the previous seas disappeared in an instant. Not sea. It looked dazzling, as if an airy balloon was suddenly released into the air. Except for Dumbledore, who disappeared from him in an instant. The power displayed by the old wizard who was suspected of paralysis was also shocking. At least he didn't know whether the other party was using it. What kind of curse? When the flame was lit, he felt a sudden heart palpitation even though he was separated by a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Not only Snape and others, but even the media reporters who were standing further outside. At this time, many people were slightly affected by the aftermath of the fire wave, and they were huddled in a mess, looking extraordinarily exceptional, embarrassed. It doesn't matter. I just hope Mr. Minister can understand. Hagrid and the others are also a little too excited for a while. Dumbledore smiled politely, and while speaking, the old wizard's gaze rested on the parchment in Cornelius Fudge's hand, and said meaningfully, in short, business matters, please continue to inquire. Cough. Otto Apocalypse raised his eyebrows and cleared his throat quietly. Or, for the time being, let me ask what's next? Dumbledore, who was about to leave, suddenly changed his conversation and stopped for a while. Instead of continuing to walk to the main trial stand where the members of Wizengamot were, he stood in front of Peter Pettigrew with the Professor Otto Apocalypse. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, looked at the wizard in front of him with a little disgust, and said softly, "Well, we have heard enough about the tragedy of that night, Peter Pettigrew. Now talk about what happened when you met Black again afterwards." until you turned into a rat and escaped. As if not seeing what was happening outside, Peter Pettigrew answered in a flat tone. The Dark Lord has failed. I know Sirius Black will find me madly for revenge after he comes back to his senses, but the Dark Lord who could have provided me with shelter is no longer there. I must find a way to live by myself. It's no use hiding and running away, because Dumbledore is still there, so I have to die once in order for Blake to find me as soon as possible. I did not hide my traces. Instead, I swaggered through the streets, making a sign that I was looking for someone. Of course, Blake blocked me in the first place, but before he could speak, I yelled at him for betraying Lily and James, and then blasted the streets with the magic wand hidden behind my back, killing all the moles within 20 feet of the surroundings, and the mice got into the gutter together. Peter, you despicable and shameless fellow, how long have you been pretending? Sirius Black panted heavily and let out a low growl. Following his unsuccessful transformation of Animagus, the curse that Snape had previously placed on him was rushed away, and Black stared at Pettigrew Peter viciously, as if he had met the man in front of him for the first time. It's not to blame you, Black. Dumbledore shook his head and said very calmly. As you can see, Peter Pettigrew has successfully deceived everyone. He is much smarter than we thought. Of course, it's much more dangerous. In fact, in addition to betraying the Order of the Phoenix, he later committed more unimaginable evil deeds. Other evil deeds? Sirius Black frowned and asked subconsciously. However, Dumbledore did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he stood up straight first, and after searching the surrounding stands, there was a glimmer of expression in his blue eyes, and he nodded calmly. Yes, this is also the second part of our next trial today. Mortgaged Hogwarts arrived. Mortgaged Hogwarts? What is that? A hint of astonishment appeared on Black's face. However, Dumbledore no longer stayed in front of the trial chair at this time. The old man turned his head to the side and exchanged a glance with Otto Apocalypse before turning to the direction of the silent main trial stand behind. Go. Dumbledore waved carelessly as he passed the wizards trapped on the ground. By the way, Hagrid, Severus, you two will take Black to the side for a short break. Given the previous situation, the protection work here will be temporarily handed over to Professor Apocalypse and the Ministry of Magic. Duo is done. Accompanied by Albus Dumbledore's voice, the Mudrock arms that had bound the three of them melted instantly and sank back into the ground. Within a few seconds, the Quidditch Stadium was restored to its former level. Smooth appearance. This is. Connolly Fudge's eyes widened a little more, and his heart became more shocked. Compared to the previous chaos, this time people finally saw Dumbledore's spellcasting process with his own eyes, and even though everyone had focused on Dumbledore, they still didn't see how he accomplished these magics. There are no spells, no gestures, and even no use of the magic wand, just waved lightly, and completed so many difficult transformation magics that change the terrain in a small range. Is this the true strength of Albus Dumbledore, the legendary wizard at the top of the entire magical world? On the other side, in a place where everyone did not pay attention, Otto Apocalypse sighed helplessly, and slowly stopped. The wand-waving trajectory hidden in the large magic robe, Gellert stamp performance desire has never changed. If it were him, there was really no way to make such a natural fake action. Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, this is your parchment. As Dumbledore returned to the main trial stand, Cornelius Fudge conditioned to dodge a little bit backwards, and immediately reacted, quickly handing the parchment in his hand to the old man to cover up his short-term misbehavior. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Dumbledore took the parchment with a smile, and said politely, I hope you don't mind my self-proclaimed spellcasting behavior and the final questioning on your behalf. Now, please come to adjudicate the final verdict, right? Professor, you should call me Connolly as usual, and you don't need to be so productive. Cornelius Fudge waved his hand, his voice slightly strange. After a short pause, Cornelius Fudge glanced at Sirius Black not far away, and the dwarf Peter, who was still sitting on the trial chair with his eyes blankly, and took a deep breath with a loud voice, to say, as the Minister of Magic, the interrogator of this public trial, I announce that I withdrew all charges against Sirius Black 10 years ago, and at the same time, I will change all the original charges to Peter Pettigrew and take back the Merlin Regiment of Peter Pettigrew. Class medal. Now I invite the jury to vote. If you approve of this verdict, please raise your hand. At the next moment, the Wisingama members sitting behind Cornelius Fudge and others raised their hands together. The wizards in the surrounding stands burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. People cursed Peter Pettigrew loudly while praising Peter Sirius, who was leaving the center of the venue to vent their accumulated emotions. Very good, passed unanimously. Dumbledore nodded happily, then made a sound, and a dangerous smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Then, next, let us start the trial of the second case. Peter Pettigrew, about you lurking in Hogwarts Castle, stealing the title deeds of the Slytherin family, going to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank for illegal mortgage, in an attempt to destroy the friendship between human wizards and goblins, and destroy the peace of Hogwarts. Do you admit to his behavior? Please tell the court truthfully what your motives and the entire criminal process are like. Chapter 2. Chapter 580, Voldemort's Past. Hogwarts, the public trial is still going on. Albus Dumbledore's voice blasted into every wizard's ear like a rolling thunder, and compared to the deafening sound of questioning, people were more shocked by the startling accusations contained in the content of the interrogation by the old wizard. More than half a year ago, at the opening feast of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Gringotts goblins and the Ministry of Magic broke into the school one after another, and told everyone an incredible news that Hogwarts was mysterious person. It was mortgaged to Gringotts. For a long time after that, the era of the Ministry of Magic murderously searched almost every corner of the UK, and in the end, apart from suspecting that all this might be related to the mysterious man, there was no more discovery. Since then, the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts jointly issued the repurchase plan statement, which made people feel more relieved and will soon forget about this matter. As long as it is known that Hogwarts will not fall into the hands of the fairies, as for the losses and costs that the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts may bear behind them, most wizards will be embarrassed at best, but it will not be true. Keep it in mind. However, now that Dumbledore brought up the matter again, it was clear that Peter had found some breakthroughs. Facing Albus Dumbledore's questioning, Peter Pettigrew's eyelids trembled, and he replied stupidly, "These things are indeed what I did. In order to better assist the Dark Lord, I will prepare everything before the Master returns. Then this time, I will get more glory than any other Death Eaters, far more than before. The mysterious man is dead. Will never come back, you lunatic." Cornelius Fudge frowned, as if he had been pierced with a needle, and said viciously, "It's just that all kinds of absurd things have appeared in a pile in the past few days, so that it is difficult for Cornelius Fudge to believe 100% of something as before." The man looked at Peter Pettigrew with a sullen face. "It's like looking at a monster." "Connelly, don't get excited." Dumbledore shook his head. "No matter what the truth is, we will find it out today. Believe me, I am more angry and eager than you in this matter. Understand the truth." Slightly soothing Cornelius Fudge's emotions, Dumbledore looked at Peter Pettigrew again. "Then, Peter, tell me, who instructed you to do this? How did you do it?" "The Dark Lord. The great Dark Lord anticipated all this a long time ago." Petty Star Peter replied quietly. A strange smile seemed to be faintly revealed on his slack cheeks. In the calm and dull voice narration, a secret that had been hidden for 10 years was gradually revealed in front of thousands of wizards. Hogwarts Castle once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. This is a very clear history recorded in Hogwarts, a school history, and within the body of the great Dark Lord, there happened to be flowing through Slytherin the noble blood of the Lettering family. After finding his own life, the Dark Lord once wanted to return to Hogwarts to find more secrets left by Salazar Slytherin, but was rejected by Dumbledore from the school. Therefore, I can only replace the Dark Lord in the castle looking for the secrets left by the Slytherin family and the hidden treasures. Wait. Back to Hogwarts. At this moment, Amelia Burns, who was sitting next to Cornelius Fudge, suddenly squinted her eyes tightly. The edge of the monocle was almost sinking into the flesh, and the witch stared at the little girl. Dwarf Peter asked sharply. Speaking of which, the man who can't even mention his name has entered Hogwarts. Who the hell is he? The entire Quidditch stadium seemed to fall into silence for a moment, and everyone subconsciously held their breath and looked towards the center of the court. As the most dangerous dark wizard in history, Voldemort is like a group of shadows appearing out of thin air above the magical world. Whether it is past identity or life experience, it is all shrouded in the depths of the frightening fog. There is no doubt that Voldemort, who has extremely high attainments in name magic, knows the importance of real names and legal names. Except for his closest and most trusted subordinates, people don't even know his real name. This has caused the Ministry of Magic to encounter many in the fight against the dark forces and the work of cleaning up the Death Eaters after Voldemort's fall. Difficulties. Fudge, who originally wanted to prevent Amelia Burns from asking questions, heard the question from the witch's mouth, but his arm just stopped in the air. After thinking about it, he put it down again with a calm expression. Make a surprised look. Unexpectedly, Albus Dumbledore, who was standing in front of the main judgment platform, did not show any behavior that he wanted to stop. Instead, he raised his eyebrows meaningfully and waited with a smile on his face. At the answer of Peter Pettigrew shivered all over. A look of longing appeared on his face, and said slowly, "Of course." Not only did he study at Hogwarts, the great Dark Lord also served as the prefect and the chairman of the Boys' Student Union in turn, and he won the Outstanding Character Award, Special Contribution Award, and even a Merlin Medal. Earned the Merlin Medal during school? I seem to be a little impressed. Connolly Fudge's face changed slightly, and he whispered thoughtfully, in order to find a suitable reason to award himself a Merlin Medal, Cornelius Fudge has carefully studied the various reasons for obtaining the Merlin Medal in the history of modern magic, combined with the words of Peter Pettigrew. At this time there is a vague impression. Before he could recall the specific content, Peter Pettigrew, who was not far away, had taken the initiative to reveal the final answer. My master, the Supreme Dark Lord, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Tom Riddle, the best student ever at Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore could not compete with the great black. The devil is on par. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Peter Pettigrew's voice still didn't have any ups and downs. But even so, everyone present can still vaguely see the shadow of the dazzling male student council chairman in the flat voice of Peter Pettigrew, and for a moment, the whole venue is quiet again. Whether it is a student who is still at Hogwarts or an adult who has already graduated, this time he has a fairly intuitive understanding of Peter Pettigrew's description. No one could have predicted in advance that Voldemort, who was once mysterious, terrifying and hard to find, would transform from the legendary shadow demon into a human wizard on such occasions. After a few seconds of silence, Cornelius Fudge swallowed and slowly looked at Dumbledore, who was looking as usual next to him. Deng, Professor Dumbledore, is this really the case? You already knew it. That's it. Alas. Dumbledore sighed lightly. Although his gaze was still staring at the parchment in front of him, it felt as if his thoughts had left the words on the paper unknowingly and flew back decades ago. The same years. Few people know that Voldemort's previous name was Tom Riddle. This is actually a very naive word game, but besides this, it is difficult for me to find other evidence to prove the connection between the two. Word games? Yes, just like this. It's just a simple letter change. Dumbledore turned his head and glanced at the confused faces of the Ministry of Magic people. He drew his wand and waved it in the air. A series of green letters appeared in the air, forming three shiny names. Tom Marvolo Riddle to Marvolo Riddle. Then, after almost everyone had seen the characters clearly, Dumbledore waved his magic wand again, and the letters automatically changed positions, becoming I am Voldemort, I am Voldemort." Amidst people's whispers, Dumbledore stared at the string of names in the air for a while, then suddenly waved his hand vigorously, dispelling the shiny magical characters, and continued speaking with a little fatigue. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I personally taught him. He disappeared after he left school, wandering all over the world, footprints in every corner of the magic world, sinking deeper and deeper in the quagmire of black magic, mixed with many evil guys in the wizarding world. After many dangerous magical transformations, they finally reappeared as Voldemort. At that time, it was difficult for people to recognize him. Almost no one could associate Voldemort with the smart and handsome boy student council chairperson who had studied here. I personally think that Voldemort appeared at this time. It has also been completely separated from the former student, and there is almost no connection between the two. But you were wrong, Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge said suddenly and loudly. If you told the Ministry of Magic, we can still try when things start to go wrong. Don't play with fields and powers that you are not familiar with, Connelly. Dumbledore turned his head and interrupted Fudge involuntarily. The old man's sharp gaze pierced his distorted nose into Cornelius Fudge's eyes, and his voice said solemnly, "I admit that I may not have done the right choice. But everything is over. What we need to do now is not to blame each other, but to face reality together." Obviously, Voldemort left many secret instructions to Peter Pettigrew before his fall. Fortunately, we have successfully caught him before he can implement all the conspiracies. Hogwarts, the tragedy is just a beginning, and their conspiracy can never be just a little gingerlong. Dumbledore looked at the surrounding wizards with a solemn face, and said solemnly, "Please think about it, everyone. A dark wizard who is persistent, wicked, and likely to return at any time. In order to succeed in conspiracy, he will pretend to be stupid and feign death for nearly 10 years, playing with the wizard world in the palm of his hand. At the same time, he has amazing magic skills. Death Eaters, if the two meet again, what a terrible disaster for the magical world and the entire human world." Chapter 1. Chapter 581, Mirrorflower and Watermoon. The hustle and bustle of the Quidditch Stadium in the past, as the hidden history was lifted one by one, the atmosphere began to be somewhat depressed. There was a disturbing silence in the air. Unconsciously, all wizards slowed their breathing, subconsciously, quietly witnessing this public trial that is destined to shock the entire magical world and leave a strong mark in history. Gradually, only the questions and answers of Peter Pettigrew and Dumbledore were left. For 10 years, if you count the time when the Dark Lord was still it would be almost 11 years every night. After everyone fell asleep, I started wandering in Hogwarts most of the time. He looks like Animagus, and occasionally regains his human form and enters some secret magical rooms. Speaking of which, you discovered the title deed to the Slytherin family in the last school year. Yes, near the end of the last school year, I found Salazar Slytherin's castle title deed documents in a secret room in the Slytherin common room and quietly transferred it to me in Weasley, in the Mouse's den at home. So all of this was planned by Voldemort before? Yes. We originally planned to shake your legitimacy after finding the title deed documents, but it's a pity. Then let's talk about the Gringotts transaction. How did you mortgage Hogwarts step by step? Dumbledore read the preset questions on the parchment line by line, waiting patiently for Peter Pettigrew to answer. In order to ensure that no flaws will be left, this is an interrogation that has not been rehearsed in advance. Except for a part of the memory implanted in Peter Pettigrew's brain, all the questions have been deliberated many times by the three of Elena. It's finally confirmed. The old wizard looked at the wizard like a doll not far away, and a trace of irony flashed in his eyes. Originally, according to the situation of most normal wizards, it was an extremely complicated matter to replace memories and implant false information in large sections. because human memory and emotions are inherently a kind of existence that is quite difficult to control and describe. Even a fragment of ordinary daily life will contain various subtle mood fluctuations. Once these mood fluctuations are modified or replaced, they will form into a distinct fragment. It is difficult to be completely without a trace. It's just that Peter Pettigrew has existed in the form of animagus almost 99% of the time over the years. This also means that his information acquisition in the descriptive and observable dimensions of humans will be weaker than normal human wizards by more than one level. More importantly, he still sleeps in the image of a mouse most of the time. If you use Gidro Lockhart's words, it is that Peter Pettigrew is the blank canvas he has seen in these years and is the easiest to modify and add memories. As long as you are careful enough, you will almost never have it in your life. The risk of being exposed. They do not even need to think hard to complete the idea of too much transforms the event logic. Only need to intercept Pettigrew blank memory o'clock every night, insert a small dat on different castles night experience on it, just connect the two ends of the memory segment to the two ends of the dream. The real complexity is the previous scenes about Sirius Black and the specific image of Voldemort. However, at the suggestion of the director Elena Kaslana, most of Voldemort's orders are also through the secret list. It is issued by means such as to transmit sound, secret letter that burns as soon as it is read, and phonic magic. So that at the end of the operation, Dumbledore almost had a kind of illusion for a moment. These are the illusions of true history. If it weren't for the fact that he had seen how the bear kid piled gold coins in front of the school. Compared with the straightforwardness of Avidaso's mantra, Elena's use of the forgetting mantra is, to a certain extent, more frightening and disturbing. On this matter, Dumbledore and Grindelwald have reached a consensus. After a while, we must advance the magical world's control of memory magic at all costs. The use of forgetting nothing can never be used like it is now. Feel free. Of course, this also proves the truth that the two old wizards have gradually understood these days. No matter what magic gets into Elena's hands, it may be extremely dangerous. The dangerous thing is never magic, but the white hair dumpling. Fortunately, the child has not yet successfully mastered the forgetting curse. Just when Grindelwald was slightly distracted, Peter Pettigrew's new round of statements was almost over. As for the gold coins, of course it is impossible to transport them out and hide them elsewhere according to the Dark Lord's previous plan. I asked the goblins of Gringotts to deposit all the mortgaged Hogwarts proceeds in Leicesterland Odd Treasury. As for the place where the payment is signed, of course my name is written on the real contract. However, I suggest that the fairies should find a student who handles currency exchange at Gringotts and move the signature position and documents a bit. Forged a fake contract used to deceive the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Regarding the content of this memory, Elena copied almost all the scenes and details in her memory. Therefore, compared with the previous rants, the description of the scene and the specific appearance and negotiation content of the fairies appear to be extremely true and reliable. The Ministry of Magic and the onlookers present almost immersed in the scene again. With the voice of Peter Pettigrew, he re-experienced the business negotiation that took place underground in Gringotts. Although everyone was a little dizzy, they also raised their guard against Peter Pettigrew in their hearts. Such a wise and scheming wizard is able to hide his talents for decades. Just thinking about it makes people feel a little shuddering. Undoubtedly, Peter Pettigrew is not an ordinary Death Eater at all. It is even very possible that he is the secret brain of the dark forces that people have been looking for. It's really a conspiracy with no bottom line and interlocking links even to blame students. They can do it. Cornelius Fudge sneered and snorted, with a look of disdain on his face. Hey, stupid and greedy goblin. Do you really think that a Hogwarts student can be scammed by forging a contract to hide it from everyone's sight? Even if you don't know that you are behind the scenes, wise magic ministry officials, it is impossible to be deceived by such absurd lies. Cough, cough. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, glanced at Fudge with a half smile. and cleared his throat. It wasn't until this time that Cornelius Fudge seemed to realize that he had accidentally interrupted the interrogation again, and he stooped to apologize profusely, raised his left arm apologetically, and signaled Dumbledore to continue the trial. "Hey, stupid and immature politician!" Dumbledore Grindelwald flashed a deep hidden contempt in his eyes. The gentle smile on his face did not change at all. He did not continue to question Peter Pettigrew, but turned to Fudge and smiled, the parchment in Yang's hand. "Actually, I feel that almost everything has come to an end, and the trial can be over." Dumbledore looked calmly at the rear trial bench and said in a relaxed tone, "As you can see, the content that needs to be interrogated on my side is almost finished. Since Peter Pettigrew has deposited all the illegal gains in Gringotts, the rest only needs to be sent by the Ministry of Magic. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank will just get back the contract. As far as I know, Bellatrix Lestrange, a legal descendant of the Lestrange family, should be still being held in Azkaban at this time. Gringotts even refused to open the vault for any reason. Just get back the Hogwarts contract." "Why?" Cornelius Fudge blinked and looked at Dumbledore with a bewildered face. In his understanding, the entire trial seemed to have only been halfway through. The verdict on Peter Pettigrew hadn't even been completed. For a moment, Fudge didn't understand why Dumbledore suddenly announced it was over. More importantly, Cornelius Fudge vaguely felt that it seemed that an extremely important step had been missed. As long as the Gringotts Wizarding Bank is not bold enough to remove the wealth from the wizard's vault, or simply cheated poor Petite Peter from the very beginning, it will not fulfill the content of the loan mortgage contract at all. We can all be inlay the huge sum of money belonging to Hogwarts was found in the Trangfamnis vault. Taking a look at the Minister of Magic, who didn't seem to fully understand what he meant, Albus Dumbledore spread his hands, looked around a circle of the same suspicious members of the Wisingham, and explained gently and patiently, whether it is directly using part of the funds to make early repayments, redeem Hogwarts, or because Gringotts unilaterally broke the contract in advance, the contract was invalid from the beginning. No matter from which point of view, we can now get back the Hogwarts estate deed directly from Gringotts, right, Mr. Minister? "It seems well, that's right. If we follow the process, we need to go to Gringotts to collect evidence." Cornelius Fudge turned his head to communicate with Amelia Burns, the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department. He nodded uncertainly, and said slowly, "From the current situation, during the process of collecting evidence, it was already self-evident that the Hogwarts land lease was mortgaged." Then, Dumbledore blinked happily. "The real Death Eater has been caught, Sirius Black has been innocent, and the Hogwarts mortgage has been resolved smoothly. Everyone, let us prepare. Start voting with a show of hands to recover the assets belonging to Hogwarts, and then, today's public review process is all over. Right? Recover assets. The public trial is over. Wait. It's not over yet. The trial can't be over yet." At this moment, the thing that Cornelius Fudge had been lingering in his mind suddenly became clear. I saw the short, stout man jumped up like a burning buttocks, and stood up to the Lord's trial before the stage. "Professor Dumbledore, you have finished asking your question, but the Ministry of Magic has another very serious and terrifying question, which requires Mr. Peter Pettigrew to answer immediately." Cornelius Fudge looked at Peter Pettigrew ferociously and roared loudly, "Peter Pettigrew, what is the relationship between you and the U.S. Magic Federal Reserve System scam?" Accompanied by Cornelius Fudge's roar, the entire Quidditch field seemed to froze for a moment. The people who were immersed in Voldemort's past suddenly reacted afterwards and shifted their sights to Peter Pettigrew. Body. Faced with the gazes of thousands of wizards, Peter Pettigrew grinned unconsciously, and replied flatly, "Oh, this is jointly opened by me and the fairies. I am the registrant of the company." Chapter 2. Exclamation mark. So big, so big. Chapter 582 Showdown. It turns out it's really you. Peter Pettigrew. Damn fairies, I knew they had bad intentions a long time ago. Oh, I have said so many times that there is a problem with this investment. There is a problem. Why don't you listen to me? You must withdraw all the money from the bank and throw it into the hands of this damn liar. You still blame me now? You didn't say that at the beginning. Peter Pettigrew. Where's our money? Where is it? I found out a few days ago. Those fairies must have moved the money in our vault. I knew. Finally found you. Do you think you ran away? Catch him and torture him fiercely. Let him pay back. This liar who kills 1,000 knives. That's right. Let him spit out the money. Pay back, pay back, pay back, pay it back, pay it back. Accompanied by Peter Pettigrew's unobtrusive sound, the entire Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium was silent for a second or two, and then it was like the same basin of water poured into a boiling pan. Most adult wizards almost exploded in an instant. People cursed loudly, blamed each other, and prayed. Numerous chaotic and noisy voices finally gathered together, and gradually there was only one unity left, waves of accusations rushing like waves. Listening to the conversation around, the little wizards of Hogwarts looked at each other blankly, and froze in place. As for the cause of the anger of the adult wizards, the students enclosed in the castle didn't know anything. But at this juncture, the little wizards dare not ask anything. Even those children who come from wizard families and sit with their parents, at this time, most of them look at their parents who suddenly lose control of their emotions in fear, and dare not say anything. And under this sudden wave of anger, the few adult wizards who were at a loss now seemed to be particularly conspicuous. Mrs. Weasley touched his husband with an elbow and asked in a low voice, "Arthur, do you know what happened?" "I think it should be the investment company in Knockdown Alley. It is said that the donation went away this morning." "You forgot. A few days ago, I received a letter from a distant cousin who wanted to take a few of our children investing. It turned out to be that, fortunately, because we didn't have much money in the vault, you couldn't get the money from the Gringotts Wizarding Bank at that time. Otherwise, our family might have been cheated." "How could it be so terrible?" Ahem, actually, I didn't go to the bank to withdraw money at all." Arthur Weasley coughed slightly unnaturally, looked carefully at the emotional crowd around him, and quietly explained to his wife Sia, with a touch of triumphant rejoicing on his face. "Some time ago, under the recommendation of Professor Dumbledore, I participated in a super large project in the international magic world. I was busy with work every day. Where can I have time to invest in Diagon Alley?" "Come on, you, a large international project. Is it possible to check the cushions of foreign toilets for pranks?" Molly Weasley raised her eyebrows and glanced suspiciously at Mr. Weasley. During this period of time, although she did notice that her husband's working hours were indeed longer than before, and every night after returning home, she was more tired than before, and she was even a little perfunctory to hand in homework and slept better than pigs. Still dead. However, apart from this, Arthur Weasley did not experience long-term absences or business trips, and Mrs. Weasley did not see in the newspapers or on the radio that any major international projects were being opened. In her opinion, mostly because of the economic downturn, there are more wizards using magic to trick muggles, so that Arthur's workload has become even greater. "I can't tell you that." Arthur Weasley's eyes lit up, and he was not affected by his wife's words at all. God said mysteriously, "This is absolutely highly confidential. Regarding major events in the entire magical, non-magical, and Hogwarts world, Professor Dumbledore trusts me and is willing to let me participate in such a large-scale cooperative project. It is my greatest fortune. The only thing I can reveal is that I am not the Edgeguard you imagined in it. I am the technical director of the entire project." "Oh, really?" Mrs. Weasley raised her eyebrows noncommittently. "Then you have to work hard." Although Arthur Weasley is not so reliable and shrewd in some places, Molly Weasley knows that her husband is not the kind of person who is good at telling lies, let alone Albus Dumbledore as a joke. Since he said so, then most of it did receive some amazing magic cooperation project from Dumbledore. With years of tacit understanding between husband and wife and the experience of the Order of the Phoenix, Mrs. Weasley understands how to control her curiosity. Of course, if Arthur Weasley really told her about Dumbledore's request for confidentiality, Mrs. Weasley would still think whether her husband was under the imperious curse or was corrupted. Signs. Mrs. Weasley ignored her husband, turned her head to look at the children around her who were looking at her, and raised her eyebrows on her hips. Before Percy, Fred and others could speak, she said in advance, "Okay, I know what you want to ask. Unfortunately, our family doesn't have that much money to invest in, so we neither made money nor lost money. The savings that we finally saved are just a few of you. The manuscript fee, that is the first sum of money in your life, and you can only make the decision by yourself." "Really, Mother? All those contributions are still there? Speaking of which, what we want to buy later, can we buy it directly?" The eyes of the two brothers Fred and George lit up, and you asked quickly one by one. And although Percy Weasley, who stood behind them, did not speak, but there was a look of excitement on his face. Since entering the upper grades, he found that there are more and more places to spend money, the most of which, the main ones, are of course chasing girlfriends, learning materials, chasing girlfriends and chasing girlfriends. Just because of the family's financial situation, Percy has not taken the initiative to speak up. After all, to celebrate his becoming a Gryffindor or prefect this year, his parents have gritted their teeth and bought him a new owl. Even Charlie did not receive such treatment at the beginning. Fortunately, with their brothers in the new singing the contribution on, the family economy is much more affluent than before. At least Ginny won't have to wear other people's old robes next year. If it's those dangerous things, don't even think about it. I will throw out as many as you buy. I don't want your father to bring someone to seal up our own house one day, and then take his two sons." Mrs. Weasley snorted coldly, glanced at the twin sons with excitement, and said gruffly, "Hey, when will you learn more from Percy?" "Hey, Mom, don't you know, Percy is still learning from George. George's side has almost succeeded, but Percy has not made any progress on this side, and is counting on Meryl's help." Fred Weasley curled his lips and said with a smirk. However, before Fred had time to finish speaking, George Weasley and Percy Weasley's expressions changed, and they covered his mouth, arms around his neck, and took him away from Mrs. Lay was forcibly dragged away in front of him, leaving only Ron to face Mrs. Weasley's torture. "Ron, stop." "What succeeded? Who is Meryl?" Mrs. Weasley squinted her eyes, stretched out her hand and quickly grabbed Ron Weasley's ears, who was about to leave. She asked with an unkind expression, and exchanged glances with her husband next to her, her eyes flashing thick, his curiosity and strange look. "These brats, are they in school?" "Hey, Ron, point Dad, where are the girls sitting?" It's just that, similar to the peaceful, warm and harmonious situation of the Weasley family, it is still a minority. Except for a few isolated autistic families, on-wizard families that received some wind and care in advance, the vast majority of adult wizards who appeared on this stand were almost completely blushing at this time. Following Cornelius Fudge's constant inquiries, Peter Pettigrew knows all about the details of the entire Airlock scam, which can be regarded as an extremely comprehensive and professional anti-financial fraud knowledge lecture in the magical world. Frankly speaking, this was actually a financial bubble that burst with a single poke. After Peter Pettigrew's statement and this public trial for the entire magic world, the financial baton originally passed by the wizards completely fell. In the depths of hell, there will be no one who can eat all this next. This also means that everyone present has become food for this scam from this moment on. The most important thing is that as the wizards of the entire Quidditch Stadium began to lose control of their emotions, a large number of wizards began to use the amplification spell to ask Peter Pettigrew about the whereabouts of the funds, and countless questions blew up beside Peter Pettigrew. However, unexpectedly, faced with the overwhelming questions and scolding, Peter Pettigrew showed a weird smile on his face. Apart from repeating a single sentence, there was no other answer, as if it was a process in an endless loop. "All wealth will be attributed to the Supreme Dark Lord. No one has the right to get involved." Prior to this, the public trial went smoothly, like a false bubble. turning into a quagmire of despair. The members of the Wizengamot court began to think about how to ask questions, to find the important clues hidden in the memory of Peter Pettigrew, and the Ministry of Magica, Dumbledore, Otto Apocalypse, etc. People had already surrounded Peter Pettigrew to ensure that this important witness would not be harmed by accident. The whole scene gradually began to fall into an unspeakable and chaotic stalemate. However, on the other side, just before the signs of chaos began to appear, Cornelius Fudge's questions ignited the wizarding mood in the audience. Taking advantage of the noise of the wizards present, and no one has the energy to pay attention to others, Elena quietly left the stands and followed the magic stairs to the exit of the Quidditch stadium, far away from the sight of others. At the door, a group of wizards in black high-collar trench coats had already been waiting there respectfully. "Miss, senior employee of the Destiny Group Gidro Lockhart, I'm here for you." Seeing Elena appearing in the field of vision, the blonde man wearing a snow-white shirt and a black bow tie standing at the front of the crowd walked forward quickly, bowed slightly, showing respect after one hand. A formal look. The halls of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank have been blocked and cleared. Except for the fairies, they are all senior official members of the Destiny Group. The Huberian transition system is on standby and is waiting for your instructions at any time. As one of the witnesses and executors of the whole plan, Gidro Lockhart can be said to have been almost completely tied up in the camp of Elena and Grindelwald. There is no other choice. However, from another aspect, with the understanding of the forces involved in Elena, Dumbledore, and Apocalypse, Gidro Lockhart became more and more satisfied with his original choice. He is fortunate to silently playing with the magic world finance in the palm of his hand, with the power to subvert the world at any time, and is about to enter the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. If I had not chosen to join the Destiny Group, but had naively attempted to betray the organization, maybe the person sitting on the trial chair inside would have an additional liar named Gidro Lockhart. Oh no, if nothing else, he would probably have more names, even he himself would not even dare to imagine. "Mr. Lockhart, you seem to be afraid of me, huh?" Lockhart's face stiffened. "I can understand that in your heart. I may already be a cruel and dangerous demon," Elena whispered with a smile on her face. Gidro Lockhart swallowed nervously. As a recruit and surrender who had just joined Destiny for a short time, he didn't know what to do with this topic. Express opinion. As if she had never expected Lockhart's answer, the girl shook her head mockingly, and did not continue to ask this question. After a while, the group of people who cast the phantom spell was already standing on the bridge in front of the gate of Hogwarts Castle. Elena turned around and glanced at the castle and the Quidditch stadium in the distance. Muttered in a low voice, "In fact, I also hate being a demon king, whether it is scary or awe-inspiring. I also want to be a little angel that everyone likes. But before that I must be stronger than other demon kings to be eligible to change the world. Let's go to Gringotts. It's time for the showdown." 2 in 1 chapter. There is only one chapter today. The reason is shown in the picture. Picture.jpg. Chapter 583, a paper. On this not-so-special day, Elena didn't have much excitement in her heart. In her eyes, these were just trivial finishing touches. The really important things had already ended a few months ago. It's just that the little things in the eyes of girls, for some people, may be like a doomsday catastrophe. As early as last week, Elena had already had a small meeting with Douglas and other fairies. The content of the meeting was very simple. That is, the fairies asked questions from the standpoint of Gringotts, and Elena did it. It's just an answer. This is not the first time this kind of simulated Q&A is in the past month, but for the goblins from the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, such as Douglas and Bogo, the powerlessness in their hearts will increase after each meeting. They are more and more discovering that the judgment Billows once made, the era of the fairies has completely ended. Rather than let the situation worsen and wait for the Gringotts Wizard Bank to be eaten by greedy and stupid human wizards one day, it is better to take advantage of this time to send Gringotts to people who understand the market value and keep the fairies in the financial field. the last dignity. And with the opening of the Hogwarts public trial today, and the sudden closure of the shop in Knockdown Alley, Douglas is very clear for the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the fairies. Another final trial has also begun. Up Diagon Alley, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The door of the bank was completely closed to the outside world. Douglas sat in the tall and majestic marble bank hall, carefully reading a financial paper imported from the Mole world, while looking around this familiar and unfamiliar bank hall. According to the past situation, it was the morning of the working day. There should have been hundreds of goblins in the lobby sitting on the high stools behind the counter busy, such as measuring currency exchange rate fluctuations, calculating the value of precious metals and gems, or recording in a large ledger, accounting transactions gathered from all over the world. However, now that the entire Gringotts turned far away seemed to have fallen into a halt, all the fairies stood tremblingly beside their counters, looking at the resurrected former investment director Glass, who was sitting on a high chair at the end of the hall. Dozens of cold-faced middle-aged and elderly wizards held up their magic wands, looked around the corners of the hall, eloquently casting various detection spells, and carefully investigated the possible remaining shadow magic in the hall, or might cause it dangerous magic protection and magic props with killing effect. After 6 months of intensive work in Ukraine, and after learning and borrowing some counterintelligence experience from the former Soviet Union KGB, their ability in confidential work can be said to have reached the top level in the magical world. No one. As for his own magic power, compared with the Death Eaters who were rampant in the magic world 10 years ago, these saints who survived the Wizarding War and their descendants can say that everyone can fight against several of the most brutal eaters alone, dead. And the most disturbing thing is that, unlike the Death Eaters who fight separately, this is a systematic army of wizards. Douglas silently glanced at the few demon guards who were subdued in less than half a second. Combined with the last prison escape experience, the middle-aged demon made it very clear if the negotiation broke down and turned into a forceful attack, it would be only by fate. The dozens of older wizards in the group are almost enough to sweep the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Just in Douglas' contemplation, there was a noise in the stone alley behind the hall. The members of the Gringotts Fairy Elder Council, surrounded by a crowd of fairies, have already arrived in the marble hall. They coldly glanced at the wizards distributed in the hall, and finally fell on the middle-aged fairies who sat in the first place. Douglas, the taste of revenge is delicious, isn't it? Douglas turned his head and glanced at the old goblin who was standing and talking. No surprises, it was Groin, the chief elder of the Gringotts Fairy Council. Behind it were the other 11 fairies elders and the heads of various departments. Except for Elder Leos, it was nothing short of everything. The important decision-makers in Ling Pavilion have all arrived. Vengeance? No. The middle-aged fairy grinned, closed the book in his hand, and said unhurriedly, to be precise, this is just a business. We are fairies. We only talk about benefits and not emotions. From beginning to end, this is a competition at the financial level. Winners take all, and losers admit compensation. This is not very simple. The truth. It's a very simple and easy to understand truth indeed. No wonder you will become a wizard's house goblin, the chief financial officer of Tanming Group. Oh, Groin's skin twitched his cheeks without a smile. That it should be quite a noble position. It sounds obviously more expensive than the head of the venture capital department of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Be tempting. Almost. The capital currently controlled by Tanming Group and the main business scope involved are still slightly different from when I was in the venture capital department. It's just a money game. In the final analysis, there will not be much difference. Douglas shrugged unmoved and asked calmly. The chief elder took the initiative to come up. Is it just to ask about my current work situation? Hey, just ask casually. After all, compared to financial traps, seeing the traitor in person for the first time made me a little curious. Douglas nodded, and his gaze slowly swept across the group of colleagues and elders who had anger in their eyes. There was no dodge or fear in their eyes. After everyone looked at each other for a while, Douglas narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. Sit down. There are a total of 243 counters in the Gringotts Wizarding Bank lobby. All of you must have been in one of these locations for a long time. Just find a place you are familiar with and sit down. We are discussing today. Most of the problems are actually some very basic business, very simple and basic. After that, Douglas lowered his head again, looking at the financial paper from across the ocean in his hand, and flicking his fingers back and forth on the paper that had been read countless times, as if there was something extremely precious hidden in it. This is not a publicly sold document. In fact, this paper published 8 years ago has not even attracted the attention of many non-magical scholars. In order to find this little-known document, Elena is here. The dollars spent on the above are enough to buy several of the latest top-off-the-line cars. However, compared to the money spent on it, the value of this paper called Bank Runs, Deposit Insurance and Liquidity jointly proposed by Diamond and Davidge at this moment can be said to be invaluable. Most of the theoretical basis for bank runs in later generations are derived from this paper. Even decades later, this analysis paradigm based on asymmetric information and game theory demonstrates the fragility of banking institutions and the possibility of bank runs from the perspective of game theory equilibrium, as well as banks in order to strengthen financial supervision and prevent and resist financial risks. The run model is still one of the most important research contents of modern economics. Elena is not the kind of super genius who brings its own system to traverse. As a humble ally who forgets to load the sound card as a language pack, her only advantage is to remember the names and locations of the key papers of economic documents and models. Rebuilding an economic system is always more difficult than destroying an economic system. However, for Elena, after having joined dozens of the most elite Gringotts professionals, she finally no longer has to bite on those obscure and troublesome mathematical models, and all her brains are thrown to the fairies. Just study. The way to save Gringotts is hidden in this paper. Let's find it. Douglas heard the girl's imposing command in his mind, and a touch of bitterness and awe appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, the non-magical world had done so much more economic research than fairies. Obviously, this is an entry assessment from the Demon King. If he fails to find the correct solution within the specified time and directly razes the Gringotts Wizarding Bank to the ground, and then builds a new bank from the ruins, it does not seem to be a very difficult choice for the wizard. It's a pity that, except for a few goblins who belong to the Destiny, most of the goblins present can't understand the heavy pressure Douglas is facing now. The middle-aged goblins are full of arrogance and mockery in their eyes. Are you going to humiliate us? Douglas, behind Groin, the goblin who succeeded Douglas as the head of the venture capital department, screamed. His face became extremely distorted, staring at the nightmare that had enveloped him for almost half of his life, his emotions a little out of control. Not only him, along with Douglas' careless voice, a trace of resentment appeared on most of the fairies' faces. According to the ancient tradition of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, all goblins involved in high-level business must have experienced the experience of serving in the lobby of the bank, and once promoted, unless there is a serious economic error, they will not be transferred back to the counter. You know, the fairies that can appear in the hall under this situation. Which one is not the one who finally jumped from this place to the other core areas of Gringotts after a step-by-step experience and growth? This kind of invitation to them, the re-entry negotiation method, is obviously an act of revenge. Humiliation? I just have a question. I need you to help me answer it. After a while, Douglas sighed slightly, and solemnly placed the bank run, deposit insurance, and liquidity in his hand on the counter in front of him, and glanced at the fairies who were standing still around. If there is another large-scale run, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which has been emptied of all its reserves by the Hogwarts loan, the Ruble War, and the Magic Fed scam, is there any way to continue living now? Go on. All the anger of all the fairies on the scene froze on their faces. The chief elder Gru shook his body, his cheek twitched a few times, and his eyes were serious and somewhat fiercely staring at Douglas. "Aren't these all thanks to you? There is only one big chapter today. Check information. Go ask for a day off. It's time for the final ending, to sort out the logic, and the beginning of the next volume. Big Orange is the most important, so I didn't code it in the morning, and I haven't finished writing a chapter yet. Ask for a day off, make up tomorrow. Peas." The good news is that Irina's high-definition fan pictures are finally available. You can see half-round-faced fat chicken at Station B or a half-round-faced fat chicken on Weibo. The original form of the nightmare of the 584th chapter. For this period of time, Gringotts has been fighting with some nightmares that are invisible. Regarding the identities of these competitors, the Fairy Elder Council has many optimistic speculations, such as the fairies in the Americas, such as the mysterious probe from the non-magical world, and the long-term prying and greed from the Minister of Magic. It was only at the Gringotts high-level plenary meeting this morning that the cruel fact that the fairies have been trying to avoid is finally determined. Hogwarts, who represents the top power in the wizarding world, is the one who has been standing in the mist. One of the figures in the back of the calculation of Gringotts. The most important thing is that Gringotts does not even have the ability to lift the table. And Douglas, who was accompanied by Resurrection from the dead, appeared at the gate of Gringotts, and the Fairy Elders, who personally issued the execution order, finally reacted. It turned out that 13 Elder Leos was the most hidden traitor. There is no doubt that this is a major reshuffle of the Gringotts faction initiated from within. The despicable and shameful Leos once again reproduced the investment it made hundreds of years ago, but this time it chose to collude with human wizards, and in order to help it realize its ambition to control the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, it carried out shameful interests exchange. At this time, apart from hurriedly ordering the guards to imprison Leos, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank has no more room to respond. They also need to deal with the CFO of Destiny, regardless of whether the other party is ready to proceed the revenge of blood, or to help the wizard to destroy Gringotts. In short, the nightmare has become a reality, and it must be faced after all. It's just that, in the expectations of Groin and the other fairies, the negotiation shouldn't seem to be like this. Rebirth. Douglas looked extraordinarily calm, with neither the arrogant pride of a victor nor the happy bloodthirsty of the Avengers. It seemed to him that it was nothing more than coming back after a vacation. The middle-aged goblin just sat on the bank counter and asked quite seriously, "Gringotts is about to face a run now. Is there any good way for Gringotts Wizarding Bank to tide over this crisis? Although, this problem may be more difficult than before. Create panic, push for a run. Isn't this your plan?" The Fairy Elder took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions, lest his voice tremble too obviously because of his anger, staring fiercely at Douglas' face, and slowly said, "As the former head of the venture capital department of Gringotts, what kind of impact these things will have on Gringotts, you can't be unclear. If Gringotts were not driven to an end, would you appear here? If it is not really helpless, how can the arrogance of the Fairy Elder Council obey the request of a traitor who was almost executed secretly by them?" And all the staff moved from the Gringotts basement meeting room to the marble hall of the bank above to carry out such a thing. The field was full of humiliating surrender negotiations. With the break of the cash chain, all Gringotts industries have gradually begun to fall into paralysis, and their only hope now is that Hogwarts and the humans are willing to return the billions of gold gallons looted before to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Otherwise it will not last next week. Gringotts and the fairies, it will be completely turned into the dust of history. All this is different from all the financial investments and games that Gringotts Wizarding Bank has experienced over the past millennia. There are no clever digital games, no contract explanations that play with words, and even the element of luck is just a factor that fuels the flames. This is the tower built through financial scams. And it is the goblins who think that the least of all the chips is toppled. There may be problems, and it is also the simplest bank counter business. Therefore, in the face of this first large-scale run in Gringotts history, Almost all Goblin executives and elders have come to only one conclusion and response method: find as many Jinjialong as possible and support after this run. Although he had already prepared himself for being blamed before he came up with the questions of the middle-aged Goblin, the sudden rise of humiliation and powerlessness still made it difficult for the Goblins present to control their emotions. However, the CFO of Destiny does not seem to be satisfied with this answer. Douglas glanced at the desolate Goblins, and tapped his fingers on the counter in front of him. A dead end? Is this the judgment given by the Venture Capital Department or the conclusion drawn by the Council of Elders? This is the joint venture of the Venture Capital Department, all the senior officials, and the Fairy Elder Council. Oh. It seems that Gringotts really did not lose in justice this time. I never thought that after stripping away the little bit of adventurous spirit and wisdom, the Goblin had actually become so stupid and cowardly. Without waiting for the fairies below to finish speaking, Douglas sighed in disappointment. You gave up, it's too early. Don't you try something else? Douglas' sigh echoed in the marble hall. The expression on the face of the middle-aged Goblin was serious. It seemed that he was really concerned about and thinking about the future destiny of Gringotts, but the faces of the old Goblins such as Groin changed in an instant. Get savage. Why not try another method? There must be other ways. If so, the Chief Fairy Elder trembled all over, turned his head and looked at the pale-faced colleagues around him, took a deep breath and laughed miserably. His voice sounded extremely penetrating, as if it came from the ice cellar. Then, respectable Mr. Douglas, you tell me what else can Gringotts do? Actually, in my opinion, there are still several ways. It is not completely in desperation. Douglas rubbed his chin, leaned against the back of the chair, and answered softly, thoughtfully. For example, it directly admitted that they had misappropriated the wizard's Jinjialong, and at the same time publicly disclosed the contents of the contract signed with Dumbledore to inform the wizards that their Jinjialong was in Hogwarts Castle. Although it was a fatal blow to the bank's reputation, but at least part of the risk has been diverted, so that the wizarding world's attention will not be entirely on Gringotts, or mobilize all the elders, senior officials and even ordinary fairies to contribute their own gold and treasures to temporarily fill the gaps in Gringotts. As far as I know, you still have a lot of gold in your secret vaults. If you gather together, reluctantly pooled 1 or 200 million, should still be able to do in this case, it can still delay a lot of time. Douglas shrugged, took the last cigar out of his arms, and played with it carelessly. There are many ways to respond like this. Nothing more than messing up the situation, sharing debts, collateralizing the future, making up for shortfalls, and shrinking the market. As long as more buffer time can be obtained, Gringotts will eventually slow down. Out of anger. As a huge financial institution entrenched in the magical world for thousands of years, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank's background is far beyond everyone's imagination. If the fairies can take the lead in eating all the losses, then as time goes by, the wizards' gold coins that have nowhere to save will eventually slowly flow back into the bank's vaults. It is a pity that when this loss is no longer a macroscopic bank entity, but falls on every fairy, this decision is not so easy in execution. The profit-oriented fairy, it is entirely possible to take a step before this. Civil unrest broke out. Of course, this is not completely impossible to suppress for the Fairy Elder Council and the executives. These methods sound good. Groin was stunned, took a deep look at Douglas, who was sitting not far away, and said with a smile, "You deserve to be the star of hope who once ran the venture capital department. You can find so many ways to break the game in a few words. This is the way you and Leo discovered to control Gringotts, right? It's just, don't you worry. After Gringotts knows these methods, will it cause trouble to the wizard master behind you? Now that I have said it, it proves that these roads have been blocked." Douglas shook his head, and replied plainly, without showing any worried expression. "Also, these contents are not what I thought up, but the lady prepared in advance. Let me communicate with you, so as to avoid unnecessary consumption of the assets and reputation of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The lady originally gave it to I set aside 2 hours of commentary time, but now it seems to overestimate Gringotts and our fairy. Miss, is that half-blood witch named Elena Caslana? Facing Douglas' explanation, Groin was stunned again, then grinned and laughed. So, do you want to say that you are just a megaphone? All conspiracies have nothing to do with you? In fact, you can say so. Douglas hesitated, opened his hands and smiled helplessly, and said calmly, since leaving Gringotts, most of the businesses we are involved in have been staggered from the areas where Gringotts are located. The specific information about Gringotts is completely conveyed by the eldest lady except for simple accounting. In addition, our group of fairies spend more time studying and researching some financial books compiled by Mulls recommended by the eldest lady in order to better understand the content of future work. Of course, Albus Dumbledore is also learning. You, Dumbledore, are learning about Mull finance. Groin took a deep breath and widened his eyes. So you don't mean to say that these plans are not the work of the traitor Leos? They are the conspiracy of the lowly human wizard cub? That is called Irene Nas half-blood thing? Chapter 1, Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 585 Rage. If you start with the disintegration of the Soviet Union as the starting point, then the entire event spans more than half a century. This is a long and complicated non-magical political upheaval, and the Hogwarts mortgage is also involved. The decline and death of an ancient pureblood family, which involved how much historical thickness and the relationship between characters. At this moment, there are still billions of people outside who are being affected by this. After leveraged and amplified, more than millions of billions of dollars of capital are still trapped in the quagmire of financial wars and cannot escape. Among them are fairies and Mulls. If this huge financial system manipulation was deployed by Leos, who had participated in the establishment of the First French Empire, the Gringotts Elder Council would also be particularly shocked, but it would not be completely incomprehensible. However, until this time, when they finally thought they had found the man behind the scenes, saw the key traitor who was plotting to overthrow the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and controlling the lifeline and direction of the Goblin clan, they were about to compromise. The other party even said lightly, the real careerist is a little girl who has just turned 11! Exclamation mark. The old Goblin Chief Elder raised his head and looked at Douglas, with a ridiculous expression on his face. Your Excellency Chief Elder, please pay attention to your words. Douglas looked at the Gringotts Elder, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said seriously with a solemn expression, according to the advice of Elder Leos, I suggest that when the eldest arrives, you call her the Supreme Fairy Queen. Otherwise, although you may not die, you will definitely experience a recovery process that is more terrifying than death. If you count the time, the trial at Hogwarts is almost at its final stage, and the young lady should be almost at Gringotts. The Hogwarts public trial was also planned by her, isn't it? Yes. As if finally entering the script Douglas was looking forward to, the middle-aged goblin nodded sincerely. His voice did not improve, but the ears of all the goblins seemed to make a huge sound like a crash on metal. Elder Leos was the first to realize this. At that time, their main energy was still on how to make a small amount of money from the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, but since they realized the hidden dangers in Gringotts' capital chain, and after choosing to enter the game hastily in order to fight against the American Goblin Gringotts, the eldest lady saw the possibility of eating Gringotts completely. Douglas spoke peacefully, as if telling a story that had nothing to do with him. Even without the intervention of the Council of Elders on the Venture Capital Department, these plans will not have too many changes. As the Gringotts Wizarding Bank that exists based on the trust of depositors, the property of being 100% controlled by the fairies is really too bad. This kind of mistrust of human beings towards us is stronger than that of any bank in the world. So you want to say, this is also an investment that fully complies with the demon's precision rules? Chief Elder Groin grinned, showing his yellow teeth, and asked in a hoarse voice. The absurd atmosphere enveloped the entire marble hall of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. As such a small group of people who are the most outstanding in the financial field of the Goblin, They can easily understand what Douglas said from the results. Words. Even as to why Eos chose to betray, and how they have failed step by step these days, these contents now with the emergence of Douglas and the simple explanation of the middle-aged goblin seem to be changing from absurdity to reasonable. Yes, when losses are inevitable, the best practice is not to continue to die or stop losses immediately, but to find a way to change their position and take the initiative to stand on the side of the winner to ensure that their own interests will not be divided and damaged. Douglas answered in a natural tone, and took out a parchment and glanced at it. Hogwarts can use cash to purchase equity to provide financial support to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The total amount is converted into a gold gallon, about 750 million for the purchase of invalid Salazar Slater, the land deed of Lynn, and the 70% equity of Gringotts Wizarding Bank include but are not limited to coinage rights, personnel appointment rights, and day-to-day management rights. Just as I entrusted the guards to help convey this, this is not a bargaining business cooperation. Gringotts Wizarding Bank has the only right to agree or refuse. If Gringotts chooses to refuse, then this parchment, the above content, is about the proposal to reorganize Gringotts. Of course, the shareholding ratio will be adjusted slightly. A group of elves looked at the former head of the venture capital department in disbelief. They could not organize a suitable language to reply to Douglas for a while, and Douglas was not in a hurry. After reading the content on the parchment, they continued to open and release. The Mole Scholar's paper on the counter was carefully studied. After a while, Groin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. It seems that Miss Elena Caslana thinks Gringotts already belongs to her, right? Douglas frowned, first shook his head and then nodded again. How should I put it? My authority only has to explain. The specific content will not be confirmed until the young lady arrives. But your statement is also correct. From the current point of view, Grinch will be hers sooner or later. Groin's cheek twitched vigorously, staring at the parchment in Douglas' hand. Then, Mr. Chief Financial Officer, what should we pay attention to when the lady arrives later? What the eldest said. You can agree to it. Douglas suggested sincerely. This way, the eldest will be in a better mood, the handover efficiency will be higher, and the time will not be wasted too much. It's just a 10-year-old girl. Who knows what she will ask for? As far as I know, I am now 11 years old. As for the requirements, in any case, they will not exceed the assets owned by Gringotts Wizarding Bank. As long as the attitude is correct, they will definitely be satisfied. Even the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank? Yes, that's it. The two goblins looked at each other for a long time, and the coldness and irony on Groin's face grew stronger. Douglas, on the other hand, looked serious, like a pupil answering a teacher's question, without any element of joke. Crazy. You are crazy, are you, under the wizard's imperious curse? After a while, Groin took a deep breath again. Do you know what the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank means? It's not just the marble hall in front of you, and it's not just the pile of shit in the ground. The Vault of Magic. Of course I understand that. In fact, Danming Group has already prepared the reception of some industries in advance. Douglas smiled, tapping his fingers on the counter rhythmically, and replied calmly. For example, all the popular shops in the former Soviet Union, the former Soviet heavy industrial enterprises that were acquired by Gringotts, the mole commercial banks controlled by Gringotts in the non-magical world. During the two mole wars, the United Kingdom war bonds issued by European countries such as France, Germany, etc. Well, of course, there are thousands of fairy clerks in Gringotts, including the venture capital department, as well as the wizards and mole employees they contacted. Boom. Before Douglas could finish speaking, Groin grasped the crutches in his hand and struck hard on a wooden counter next to him, making a huge noise, looking at the betrayer in front of him with a grim look. Douglas, you shameful traitor. Are you sending all the fairies and the future of Gringotts to the hands of human wizards? Do you want the fairies to become the next house elf? It should not be. Douglas replied calmly. Perhaps there will be relatively large power reorganizations and organizational adjustments in the business of the non-magical world, but for a long time, the financial foundation of the magical world will still be we goblins do the accounting. Among human wizards, talents in mathematics and economics are very scarce, especially in the fields of auditing and accounting that require time to accumulate. The advantages of fairies are still irreplaceable. Shit! Groin roared angrily. Do you really think that Gringotts has nowhere to go? Just because of the little difficulty of running? The dilemma that Gringotts Wizarding Bank has experienced for thousands of years. But this has never happened this time. It hurts the fundamentals of the bank. Douglas calmly interrupted the old goblin's roar, stood up and looked down at Groin. In the final analysis, a bank is a business with operating credit and operating risks. If depositors do not trust the bank, then the cornerstone of this transaction will be shaken. No bank can withstand the simultaneous withdrawal of all depositors. This is not what we have discussed. Is there any problem that I have passed? In the face of the run, Gringotts has no retreat. Gringotts can release the original contract to divert attention and mobilize everyone to raise gold to fill the loopholes. Groin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with the last touch of fierceness. Yes. This is the method I told you just now. So you continue to instigate people to run on Gringotts. Even if you can empty Gringotts, as long as the scam over there is unsupported, the gold will eventually come back. What's more, at that time, Hogwarts and the little witch who signed the contract must first find a way to explain clearly to the angry wizards, right? You seem to only remember the previous part. Didn't I still say that these roads have been blocked? Douglas glanced at Groin and sighed helplessly. Well, you are right. In fact, the shop in Knockoff Alley was closed this morning. In order to complete the impact on the Gringotts Wizarding Bank as quickly as possible, the eldest lady adjusted the rate of return to an almost crazy value. The wizards did not have much savings, and the 600 million gold gallons hadn't even been used up. It was almost the same. It is terrible to pry away the wealth of the entire magic world. Guess where this anger might erupt in the end? Chapter 2. Chapter 586 Entrusted. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Business Hall. The bright sunshine was cut off by the marble hall, and the faces of the fairies standing in the middle of the bank hall gradually became difficult to look like, as if an invisible rope was slowly tightening around their necks. Well, if I try my best, Gringotts can really drag on for a while, whether it is admitting that Gringotts broke his trust or disclosing the original contract. But this will undoubtedly reduce the value of the bank significantly, and then want to restore it later. Up to the current level, it takes some effort. After all, it is easier to inherit a complete Gringer than to rebuild on the ruins. The Goblin Douglas said calmly. The voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. Venture investment. The most precious thing is news. The middle-aged goblin paused, a rather complicated look flashed across his face, and said softly, "It's just that you may not pay attention to some inconspicuous news. At this moment, a public trial is going on in Hogwarts Castle. And the subject of the trial also happens to be a wizard who is resurrected from the dead Xiao dwarf. Peter, what does the wizard's trial have to do with our Gringotts? As far as I know, Peter Pettigrew is a deeply hidden Death Eater. Since the fall of the mysterious man, he has been secretly lurking at Hogwarts. Some time ago, he even stole the title deed of the Slytherin family. No, it's wrong. It's the one in the vault below. DSK. This is really a heinous bad guy. Douglas shook his head unhurriedly in the increasingly distorted and hideous expressions of the Gringotts Elder Council. Oh, I know you have a lot to say now. But don't rush to refute me. Patiently listen to me to finish the follow-up story, and then ask questions together. Peter Pettigrew is a terrifying conspiracy. Mortgage Hogwarts was just the first step in his revenge against the magic world. Not long ago, he did something worse in nature. This morning, the era of the Legal Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic found the registration information of the store in the Federal Reserve System of Magic of the United States in Knockdown Alley. The legal person's signature at the end of the contract is Peter Pettigrew. Of course, this huge one. A scam. Peter Pettigrew alone. There must be no way to do it. The worst thing is that during this period of time, more than one wizard happened to see the figures of fairies in Knockdown Alley. Speaking of this, Douglas took a meaningful look at Chief Elder Groin, who was standing in the forefront, and shook his shoulders indifferently. Of course, these goblins have been secretly executed by Gringotts a long time ago, just I guess in the eyes of human wizards. Most goblins look the same, don't they? Sorry, I have never been good at hiding my whereabouts. This kind of simple and inferior method of planting and putting on blame is simply full of errors. Groin gritted his teeth and sneered, staring at Douglas, as if seeing the fairy for the first time. Simple, but exceptionally effective, Your Excellency. Douglas replied calmly, pointing at the spacious and bright marble hall. What does Gringotts Wizarding Bank represent in the magic world? Jinjialong and fairies. In the eyes of wizards, we fairies symbolize financial activities themselves. This kind of financial scam involving all wizards, even if there is no evidence, fairies and Ancient Ling Pavilion is also the primary target of suspicion. Not to mention, the wizard has also been given an impeccable reason. After a short pause, Douglas raised his head and looked at the group of fairies in front of him who represented Gringotts' past will. He sighed, without the slightest pleasant expression on his face, and continued with a heavy and clear tone. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Peter Pettigrew should have confessed all the crimes. This includes not only betraying friends, taking refuge in the dark forces, mortgage Hogwarts, and creating financial scams, but also including the proposal of Gringotts, forged mortgage contracts, blamed ordinary Hogwarts students, and there was support from the goblins behind this scam. All the evidence, testimony, and witnesses all point to the same result, and all the judges still all will be stakeholders. Slowly, the faces of all the fairy elders and executives gradually showed despair. But Douglas couldn't help sighing again, and said the final conclusion in a gentle tone. Undoubtedly, if all the charges are actually held on Gringotts, then the next time the goblin will face is not an orderly run. The wizard has never believed in the goblin, and we broke out with the wizard for so many years. There have been more than 1 or 2 wars, but if this one breaks out, it will most likely be the last. The middle-aged fairy's voice didn't have much emotional fluctuations from beginning to end, and it seemed to be completely out of the way, standing from the perspective of a bystander, to calmly tell such a story. In fact, this is the only thing it can do now. This is the most absurd, rough, and terrifying negotiation it has experienced over the years. If this meeting with Gringotts can be counted as the last negotiation, almost all the whole cards were openly displayed in front of the opponent, even including future methods in some previous conspiracy designs. However, even if the fairies now know all this, clearly understand every link, every step of the trap set by Lena, and know what is about to happen in the future, there is no way to stop the wave from coming over. As the helm of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the core leadership of the fairies, the group of fairies present may still be constrained by the current era in their vision and thinking, but when Douglas gradually stripped everything out, stacked in front of them in the same way, they almost immediately understood the ending they were about to face. This is not something with huge losses, internal divisions, and factional changes that have buffer leeway. It is a catastrophe that hangs above them like the sword of Damocles and is about to fall. Wizards never believed in Fairies of 3 Academy. To exterminate the fairy, all the wizard needs is a reason. Collaborating with the dark forces, creating panic, defrauding most of the magical world's wealth. One by one seemingly independent events and information are combined. Douglas stood up and walked slowly between the various counters in the hall, quietly stroking the mottled wooden counters that might be older than them with his fingers, waiting for the rest of the fairies to digest that content just now. After a while, the middle-aged fairy walked up to the elders and said in a heavy tone, "At this time, the truth is not the most important thing. The number of wizards in the magical world who are malicious towards fairies and Gringotts is definitely far more than those who are close to us. Before I arrive at Gringotts, I will give a public trial. It has already begun, and all the content will be spread quickly throughout the wizarding world. and there is no room for redemption. It is not a good thing to allow angry wizards to destroy Gringotts. Whether it is used as a currency issuer or a circulation channel, the bank will still have to be there after all, completely shattered and rebuilt. The financial market in the magic world will be in chaos for a long time for a civilization. This is a very heavy price. So according to the intention of the eldest lady, I still hope that all these things will be resolved before everything becomes out of control. Douglas paused, nodded, looking at the fairies around. Everyone knows that time is indeed very tight, but this is also to help Lord Goulin as soon as possible. In order to deal with this difficulty, after taking over Gringotts, many of the next layouts still need to be present. Work together, otherwise the final result will not change much. Of course, the most important thing is the sincerity of Gringotts and our goblins. This is what the eldest looks most importantly. I remember at the very beginning, I said it once, and then reminded it again. So now is the third and final exhortation. This is not a commercial negotiation. There is no room for bargaining. It is left to Gringotts. The wizard bank is running out of time. Once the wave of anger from the wizards begins to take shape, even if there are 2 Albus Dumbledores, there may be no way to control it. The wisest choice is not to ask too much why, and to comply with Mrs. Next arrangements as soon as possible, so that all processes will be unimpeded, and all orders will not be delayed or slowed down. After all, for wizards, in other words, if Gringotts does not cooperate, they have an easier way, although it will be a lot of trouble later. Douglas let out a sigh of relief, and his gaze swept across the faces of every goblin. The above content is the task assigned to him by Elena Castellana this week. He has finished all the words. Now all he can do is expect everything to be done in accordance with the best results. Get on. As the CFO of Destiny, he only got one promise. When everything became chaotic, the Destiny Group promised to protect a small number of Gringotts goblins, as the last fire of the goblins, and safely escape the wrath of the wizards as lifelong employees of the Destiny Group. So we are looking for a queen for the fairies and Gringotts. From a more optimistic point of view, it is almost like this. Douglas nodded and looked around the wizards standing outside the fairy group. This is a huge force that you can hardly imagine. Although it may be subject to a lot of control and interference in the future, from a good point of view, at least Gringotts chose a more promising force than the Ministry of Magic. After the benefits are bound, even the Minister of Magic can no longer threaten Gringotts. We have all lost so thoroughly. Their stupid and incompetent bureaucrats will only be more pitiful if they stretch their paws indiscriminately. Chief Elder Groin looked tremblingly at Douglas and the wizards around him. He opened his mouth and said nothing. But the old goblin's eyes had almost answered all Douglas' questions. Douglas murmured as he watched this old goblin who has been in charge of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank for nearly 200 years. Anyway, if you can understand all this, I am very happy. So, after a moment of silence, Elder Groin looked at the former head of Gringotts Venture Capital, who was far younger and more energetic than him. His voice was low, as if every word had exhausted his strength. And he asked in a deep voice, Tau, Gringotts, the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank, including so many goblins, have been entrusted to that Elena Castellana. Can she protect all the golden goblins and defeat the traitors? Woo, the home network is down, wireless and 4G can't be connected. Now I can barely connect to the 4G hotspot. The error-free chapters of Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue will continue to be updated in the hand. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend the hand. Like Hogwarts on the tip of your tongue. Please collect Hogwarts on the tip of your tongue. Chapter 587, The Supreme Queen. This is not a deal. Douglas shook his head and looked at the chief elder, calmly replied. The eldest lady will defend her own property. At the same time, self-production is the core attribute of capital. After integrating the power of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, we will definitely confront the fairies in America in the next step. But this is not for the sake of revenge for Gringotts, but because they blocked Mrs. Sway. Then why should our Gringotts Wizarding Bank follow a little girl's command? Well, instead of following the command, you take the initiative to offer the ownership of the entire Gringer. At this point, you should not deceive yourself anymore. It is meaningless, but it is easy to leave hidden dangers. As for the reason, Douglas paused, then continued. In fact, in order to deal with the next shock, there is indeed a very simple way to issue new coins. The new Jinjialong is linked to the credit of Hogwarts. As for the carrier, it is directly added to the original coin. The House Elves' magic is enough. Cross-credit can ensure that Gringotts cannot over-distribute gold coins, and it can also ensure that Hogwarts can provide certain financial assistance in the event of a run on Gringotts. The second point is to retrieve the deposit records of all wizards on April 1st. Gringotts will restore and supplement according to the actual deposits of the vaults at that time. Of course, the source of funds is from the vaults of the Lestrange family. Inside, nearly 700 million Jinjialong should be able to fill this vacancy. Finally, it must be explained that these Jinjialongs should belong to Hogwarts and the whole world of magic. It is just that the Gringotts Wizarding Bank took the initiative to release the original equity to raise cash. This new batch of Jinjialongs, it will all be replaced by Hogwarts Jingalong, and each Jinjialong represents own a billionth of Gringotts equity. Any wizard can at any time use the Hogwarts Jingalong in his hand to exchange shares of Gringotts Wizarding Bank at Hogwarts. Of course, with the subsequent issuance of the total currency, every gold coin the shareholding of the company may be diluted, but in any case, Grinch will become an asset jointly owned by the wizarding world and will be guarded by all wizards. Click. Click. The chief elder firmly squeezed the cane in his hand and made a slight click. These concepts may be a bit complicated, I know. Douglas shrugged and continued unmovedly. As for the logic behind this, I have also seen the financial literature of Miles in the last 2 days, and only then has it been clear. It's a little bit, but even if you don't understand the principle, it doesn't prevent you from judging whether this path is feasible. Right? The old goblin took a deep breath and pointed to Douglas' nose. Do you know what this means if you really follow your eldest lady's statement? Gringotts Wizarding Bank will never return to the goblin's hands. Oh, you can never belong to a fairy again. The benefits you are about to sell are not just these now. You still don't understand? Times have changed. Douglas sighed, smoothly pushed away the fingers that were about to poke his face, and frowned. Gringotts Wizarding Bank from the very beginning, it shouldn't be a goblin. We are just filling up loopholes for our mistakes. As a Gringotts attached to the financial market of the magic world, only by dividing up one's own interests and involving wizards can we ensure the continuation of the fairies and the bank. In this era, it is human wizards who make laws, and human wizards who make market rules. If we still put ourselves on the opposite side of human wizards, then sooner or later we will perish, either because always lose, and slowly eaten away by wizards, or because they have been winning, they are directly killed by wizards who have lost patience. The recent series of things have proved that the goblins cannot continue to stay ahead in the financial field. We no longer have the capital to fight against wizards, whether it is power or wisdom. This is a simple truth. Only wizards can fight. Wizard. So the American goblins chose to give in and obey the bureaucracy and the government in exchange for living space, because there is only one road in front of them. But for the current Gringotts Wizarding Bank, there is now a different road. Don't forget, the young lady has half of the Ver blood flowing on her body. Just like what Elder Leos invested in the past to welcome a great queen with a future, or to surrender to stupid and short-sighted bureaucracy. The next choice should be a matter of course. At this point, Douglas' eyes gradually became cold, and he grinned. Undoubtedly, this is a very difficult choice. It is especially difficult to accept for the Fairy Elder Council. After all, in terms of rights and interests, the elders are the ones who suffer the most. You and the elders must have in their hearts resentful. For example, even if the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank is sacrificed, the fate will not be fulfilled. Most people may have such self-destructive thoughts when facing desperation. Only. Douglas paused, looked at the goblin supervisors standing behind the 12 elders, with a meaningful smile on their faces, and turned his head to look sincerely at the members of the Council of Elders standing in front of him. For such a big matter, the Council of Elders alone may not be able to decide. This is why I must let all Gringotts executives come up together. After all, everyone may be very busy next. Whether it is statistics, the balance of deposits at the beginning of April is still to sort out Gringotts' asset list, or to prepare for the arrival of the young lady. The middle-aged fairy finished speaking with a smile, and took out a pocket watch from his arms and opened it for a glance. Oh, yes, the eldest lady will arrive in 40 minutes. This is the time set by the door key, so the error should not be too much. If you have any questions, please hurry up and act immediately after asking. I have a problem here, Douglas. You still didn't say how the scam ended. A fairy elder standing behind Groin pondered for a few seconds, then looked at the middle-aged fairy in front of him and said slowly, "If I remember correctly, the wizards have now determined that this matter has something to do with fairies. That is to say, even if the deposits can be recovered in the end, the human wizards will definitely seek more revenge. Then who will be the victim?" "Well, you are right, some bad goblins are really needed." Douglas nodded quickly, spread his hands, and explained quite seriously. "The fairies in this world who are good at finance are indeed mostly from the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, so it is absolutely beyond doubt that Gringotts was involved in this conspiracy. But what is interesting is that the Gringotts Wizarding Bank has not split into other two parts. As far as I know, those American traitors who lacked the accumulation of primitive capital have been madly circulating around the world recently. Obviously they have quite logical motives to initiate this financial fraud. As for the evidence, Douglas grinned, a hint of malicious sly flashed in his eyes, and said softly, "When the cooperation between Gringotts and Hogwarts is finalized and the contents of the joint statement are finalized, I believe Peter Pettigrew will remember these contents soon." Human memory is very wonderful, and it only takes a little effort. I can recall a lot of things I thought I had forgotten a long time ago, just like he mortgaged Hogwarts Castle. Then you mentioned earlier, what about the Gingy Arlong that Hogwarts promised to assist? Don't worry, Gingy Arlong has always been in charge of the eldest lady herself. If not unexpected, she will arrive at the Gringotts Wizarding Bank together with the eldest lady, and deposit it into Lestrange's family before the Ministry of Magic or investigate Treasury. Lestrange's vault. Why? The reason is very simple. I will help you recall a little bit. When Peter Pettigrew came to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank to mortgage Hogwarts, all the funds obtained from the mortgage were deposited in the Lestrange family vault by the entrusted bank. Yes, since there is no gold in the Lestrange family vault, the generous and benevolent lady decided to temporarily lend gold coins to Gringotts to fill the gap in Lestrange's vault. Lending to Gringer. That should have been. Attention. These Gingy Arlongs are destiny and the savings of the Apolclis family for thousands of years. Those Gingy Arlongs belonging to Hogwarts are still lying in the vault of the Lestrange family, except for the Gringotts fairies. No one outside has been in contact. Douglas cleared his throat and corrected seriously. Although the eldest lady will enter the Gringotts Wizarding Bank in the future, there should not be the slightest unprofessional and ambiguity in the accounting of Destiny's assets and subsequent equity purchases. Hogwarts and Destiny, these are two different partners. The mandate of Heaven borrowed Gringotts gold coins to use Gringotts to make up for the loans that should be issued to Hogwarts Mortgage, and then Hogwarts invested in the purchase of shares in Gringotts Wizarding Bank. This is another cooperation treaty. The chief financial officer of Tanming paused and looked around the silent marble hall. So, do you have any other questions? I hope that all the questions can be resolved before the lady arrives. If we don't accept it, then the empty Lestrange family vault will be filled with all the rumors that Gringotts Wizarding Bank misappropriated depositors' funds. Even if the personal savings of all our elders are accumulated together, it is impossible to fill this huge shortfall, let alone cope with subsequent runs. Groin closed his eyes, rubbed his temples vigorously, and chuckled softly. Is the real winner take all? It's a terrible and wonderful serial trap. I understand what Leos thinks. She is indeed more suitable for this new era of intrigue than us old guys, the traitors in America. Huh? When he opened his eyes again, the old goblin's gaze had stabilized, and there was no more hesitation and anger in his eyes. The chief goblin elder who had been in charge of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank for nearly 100 years returned to his body. Is there only 40 minutes left? It's really tight, Groin whispered a little tiredly, then turned around and roared loudly at the fairies behind him. Then what are you doing in a daze? Do you need to keep so many people behind to sign the contract? Quickly follow Douglas' instructions to organize information, make lists, clean up the vault. There are still 40 minutes. That mixed Bloodv? No, Elena Caslana. Well, it should be the respected Ms. Caslana, not right. Groin stared in a daze, and suddenly remembered the first time he saw the Silverhorde Witch in the conference room. The kid didn't even eat dinner, so he had to eat the steak provided by Gringotts, while pulling back and forth with the Gringotts Elder Council on the details of the mortgage contract one by one, fighting against the whole Gring. The Council of the Elders did not let the wind fall. At that time, they thought that it was from Dumbledore's Behintthessen's command. But in less than half a year, she did not even appear in the Gringotts. She had completed all the layout and finishing ahead of time, and defeated all the lines of defense of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank in an understatement. Terrible talent. The chief fairy elder thought for a few seconds, considered the sentence, and finally said with a certain tone, "Your Majesty, the Supreme Fairy Queen will arrive at her faithful Gringotts Wizarding Bank in 40 minutes. Gringotts and fairies will enter a whole new era from now on. Long live your Majesty." The second volume is over. There is only one chapter today, and then I will organize the contents of the third volume. Suddenly I found this scene, so it's enough to end it. Now that the situation has come, it is no longer necessary for Elena to appear on the stage to face off in person. She has put all her choices and tactics in front of the goblin upright. This is a kingly crushing harvest, and then going to intrigue and negotiate with the fairies as before is really not in line with the identity of the three generations of the Big Devil and the Fair Queen. The second volume summary and plot explanation and ask for votes. From the beginning of the book to the present, nearly 600 chapters have been written by Stumbling, and the second volume of Gringotts is still finished. This one began to lay the groundwork since the beginning of the game, and the delicious food that Elena was about to eat finally settled in her stomach, and from then on, Elena's title could finally add another legendary label. Compared with the 600,000 words in the first volume of The Newborn Demon King, the second volume is obviously much longer. I read it and it happened to write 1,000,000 words. This part of the plot is very happy. Although I was a bit tired to write in the later period, it was indeed from the beginning of the book that I thought about the storyline and important plot points to be displayed. In fact, according to the original plan, the plot here should have ended in the first volume. It's just that when I wrote about 100,000 characters, I realized that it would take too much foreshadowing to overturn the only financial institution that was thousands of years old. So I moved to the second volume, but even so, the ending is still a bit blunt. Maybe when watching the confrontation between Douglas and Gringotts in the next few chapters, many chubby chickens will have the feeling of reading a textbook. The name of this volume is The Sorrow of Gringotts. In fact, the first half of the first half and the second volume of the entire volume can be regarded as a process of plotting the Gringotts. The most vulnerable part of the magical world is the financial sector. But the catalyst for the high-speed operation of a society is also the field of capital. So if Elena wants to change the world, she still has to fall on the level of wealth. As a first-year freshman who has just stepped into the magic world, Elena's biggest golden finger is actually that she happens to know the Super Black Swan incident that happened when the Soviet Union collapsed, and it was stored in her mind because she had studied hard before crossing. With her financial knowledge, she is actually like a tireless lever, constantly rolling the snowball up gradually. It's just that if you want to control such a huge change in a year, you can't rely on a little cleverness. The primitive accumulation of capital does have a bloody smell, But if you don't have the strength or blindly follow evil ways, then the smell of blood will eventually radiate from him. It's just that I suddenly remembered before going to bed one day that this was supposed to be a fairy tale, not a story about killing monsters. Therefore, I liberated Grindelwald in the first volume, and then tried to change some of Elena's outlook on life and values in the process of the second volume, trying to make this capital devouring less cold, ruthless. In the real financial market, it is difficult to survive such an idealized person, because the world we live in is not magical. So when the interests of one party are to be satisfied, tragedies and difficulties will definitely be more than benefits, and certain people, if you do something wrong, you will definitely be punished. If there is no magic, then you will become cruel, painful and desperate. From then on, I gave up the original conclusion that might be more shocking and tragic, thinking about how to use some attributes of magic and finance to make the whole story a good game amidst laughter and laughter. The next content, in fact, slowly looking back, everyone should be able to vaguely think of some details. For example, the competition for the vegetable garden of the 4 colleges is actually a small market with imbalanced resources. The troopers of the students are actually the epitome of wars that took place in the real world. It's just that the magic and the school's environment make everything a fairy tale, magic. Moreover, the price that everyone needs to pay will not be permanent scars and pain. Another example is the establishment of some columns in New Singing and Singing, which gradually allowed information to begin to shift from a closed to a diversified media platform, knocking out the invisible barrier between Hogwarts and the magical world in a small window, as well as exploring the past history between the non-magical world and the magical world, looking for an opportunity for the two worlds to merge together. The 8-eyed giant spider and Elena living in the Forbidden Forest are actually the result of another failed game. Hostility and estrangement between the two races requires only a small reason to break out a war of genocide. This is actually another epitome of human wizards and goblins. If there is no common point of interest, then the other party's corpse is often the last point of interest. He will talk about the explanation of Gringotts separately later. Here is just a brief mention. Of course, in this process, I have gradually grown up, and I started to learn to bury some foreshadowings and clues in the plot, waiting for the 3rd volume to unfold. After all, the story expectation point of the 3rd volume may not be so clear, and the deviation of the storyline also caused my next story to have almost no way to refer to the original plot. The name of the next volume was determined very early. The main line is very clear. There are a lot of things that can be written, and the perspective will return to the school from the outside, mainly based on Hogwarts. The name is called the Hogwarts of a certain science. Combining this volume name with some of the previous content, many little fat chickens should be able to imagine some stories, most of which are the changes that Elena started to bring in the layout and campus life, but now many lines have not been fully expanded to write, such as the reform of the potions class, the principles of transfiguration, the introduction of mathematics and other natural subjects, such as thinking about ghosts and portraits, and the scientific classification of magical animals, such as Quidditch, and the necessary amendments to some magic codes, such as the redefinition of the history of magic, such as the academic progress of the magic world. Compared with other books, after upgrading and fighting monsters, after finally becoming a strong man, in turn, she pursues money and material. Elena's path may be more inclined to accumulate wealth quickly, eliminate hidden dangers, and then concentrate on enhancing the strength, or better to influence and change the world. People, after all, have to eat properly. Full of warm thinking, only after solving the basic life and food and clothing, will the energy to pursue the so-called truth. Therefore, the story in the next volume will definitely not end in a hurry, and there is no need to worry about too much separation from the previous article. After all, all the foreshadowings are actually traceable. This time Elena will finally stay on campus with peace of mind. Good job. However, that's something for the future, and we are still returning to the end of the second volume. This part of financial knowledge is indeed a bit blunt. After all, this kind of professional theory still has to be studied for a while, so that you can imagine the whole picture only by looking at the clues. Otherwise there will not be so many financial-related practitioners learning hair loss, or get sick directly, especially when the concepts of sociology and mathematics are mixed into it. How did Fat Chicken learn what Fat Chicken has learned for 7 years and explain it clearly in a few sentences? One day I asked my instructor during a small chat about this issue. After I was ridiculed and taught a lot, I chose wisely, gave up. But some of the most basic confusions and details can be roughly explained. The first and second volumes, and even the timeline of the original Harry Potter books 17, are actually compared to the real-time 19,911,998, and Elena's current location is exactly 9192. Which is the legendary end of the 20th century. It is also the starting point of the financial age and the information explosion that has not yet grown up in the internet age. At this time, most people still use the logic of the real economy to think about problems, and most of the bad guys still use some simple, crude, inefficient and discontinuous tricks. In many cases, they are still entangled in contract treaty traps, or credit. And the real economy, as long as the brain is flexible and does not require professional knowledge, which one is not easy to be deceived. In order to defeat the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the fragile financial system of this era, Elena intensively used the classic financial scams, or classics, summarized and emerged from all over the world for more than 30 years. Legal loopholes, gray areas of the market that are still controversial. Simply count. There are roughly, real estate entrusted mortgage disputes, rental sales disputes, ruble scams, Ponzi schemes, pyramid scams, rats clubs, cross scams, unfair transaction disputes, bank run theory, asymmetric information fraud, bad money drives good money. Just from the perspective of God and the modern point of view, it seems that the goblins of Gringotts and the people in the magical and non-magical worlds are stupid. In fact, people who can explain her explanation are already considered the best in the industry at that time. The author. Therefore, it is not that the opponent was hit by the reduction of intelligence, but this time Gringotts faced a dimensionality reduction attack that crossed the timeline. They did not even have the cases and channels to understand these new scams, and they directly became the first. After a prey has gone through such a series of scams, it is possible for people and fairies to learn lessons from their wounds. This kind of crushing situation in a sense also illustrates the qualitative changes that have taken place in the entire world's financial sector since the disintegration of the Soviet Union. As for what happened at the capital level from the first time Elena stepped into Gringotts and now the Queen's descent, I can actually omit the part of the Soviet strategy and use some changes in money and equity to explain briefly. The first is that the white-hair dumpling used the Hogwarts land lease to mortgage a loan equivalent to 750 million gold gallons. Her original purpose was to use the exchange rate difference after the disintegration of the Soviet Union to obtain less than 1% of the gold. Cannon's assets were converted into rubles that were once equivalent to 750 million gallons and used to repay the loan, so that she could make a net profit on all the exchange rate percentages. Later, using the Tanming Group, she enlarged the currency equivalent of the 750 million gold gallons by buying real estate, loans, and then purchases, and then loans. The cost of capital operation has increased and the speed of cash flow has slowed down, forcing other capital to have to extend the investment cycle and increase investment. On the Gringotts raiders' side, on the one hand, the Ponzi scheme is used to create panic and contradictions, through a run, to greatly squeeze the reserve fund of Gringotts, and on the other hand, to force the racial danger between the fairies and humans to advance appear. The result of the public trial now denies the legality of Elena's first contract signing, and also denies the fact that the 750 million gold gallons obtained from the mortgage of Hogwarts have been transferred to the mortgager. It is equivalent to hacking the money directly, that is to say, the money is still in the vault of Gringotts, not at Hogwarts. At the same time, because Peter Pettigrew belongs to the Dark Forces and there are loopholes in the contract, his illegal income needs to be returned to the legal owner. In other words, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank also needs to pay Hogwarts based on this point. The mortgage loan of 750 million Jinjialong, of course, is now in the Lestrange vault. In other words, just after such a change of hands, Gringotts had to make 2 loan payments on the Hogwarts mortgage contract, from the original 750 million to 1.5 billion, the total number of galleons. Immediately afterwards, because Gringotts did not have enough money to pay the latter sum, the Tanming Group took out the 750 million Jinjialong at Hogwarts and lent it to Gringotts to pay to Hogwarts. In addition to the second payment to Hogwarts, Gringotts also needs to repay the 750 million Jinjialong funds of the Destiny Group. This part exists as a loan, which means that it needs to be repaid later or replaced by equity. Finally, in order to cope with the anger from other bankrupt wizards in the magical world, Gringotts had to backfile the bank's deposit records and return to the amount of deposit liabilities before the April 1st run and the increase in the Ponzi scheme. And this part of the money can only be paid by the part of the gold coins that belong to Hogwarts in the Gringotts vault, that is, the second payment to Hogwarts, which should have existed in Lestrange, that part of the treasury. In other words, Hogwarts became a borrower of Gringotts. Afterwards, Gringotts had to repay the part of the gold that Hogwarts lent to Gringotts as a reserve fund for wizards, or used equity swap. That is to say, after this mortgage contract changed hands, Gringotts added a total of 4 Hogwarts mortgage contract liabilities, a total of 3 billion gold gallons of huge liabilities, and lost the coinage, management and distribution rights. At the same time, Elena also ate the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the life savings of the rest of the wizards in the wizarding world. Black pot of the disappearance of this part of the money has now been held by the Federal Reserve and the American Goblins, which is equivalent to more than half of the night. The savings of a British European magical world became Elena's little money, and at the same time it became Gringotts' bilateral debt. Afterwards, Hogwarts King along the shares of Gringotts represented above are actually all in the hands of Elena, although it seems that as the currency flows into the market, it has become an equity owned by the whole people. But this is meaningless. To put it simply, suppose that a round-faced fat chicken holds 10 Jinjialongs, then theoretically he owns 1/1000th of the equity of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. But he wants to honor this right. It is necessary to permanently return this gold coin to the mandate Hogwarts, who temporarily holds the equity of Gringotts, and then obtain a certificate of equity. And this proof of equity can be used to redeem Hogwarts Jingalong from the bank in the future. In other words, unless the gold coins in this market gather again in the hands of a certain person, they will with additional currency issuance. There will never be a way to redeem equity because the certificate for redemption of equity is the currency itself that needs to be circulated in the market. This is another classic currency and equity scam, so I won't go into it here. All in all, the second volume is finally finished. I am very happy to be able to tell this story with a stumbling block, and to complete such an important volume with a clear and rigorous logic. This is only the starting point of the legendary experience of the 3 generations of the Demon King, not the end of the story. Of course, there are some small things that will be slightly finished, but I won't say the details. It is a good habit not to spoil them. Frankly speaking, this is the first time such a long story has been written. After all, according to the progress of most HP colleagues, this word count has almost reached the end of the book. But when I got here, my first school year was just coming to an end. It seems that this story has to accompany you for a long, long time I can't laugh or cry, and my mood is complicated, and after more than a year of writing, Fat Chicken is finally on the path of a writer. I took a small step, although there are still a lot of problems, but I am finally on the road groping. As a novice writer, I myself know my shortcomings very well. For example, the vocabulary is very small, and most of the time, it is difficult to find suitable non-repeated sentences in the description and transition. In this regard, I am especially grateful to far pupils, squids, elbows, hermits, old devil boys, newspaper sellers, young women white. They gave me a lot of experience and words in character description and demeanor description. Whenever I don't know how to write at the time, I would open the screenshots and look through the chat records they gave me one by one. Although it is just a few minutes of casual examples for these big people, it is really stupid and new for me who only say awesome at the beginning. It is a super important martial arts cheat. In addition, in terms of plot considerations, in fact, many times I am still in a state of confusion in the arrangement of outlines, detailed outlines, and plot points. After all, this is the first book I wrote in a strict sense. Long story. I am especially grateful to my responsible editor, Ben Rata. After opening the book, he helped me sort out a lot of important plots, provided and complemented many of the logical lines of the story and the worldview, although I have completely gone wrong by now. In addition, I am also very grateful to Brother Elbow for forcing me to learn to write a detailed outline, write an outline, and even take my handwritten notebook to teach me a little bit before the code words, record the plot points and rhythms. This I can barely ensure that I can maintain the frequency of the code word not to be broken for too long after work, and it can even break out occasionally. On the other hand, in terms of plot, character design and stalking, far pupil, milk riding, cheapagia, air conditioning, arsenal, really troublesome, blue shirt, light spring flow, go away, resignation, capybara all taught me a lot of content. I have also been despised and ridiculed many times, but every time I ask questions, most of them are super patient and super serious to give me advice. They have also learned a lot from them, and they have also seen many of their own shortcomings, as well as the gap between these stars in the sky. Of course, I have also received a lot of support and encouragement in terms of hydrology and single watch. All in all, writing an essay is indeed a very hard task. It is completely different from what I imagined when I was reading the book before, but I can tell my own story little by little so that everyone can see a new world, especially when I read the book. Everyone's comments, praise, and analysis are extremely pleasant things. And this kind of thing is a double happiness for the fat chicken who has been transferred from the reader, and it is repeated every night and morning. Spent in the comments. Ouch. I like web texts. I like to write, like to tweet, like everything about text. In the text, I feel that I finally found the meaning of my true existence. Because the update has not been great, and the fat chicken has no pursuit of data or anything, so I have never asked for anything. I just hope that everyone can watch and comment. Now the second volume is finally over, and it's still over with Mai and Diajang constantly. So Fat Chicken is cheeky and asks for praise, refills, monthly pass, and recommendation. Wow. As a fat chicken who loves to learn, many cute curly baboons and round-faced fat chickens should just think about the last content when they see this title. Of course, learning the Platinum God can't leave any place. A well-known boss once said that when you decide to follow a certain example and don't know what is the most important, it is best not to omit or delete certain links according to your own understanding. And so, finally having a half-day rest today, I will start code words at night and try my best to write a chapter. And to be honest, the testimonials in this chapter alone are almost 3 chapters, and there are almost 6,000 words! Some explanations are put in the main text, which is completely expansive. Right. In the next volume, Beimaudanzi finally began to stretch its magic claws towards the school. The deliciousness on the tip of the tongue is coming back. Volume 3, A Certain Scientific Hogwarts. Stay tuned. Chapter 588, A New Beginning. In the early 1990s, this may be the last era of innocence. The wizards living in the magical world are even more simple than Elena imagined. In the next few weeks, the financial turmoil that occurred in the wizarding world, just like the turbulent when it came, quickly receded. In addition to becoming more vigilant, and occasionally cursing the damn remnant of the Darkin edition, normal life quickly returned to its original track, and there was no worst case of group out of control. This is mainly due to the joint statement of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts, which stabilized the situation in time. Under the discussion of Hogwarts Principal Albus Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, the huge wealth acquired by Hogwarts was mortgaged, and capital was injected into the Gringotts Wizarding Bank in the form of data equity swaps. Make up the capital chain. At the same time, the magical world began to promote the exchange of Hogwarts Jingaran and Gringotts original Jingaran. From then on, the fairies will no longer be able to give out gold and gold. Every new hawking both represent an equity in Gringotts. On the other hand, he secretly colluded with the Dark Forces and signed a contract with Pettigrew Peter to mortgage the Gringotts Elder Council at Hogwarts. It also publicly announced the dissolution of the council on the second day of the public trial, and the young fairy queen will be in charge of the new Guru Pavilion. There is not much information available to the wizarding world about the detailed information about this fairy queen. It seems that the Ministry of Magic's previous understanding of the Gringotts Elder Council is limited to the names of individual elders. According to the information disclosed by Gringotts and the photos of the fairy queen's throne provided by the fairies, what people can infer can be roughly summarized into the following points: women, dwarfs, and foreigners. Of course, the Minister of Magic and a very small number of high-level officials will know a little more about the inside story. For example, the fairy queen's name is Bronia, not a fairy born in Britain, but from a more mysterious fairy. The place. Judging from the reaction of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, this young fairy queen obviously has an IQ and authority no less than the previous Council of Elders, and almost overnight has the unanimous support of all the Gringotts elves. During the reorganization of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, there was no dissonance. The most important thing is that as soon as the new fairy queen took office, she showed a very different friendly attitude from the previous Gringotts, as well as the amazing courage that the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding world greatly appreciate. Her Majesty's first order was to let Back in Time go back to the afternoon of April 1st, and all wizards in the wizarding world would reset their deposits in Gringotts according to the records at the time. At the same time, Gringotts Wizarding Bank also formally separated from the Gringotts Americas, which has been renamed to the Federal Magic Reserve System, recognized the other party's independent identity in the international and financial fields, and declared war. Unless the Magic Federal Reserve returns all the Jinjia long defrauded from the European continent, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank will impose financial sanctions on it at all costs in the world, even though this process may be particularly tortuous and long, but in the destiny with the support of the group, Hogwarts, and the entire European magic world, I believe that justice will eventually come. As the chief culprit of financial fraud, Voldemort's secret army strategist, and the most tolerable conspirator in the wizarding world, Peter Pettigrew was sentenced to Azkaban's life imprisonment after the verdict of the Wizengamot court. On the suggestion of C. Dumbledore, he was also put on a special straitjacket to prevent him from transforming into a rat and escaping from prison. After a referendum on the Lestrange family's vault, Gringotts decided to follow the advice of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts and confiscate all the property in the vault to compensate Petty Stars Peter and Bellatrix Ley. The damage and sequelae caused by Strange and others to the magical world, among them, the jewels, utensils and magic props that cannot be distributed directly are all valued at Gringotts and purchased by Hogwarts and converted into equivalent gold. Canon is handed over to the Ministry of Magic for unified distribution. With the entry of a large sum of Jinjialong and the reputation brought about by turning the tide in times of crisis, Cornelius Fudge has been in a wonderful mood these days. Every time he meets other employees at the Ministry of Magic, his face is full of with a deep smile. The compensation decision regarding Sirius Black was finally finalized. In addition to revoking his sentence, the Ministry of Magic originally intended to award him a Merlin First Class Medal as a reward, but Blake refused on the grounds that he did not make a contribution, but was at fault. So he deserved it. After several discussions, the Ministry of Magic decided to grant Black immunity from a non-magic criminal case. In other words, unless Sirius Black uses the unforgivable curse in public, or other serious criminal cases, when there is a violation of the law in other circumstances, he has the right to use this immunity to revoke a Ministry of Magic's prosecution against him. Of course, Dumbledore had warned Sirius in private that he sneaked into Azkaban to murder the criminals in his custody. It was not within the scope of this immunity, and he also needed to shoulder what a godfather should do, duty. In addition to this, there is another unexpected joy, when the fact that Tom Riddle was Voldemort was publicly revealed, and after the investigation and questioning by Auror of the Ministry of Magic, it once fell on Tom Riddle. All of his honors were also revoked at the same time, and Rubeus Hagrid, who was framed by him, became the first hero to fight Voldemort. However, for Hagrid, this beauty is not only a little late, but also, Mr. Hagrid, please don't lose your mind. These are all things that must be remembered. If you don't want to start from the first grade next year, then at least you can't miss too much in the basic written test. In the log cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hermione patted the wooden table in front of her with dissatisfaction. Long detailed review plan. As a recognized schoolmaster in this school, and the few little wizards who have the best relationship with Hagrid, since I learned that Hagrid needs to take a comprehensive written test to determine that he will restart at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry next year. After her grade, Hermione offered to help Hagrid develop a review plan. Of course, besides her, there was Percy Weasley. After all, in terms of the upper grade curriculum, she has barely finished the second grade content at the moment, and many of the knowledge points are not completely understood. There is no way to repeat it with a good punctuation like the first grade textbook. Oh, Hermione, forgive me anyway, Professor Dumbledore said, a failure is also acceptable. To be precise, it is more than P. Hermione quickly retorted. Hogwarts performance evaluation is divided into 6 grades: excellent O, good D, passing A, poor P, and very good, poor D, extremely poor T. Your special treatment is just that you can move one level down slightly compared to other students, but when you reach D, you still have to practice again. As the girl said, she looked at the big hunting field guard in front of her with a stern look. The familiar look made Rubeus Hagrid seem to see a reduced version of Professor McGonagall in a trance. Hagrid hesitated, looking at Hermione Granger, whispering uncertainly on his face. But I heard that little girl from Elena said that there is actually an easier way to deal with the exam. Chapter 589, Parent Conference and Punishment. Elena's Way. This is the learning method that Elena helped me develop. Hermione rolled her eyes, patted the thick stack of books, and said seriously, unless she can put knowledge into your mouth, there is only one way to learn. Hagrid, are you just to get a new certificate of completion? These knowledge and the learning process are very important. Forced to suspend school and now have the opportunity to go to school again. Is it still holding Ron, Harry and the likes of fun? But Hermione, Elena is still a little better than you, right? Rubeus Hagrid pursed his lips, carefully reminding the girl in front of him that looked like a little lion. And I don't think she seems to be immersed in so many homework and books all day. Maybe there are some easy things. Well, by the way, what are the exam taking skills? Look, I'm 62 years old. These data are really. That was before. She has to be confined every day now, and her grades have dropped drastically. Hermione Granger retorted quickly, unconvincingly, as if he had been stabbed in some pain. Look at it. I have made a bet with her. If my results are the first in the final exam this time you. Having said this, the corners of the little beaver's mouth were raised happily, with a confident look on his face. But having said that, there was still a faint flash of worry and confusion in Hermione's bright brown eyes. I don't know what the white-haired dumpling thinks. Even if he is not interested in the public trial, he wouldn't sneak into Hogsmeade to play at that time, so that he was caught during the roll call. No points were deducted, but she had to be confined every day, and even her assistant teaching status in the potions class was suspended by Professor Dumbledore. That's no way. Elena is so famous it's hard not to be discovered by sneaking away on that occasion. Hearing Hermione talking about it, Hagrid grinned and shrugged his shoulders. I couldn't help but recalled the little episode that happened at Hogwarts after the public trial some time ago. With the end of that public trial, there have been some small changes in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Of course, for the vast majority of Hogwarts students, this public trial is not something to be happy about. The review of the post by Professor Dumbledore before the trial was enough to cause headaches for the little wizards. But the worst part is that since most of the adult wizards took the time to arrive at the school to witness the trial, on the afternoon after the trial, the school took this rare opportunity to directly hold Hog War at the Quidditch Stadium. The first parents' meeting in the history of Civic Magic School. Although at the beginning, the purpose of the parents' meeting was only to drag the Ministry of Magic and most wizards into Hogwarts as much as possible, and to help Elena deal with the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. However, as professors of various subjects, deans of the college, and even faculty and staff such as Argus Filch and Reuben Hager talked with the parents of students, everyone found that such a mode of communication is indeed quite necessary. On the one hand, families learned about their children's learning conditions at school, and on the other hand, the professors also learned about the possible problems of many students. As for the little wizards born in mole families like Hermione, the school has also compiled relevant parent meeting notes and mailed them to the guardians of each child through the Owl Messenger to communicate with each other through homeschool linkage. The professors present are like stars, becoming the focus of the crowd. Even Sybil Trelawney, a divination professor who has never been popular and convincing, is surrounded by middle-aged wizards and aunts with nervous faces, and little witches with equally nervous faces. As for those parents who were temporarily unable to squeeze into the crowd, they also showed their magical powers, taking their children through the crowd, and skillfully found the prefects of their respective colleges, the president of the student union, or the children of familiar wizard friends to get together and exchange educational experiences. In addition, Ministry of Magic officials and media reporters who have been eager to increase the social circle and learn more about Hogwarts are also present at the Hogwarts Parents' Conference in the first half of 1992 inches. Great gains, especially when the House Elves of Hogwarts provided a Hogwarts special dinner for all wizards present. Many parents, media reporters and officials of the Ministry of Magic said that this form of the meeting should be maintained as a tradition, and it is best to maintain the frequency of once every semester. As the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge even promised on the spot that when the next parent meeting is held, the Ministry of Magic will fully assist Hogwarts to complete the invitation to the parents of some mole families and use it as a British Magic important administrative items in the world every year. All in all, the atmosphere of the entire Parents' Conference is very friendly, except for the little wizards who are strong and laughing. As for the Fairy Queen who originally expected to use this parents' meeting as a cover, she was finally planted in this pit she dug by her own hands. For her legendary children of other people, almost all adult wizards will I am curious to ask a sentence or two, or I plan to see with my own eyes whether the Chinese cabbage grown in the orphanage is delicious, and whether I want my children to learn more from her. Of course, Elena, who originally planned to sneak back to the Quidditch Stadium again, could only reluctantly buckle herself a black pot, and sat in the Three Broomsticks bar in Hogsmeade next to the school, and waited. Professor Albus Dumbledore, who had heard the news in advance, notified Professor Otto Apocalypse to take her back. You know, watching this public trial is treated as Hogwarts class time. In other words, this kind of behavior is roughly equivalent to skipping class, and it is also a skipping class witnessed by the whole magic world. That's all. Her Majesty, the Supreme Fairy Queen, the first time she appeared in the field of view of the magic world, was witnessed by nearly 10,000 wizards and was declared confined for skipping classes at Hogwarts. Fortunately, people who knew not much. At the same time, Hogwarts, in an empty classroom on the 8th floor of the castle. Ah, this might be the black spot for my life. Elena threw away the quill in her hand, slammed into the pile of parchment on the table, and wailed weakly for the first time, staring at the sky outside the window. The sky is clear and clear, blue as if it is the color of forget-me-not, and there is a breath of summer coming in the air. The continuous rainy weather in the Scottish Highlands finally ended. This is the best weather that Elena has encountered at Hogwarts in the past few months, but the weather outside is not as bright as Elena today. Any relationship? Because everyone knows that she is still in the confinement period. As for Elena, it may be more accurate to describe it as Queen's working hours or criticism memorial. Since becoming the Fairy Queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Elena had to personally clean up the mess she caused before, most of which came from the liquidation and acceptance of the original assets of Gringotts, and re-examine external investment projects, determine a new bank currency system, adjust personnel and organizational structure. Although with the help of Douglas, Leos and others, as the final decision maker for many important decisions, Elena has a very heavy workload, even if it only releases some macro guidance and signs for confirmation. After all, she had just entered the Gringotts Wizarding Bank not long ago, and her foundation has not been fully secured, and many things have to be watched in person. Strictly speaking, the classroom she is now in is not a confinement room that is routinely used to punish students, but is directly reclaimed and arranged from the abandoned classroom where she played piano when she first came to school. Office. The Steinway black grand piano belonging to Grindelwald is still quietly placed in front of the classroom by the window. The sofa and stool are magically adjusted, which happens to be the most comfortable height for Elena, so that she can play the piano at any time to relieve her boredom. And behind the piano, the place where all kinds of sundries originally piled up has been cleared out, and it has become a small independent office divided into a rest area and an office area. The rest area and the office area are connected together, lying in a half-arc. Rolling sideways on the shaped tabletop, you can reach out and touch the snacks placed on the nearest coffee table. The only highlight of British cuisine is their beautiful and comfortable afternoon tea culture. And at this point, Hogwarts house elves undoubtedly show their due professionalism. Just a little bit from Elena, they can easily make them on the basis of the original biscuit baking. The snack she wanted. Lying on the table for a while like a salted fish losing her dream, Elena rolled to the edge of the table, looking at the pile of delicate pastries on the small coffee table, thinking about which little biscuits should be eliminated to smooth her self-sorrow. Fortunately, there are my cute little snacks, otherwise how can I live this day? Elena picked her fingers in the air, whispering, making a lovely voice. Soda biscuits, graham crackers, pretzels, butter shortbread, chocolate chip cookies, waffle wafers, coconut tile biscuits, macaroons, yogurt and fruit sandwich biscuits. Well, it's decided. This time I'll eat you. Chapter 1. Ma! Exclamation mark oh! Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Chapter 590 Secret Weapon. In this era, the concept of healthy diet is not particularly popular. The common yogurt and fruit biscuits in later generations have not yet come out in the British non-magical world. Therefore, the ones that appear in front of Elena are all Hogwarts house elves who tried dozens of times according to her description. It was hard to make her work. These yogurt and fruit sandwich biscuits continue the traditional baking method of English biscuits. The auxiliary ingredients are not added with other high-calorie and high-fat ingredients except yogurt and fruit. In short, even if you eat a little more, you will not get fat. After losing the supplements of butter, powdered sugar, and milk, the baked biscuits do not have too strong aromas, and only the original flavor of wheat flour is left. However, in this way, the sweetness of the dried fruit sandwich and the fragrance of the yogurt coating can be the protagonist, and the originally dry biscuits can be softened. Click. Elena gently opened the biscuit with her hand, licked her lips. Her eyes gradually lit up. Unbelievable. It is so easy to use magic to make such a layered baking purely by hand. From the cross-section, she could clearly see that the biscuit was divided into 4 layers. The top layer is a yogurt coating made from low-fat yogurt. The yogurt layer is matte and milky white, and it looks elegant and noble. The thin layer of yogurt attached to the biscuits looks particularly attractive, melts in the mouth and has a rich milky aroma, giving the whole biscuit a slight sweet and sour taste. The second and fourth layers are the main body of the biscuit baked with fresh wheat, which is crunchy and delicious, with a rich grain aroma. As for the most important third layer, it is the fruit sandwich that occupies a third of the volume of the biscuit. It is based on dark berries and has a sweet, soft and chewy texture, which contrasts sharply with the crisp biscuit layer. After the Hogwarts house elves cooled down a bit, it gained a refreshing taste. Bite it down, the rich milk, sweet and sour, fruity, crisp, soft, and crispy are all gathered in a biscuit. The taste is three-dimensional and plump. The soft and sweet berries are sweet and sour, paired with crispy pancakes. It's almost so delicious. Click, click, click. This is strawberry filling, this is mango filling, this taste is European wood plum, this is raspberry flavor, hey, pineapple is mixed here, it should be grown by Ravenclaw. Click, click, click. Well, I can't eat anymore. I have to eat tonight. A cup, accompanied by the sound of some kind of rodent gnawing nuts. Eleanor's exhaustion and laziness gradually began to dissipate. The girl lightly hiccuped, and raised her head to take a look at the snack shelf that was half empty. Then he sat back at his desk and began to process the unapproved letters. Licking the biscuit residue on her lips, Elena picked up the quill and quickly wrote on the parchment, "Dear Douglas, as the Chief Financial Officer CFO and Gringotts Investment Director CIO of the Tanman Group, I confess that you are appointed to this position, not to find a microphone or a doll. In the future, if it is not an emergency that must be resolved on the same day, I hope our letter the frequency of communication is fixed at about once a week. Regarding the exchange of Hogwarts Jingalong, this is indeed our top priority at this stage. But it is destined to be a long process. The magical world still needs to understand and accept this new type of composite credit currency. If you think it is more difficult to explain hawking with Gringotts Equity Certification qualification, then I suggest that the fairies on the counter can change to a more intuitive and simple alternative description. Of course, the calculation of deposit interest must be strict and correct. At the same time, you need to clearly inform the wizards that this does not mean that the management fee of the Gringotts vault will be cancelled, but if it is deposited in the vault, if the currency of hawking is hawking, the wizard will receive a certain amount of interest based on the amount of time this batch of gold stays in the bank. In order to complete the replacement and return of the remaining gold on the market as soon as possible, I allow you to temporarily increase the interest rates for 7-day deposits and 3-month short-term deposits, but not more than twice the peak interest rate of the existing commercial banking industry. In addition, complete the calculation of the current market circulation of Jinjialong in the European magic world as soon as possible. After the replacement of the old and the new Jinjialong by 1.5 times this value, all the excess Jinjialong will be invested in the American market as soon as possible, and pay close attention to the depreciation of Jinjialong in the Americas, and be ready to adjust the exchange rate of the new and old Jinjialong. With regard to the confiscation of the assets of the Dark Demon forces by the Ministry of Magic, I once again emphasize the bottom line: all the non-monetary assets in the Lestrange family vaults are all sealed, and no one can touch or transfer them in advance. including all officials of the Ministry of Magic. It can only be opened when Dumbledore and I are present at the same time. Finally, I have another personal request. I hope that Gringotts or Tanming Group can open a dim sum production company as soon as possible, and obtain most of the food and trademark patents around the world. Regarding the formula and production of this area method, I will ask the house elves at Hogwarts to transcribe in detail and send it to you. Bronya Tak. Putting down the quill in her hand, Elena checked it again and made sure that there were no omissions left. She pulled a sleeping little fur ball out of her chest, and shook her wings on the side of the fireplace in the room. Huh? Goo. Glancing at the vigorous little grain reserve, Elena nodded in satisfaction, tied the letter in her hand to the left foot of the little round-faced fat chicken, walked to the window of the room and held her palm up, letting her go. Messenger. And in her aftermath, a dazzling red firelight flashed in the sky along with the shadow of the grain reserves gradually flying away. Obviously, a certain conscientious turkey was still secretly protecting this communication. The safety of the waterway. DSK. The old turnip still has this kind of caution that doesn't know how to describe it in such insignificant little details. Elena shook her head, closed the window, put all the letter paper and project plans on the desk into the magic wooden cabinet next to the desk, took out a pile of old parchment that looked worn from the bottom, and placed it carefully on the desktop. The end of the semester is approaching. In order to be able to firmly suppress a certain calculator in the final exam, she has to sacrifice a taboo trick that she did not intend to use, otherwise the first grade may not be guaranteed. These days, in order to collect the shabby parchment, she spends a little time almost every day, carefully digging through the garbage dump in the responsive house next to the office. Until the afternoon before yesterday, she finally gathered the necessary props for humans to defeat Calculator G. Elena raised her eyebrows and showed a sly smile. Hogwarts exams over the years, innocent little wing. You lose this bet 100 times, 100 times, hey? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Chapter 2, Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 591 Ouroboros. In any school, examination and study will always be an eternal reserved item. Hogwarts is naturally no exception. No matter how many changes have taken place in the castle this semester, this place is ultimately a place for imparting knowledge, and when the end of the semester approaches, the end of the semester will not change. According to Pythagoras' theory that everything is number, everything has a wonderful relationship with numbers. So before studying the world, it is undoubtedly a clearer and simpler path to analyze mathematics first. Although there are still many controversies in the current academic circle on this point, it is undeniable that using mathematical thinking to sort out and find the connections between things is indeed an extremely efficient and clever way. For example, explore the relationship between learning materials, time rules and final exam questions. Elena picked up the messy and worn parchment papers on the table, carefully spreading them on the floor of the room in chronological order. According to different subject categories, there were long lines of test papers. These test papers all come from the piano room next to the corridor, located in the giant stick beat the silly Barnabas tapestry in the responsive room. This is a secret magic room that exists in Hogwarts Castle, a fixed form, but to change according to the needs of the seeker, whether it is a toilet, a utility room, a training room, a fun room, a study room, a restaurant, a weapon room. But for Elena, what she needs is not a special room, but looking for the actual final exam papers that Hogwarts students have hidden intentionally or unintentionally in the responsive room over the years. Hiding and destroying the final examination paper is a very common behavior in any school. After all, with the exception of a handful of top students, not every little wizard is willing to put his final exam paper in his suitcase at the end of the semester and take it home to share with his parents and siblings. Using the two constraints of where to hide things, to hide test papers for review and screening, Elena accurately found all the papers she wanted from the responsive room like a garbage dump, and used it to verify her conjecture. Sure enough, I knew it was like this. Elena cast her gaze on the past real questions on the ground and said softly, according to the definition in the preface, the parallel mapping of the finite set must have finite solutions, and the order-preserving mapping on the compatible complete lattice is sign-preserving, which means that the seemingly infinite set of test questions is based on the knowledge points of the finite set of textbooks, will inevitably be converged as the time axis lengthens. That is, there will be repeated solutions. Of course, the above part is how ordinary moles know and understand the world. From the perspective of a wizard who does not learn no math learning, that is, wherever the professor draws the key points, it is the scope of the final exam, although this key range is usually approximately equal to the hands of the little wizards the textbook. Before crossing, Elena had made a lot of research and speculation about Hogwarts' education system. A large part of this section lies in the fact that the speed of textbook replacement in basic education in the magical world is incredibly slow. The most obvious example is in the original book Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, 1997. The teaching materials used by Harry Potter in the potions class were exactly the same as those used by Snape in the potions class in 1976. Not only the title of the book, but even some basic errors and cumbersome methods have not been revised or redited in the past 30 years. This is simply unimaginable in the non-magical world. At the same time, in addition, both the Standard Spells series and the Basic Transfiguration Guide are the works left by wizards hundreds of years ago. Over the years, there has not been the slightest change. Compared to Elena, the History of Magic compiled by Grandma is actually a rare textbook with a relatively diligent revision. For the time being, I will not discuss the problems that may be caused by long-term use of the same set of teaching materials. For the professors at Hogwarts, it is also a headache for the professors at Hogwarts to set the exam at the end of each semester. You know, unlike those schools in the non-magical world, Hogwarts has a serious shortage of educational resources. Every professor has to face at least 57 grades of Little Wizards, which means that every time at the end of the semester, they have to spare at least so many sets of test questions. It's not easy. In the case of a college dormitory system like Hogwarts, you have to think of ways to prevent cheating. Elena looked forward in turn from last year's final examination questions and found that the content of each year's examination papers was different from the previous year. Obviously, the professors at Hogwarts were not lazy enough to use only one set of examination papers to deal with the examination. Regarding this point, it did not exceed Elena's expectations. After all, in Hogwarts, students in all grades live in the same dormitory according to their respective colleges. If the same set of test questions is used every year, then it is easy for the higher grades to miss the lower grades at the end of the semester. There are 7 grades in Hogwarts. If you want to ensure that the lowest level of the question bank is kept secret, then there will be no duplication of the final exam paper among the students in the school. That is to say, Elena whispered thoughtfully, squatting on the ground and carefully checking and discharging discarded test papers from the garbage dump according to the year. As we all know, the simplest mathematical induction is poor. Cite method. 1990. 1989, 19,881,985, 1984, 1,983. This is it. Looking at the similar parchment paper in front of me, Elena quickly stood up and looked at the one that was placed at the forefront of the paper that was just thrown into the trash dump last year. The two were separated by 8 years. The test papers are put together. From the first question to the last question, all the content is exactly the same. If the time is blocked, people may even think that this is the test paper answered by the same class of students, but whether it is new or old paper or written at the top of the paper, the names of the students have unmistakably verified Elena's conjecture again. The test papers for most subjects at Hogwarts use a 7-year recurring question bank. In other words, the test paper system used by the students who graduated last year happens to be the test paper used by the little wizards who just entered school this year. In this way, the 7 academic years at Hogwarts have formed a cycle like Ouroboros. Except for the more special defense against the dark arts class, the other professors in charge of major courses don't have to work hard every year to produce new exam questions, and at the same time don't have to worry too much about the real exam questions being leaked in advance. I took a piece of French caramel pudding and stuffed it into my mouth, feeling the crispy caramel melted on the tip of my tongue a little. Lina squinted her eyes happily. DSK, I just didn't expect that. I accidentally turned over the Dark History of Two Acquaintances. The room for demand is located in the corner corridor on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, adjacent to the principal's office, the Gryffindor Common Room and the Ravenclaw Common Room. If not surprisingly, it should have been written by one of the founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. After all, Gryffindor it's not like such a careful person. Perhaps because of the unique geographical location of the House of All Requests, most of the students who will use this place are little wizards from Gryffindor College and Ravenclaw College, which is more in line with the students of the two colleges. Character. The reckless Gryffindor lion cub will always have some dangerous items that are trying to destroy and discard. The sensitive Ravenclaw girls also have many secrets that they want to hide from others. And the 2 test papers in Elena's hands happen to be a copy of Ravenclaw College and a copy of Gryffindor College. What's more interesting is that the owner of these 2 final exam papers in the first year potions course happened to be her alkno, Bill Weasley. Cho Chang. I didn't expect these 2 good students would also fail in exams. Well, what's more interesting is that Ravenclaw's cross-time confrontation against Gryffindor, unexpectedly, Gryffindor won. For Kujang, Harry Potter's first love girlfriend and the second-year Ravenclaw second-year elder sister of Chinese descent in the original book, Elena is no stranger, although from a personal emotional point of view, she has never liked it very much. This Chinese school sister. It's not that Elena deliberately targeted Kujang, mainly when she learned that Kujang not only didn't speak Chinese, but also lived in the British magic world since childhood. The 3 views and personal habits are also alive. After the British wizards did not have too many Chinese elements other than their blood, the alienation caused by the psychological gap that failed to expect. But studying in the same school, there are still some memorable interactions between the 2. For example, in those few Quidditch matches against Ravenclaw College in this school year, the Silver Demon flying in the sky almost effortlessly beat the girls of the entire Ravenclaw team to tears. So much so that afterwards every time Elena passed by the Ravenclaw table for a few weeks, the eye sockets of several senior girls instantly turned red. Among them, Kujang, who is also a seeker, can be said to be one of the few little wizards who cried the loudest. Except for her own little wings, Elena has always been ruthless about the cabbage outside, as if the autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves. Moreover, facing this Chinese-American identity but no sense of familiarity everywhere, it is really difficult for her. There is too much intimacy. However, Elena has a completely different attitude towards Bill Weasley. Chapter 1! Ma! Chapter 592 Plan and Unplanned. As the eldest son of the Weasley family, although Bill Weasley does not appear in many places in the original book, he is definitely a role model for the Weasley family. If Elena remembers correctly, according to the original book, during his studies at Hogwarts from 1982 to 1989, Bill can be said to be an outstanding student no less than Tom Riddle, and he won their L's exam. 12 excellent. Even Hermione did not get 12, and served as the chairman of the schoolboys' student union in grades 6 and 7. Not only that, if everything goes according to the original historical trajectory, Bill Weasley will eventually marry Fleur Delacour, a star student of Booth Batten School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who has a quarter of the blood, a proper winner in life. The most important point is that due to the storm that Elena fanned, at this point in time, she and Bill Weasley, who had already graduated from Hogwarts, had some wonderful connections in advance. Even in a strict sense, the relationship with Kuzang's senior sisters is more stable. You know, since leaving Hogwarts, Bill Weasley has been working as a curse solver for Gringotts Wizarding Bank in Egypt. It was not until Voldemort was resurrected a few years later that he applied for transfer back to take care of his family and participate in the activities of the Order of the Phoenix to the United Kingdom. Well, speaking of it, Bill seems to be one of the few wizards who can independently cast the loyalty curse. During this period of time, he was patronizing the assets of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and he almost forgot this very outstanding magic student. Her Majesty the Supreme Gringotts Fairy Queen clicked on the test paper in her hand and whispered thoughtfully, "When I reply to the letter next week, I would like to mention a little bit. You can consider promoting to the core management if he is willing to return to the UK to develop. Of course it is the best. In this way, Percy will not be too arrogant." There is no doubt that the Weasleys are really a surprising treasure family. As Arthur Weasley took over the position of Chief Technical Advisor of the Huberian, it almost represented that the Weasley family handed over the name certificate to the Destiny, plus members of the Order of the Phoenix and other. The fixed draft relationship between the three boys and new singing is indeed impeccable. From the background of Political Review, there may still be some hidden dangers on Percy Weasley's side, but if Bill Weasley's eldest brother can go home often, Percy estimates that this super schoolmaster and the eldest brother of the former student council president will also. It won't expand so fast. Of course, these are things that will be slowly considered later. This is all the original question. It is a sin not to get full marks. Elena arranged the order a bit, and looked at the test papers from 7 years ago with pride. The confident face of a certain little beaver came to mind. If it were changed to the next semester course reform, she may not be too sure to beat Hermione Calculator Granger, but in the last year before the plug-in has expired, speaking of it, do you want to take this opportunity to find a way to make a big profit? Anyway, give it a try, and you won't lose money if you fail, but if you succeed by luck. Elena's eyes flashed, and she looked thoughtfully at the past papers covering the past years. If these Hogwarts secret treasures expired, it would be a pity that they must not be wasted. The dedication of the seniors. This night, the Gryffindor common room. What did you just say? Hermione, who was about to inquire about Elena's recent study progress, was stunned, and looked at the little silver hodler lie in front of her in disbelief. After a long period of sluggishness, she gradually recovered her senses. Her lips trembled and repeated softly, "Do you plan to apply for skipping exams at the end of this year, and at the same time complete the 1st to 4th grades, including minor and major courses, a total of 12 courses, and the final assessment of all written subjects?" "Yes, that's it." Elena nodded, holding a pine nut muffin covered with maple syrup in her mouth, and replied briskly, "But don't worry, Hermione, our betting will not have any effect. Those other subjects are just challenges for myself in my pastime. Anyway, try these maple syrup muffins. They taste very good. Compared with other common high-calorie syrup muffins, maple syrup with lower sugar content is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for snacks when you are greedy at night. In order to keep yourself and the little wings in shape, these maple syrups, but they are all the top red maple syrups purchased from Canada with great difficulty. Although the muffins are not as cute as biscuits, not as gorgeous as cheesecakes, and not as rich in wheat flavor as bread, when combined with hot golden maple syrup, the muffins filled with thickened voids can absorb well. With the thick syrup that holds it, people can enjoy the full sense of fullness under one bite. More importantly, considering the unique style of British cuisine, Elena also added a little lemon syrup to this batch of imported high-quality maple syrup to reconcile the flavor, adding a point to the unique taste of maple syrup. Sweet and sour breath. In addition, the pine nuts dotted on the slightly browned muffins also play a finishing touch, adding a bit of crunchy pleasure to the original soft and unrealistic muffins like yolk pie. "No, I don't have the appetite for food right now." Hermione Granger glanced at the hot maple syrup pine nut muffins on the small table. and replied stiffly. Stole away by this nasty white-haired dumpling again. Lost again. Since hearing Eleanor's decision, Hermione Granger's mind was full of such thoughts. The joy of secretly preparing for the second grade course before has now completely dissipated, leaving only a deep sense of unhappiness and depression. Before tonight, she thought that she would finally have a chance to have an equal duel with Elena. She used the final exam as the battlefield. Everyone used a quill and a magic wand to compare who was the smartest little witch in the first grade. However, I didn't expect to know the bad news in advance before she stepped onto the battlefield. Hermione Granger had no doubt about the authenticity of what Elena said, because to a certain extent, the two are actually very similar in terms of learning. Since Elena decided to take the senior exam in advance, she must have more than 80% confidence in it. Just a one-time challenge. It was too sudden for Hermione to take all the exams for a total of 12 courses in one grade. Little Hermione, who had just completely mastered the first-year curriculum, completed the self-study of the first volume of Advanced Mathematics, and roughly previewed the content of the second-year curriculum, originally thought that she was finally a little closer to Elena Caslana. But when she didn't look up confidently, she discovered that before she knew it, the white-haired dumpling who ate, drank, slept and played with each other could actually jump to 4 grades in one breath! This white-haired dumpling must not be human, right? And many more. Wrong. This is not logical at all. Elena doesn't have so much time to prepare for the course. She must have taken some shortcut. At this moment, Hermione suddenly remembered the strange thing that Hagrid said when she was chatting with her in the afternoon, which she thought was to escape the heavy review plan. There is an easier way to deal with the exam to deal with it. Could it be that? Hermione raised her head abruptly and looked at Elena, who was eating a maple syrup muffin carelessly in front of her. Elena, are you planning to cheat, eh? Raising her head, looking at the bright brown eyes that were close at hand, Elena was slightly startled. The little dull hair on her head quickly stood up, and she struck her clever, as if she had been electrocuted in an instant. Blinked in confusion. What are you talking about, Hermione? Cheating? How could it be possible? So many professors are staring. Really? Hermione Granger looked at the frightened little dull hair with a solemn expression, and the suspicion in her eyes became more intense. According to the experience she and Hannah summed up, the white-haired dumplings in this state a high probability is lying. However, in the face of this cunning white-haired dumpling, it would be too naive to try to express her words directly in the language. If she is not careful, it will cause her vigilance, which is counterproductive. Hermione raised her eyebrows unpredictably, and did not choose to immediately expose Eleanor's guilty conscience. I have witnessed the public trial of Peter Pettigrew in the magical world, and learned from subsequent newspapers how Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, Harry's father James Potter, and the unknown Mr. Lupin, etc. After the story, the hearts of the little wizards at Hogwarts were quite touched. For Hermione, Hannah, and Luna, this experience and sense of sight are even more obvious. With the days and nights of the semester, the relationship between the 4 of them has long gone beyond pure playmates. When she finds that someone is going astray, as a girlfriend, she has to find a way to take Elena from the wrong path anyway. Pull back. Of course, when the target of the attack is Elena, her strength alone is definitely not enough. According to the experience of the Nanaim small group, if you want to deal with this white-haired dumpling, you must gather together. The power of everyone is good. It seems that I will have to discuss with Luna and Hannah tomorrow. Luna's hunch is sometimes quite accurate, but when it comes to persuading Elena or torturing, he still has to rely on Hannah to restrain him first. Eleanor's energy. Glancing at Elena, who was still pretending to be a fool, Hermione smiled slightly. Her face slowly relaxed, and did not continue to question, but picked up a pink fruit-filling macaroon next to the maple syrup pine nut muffin. Put it in your mouth. Compared to muffins, this kind of macaron with fresh raspberries, rose cream, and lychee is more in line with her preferences. Hermione took a bite of the pink fruit-filled macaron in her hand, savoring the refreshing and slightly sourness of raspberries and the sweetness of lychee, which were fused together with rose cream and paired with almond macarons with a good taste. While looking at the white-haired dumpling in front of him meaningfully, three of them can work together to save the white-haired dumpling. Chapter 2! Exclamation mark ma! Exclamation mark. Warning again! Exclamation mark. After reading this chapter, you may be a little hungry. It is recommended not at night, otherwise you will get fat. Today is still 2 chapters. Ask for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 591. Interesting choices. There is less than a month left before the exam. The new courses in the classroom are almost all over. The professors of all subjects seem to have discussed at the same time. Every day a lot of homework is assigned to the little wizards. The Hogwarts Library finally ushered in the annual during the peak season of China. From morning to night, students are crowded with groaning and yawning students desperately completing their heavy homework. In such a frenzied and tense atmosphere, even Hermione Granger was a little bit unconfident and shaken. He always carried 4 or 5 thick books with him, and he would spread them on the table as long as he had time. Carrying silently. And Seamus Finnegan, who is also in the 1st grade, doesn't know how many accidental explosions have been caused on the dining table. As the exam day approaches, such small accidents are not uncommon at Hogwarts, especially for Percy Weasley, a group of 5th grade students who are about to welcome elves. They're like unstable potions. A little bit, it will explode. But for Elena, the most sad news is that her long black house confinement has finally ended. Apart from spending half a day dealing with the backlog of letters every weekend, she has to behave like an ordinary little witch in the rest of her time, earnestly completing homework assigned by the professors, or interacting with Hermione. Drawback content about the second use of the fire dragon's blood, the names of the leaders of the fairy rebellion, and so on. In addition, because she applied for all the subjects in grades 1 to 4, she had to spare extra time to read and recite the content that is likely to appear on this year's test paper. Even if she had the real questions in advance, she still had to go looking for answers. 99% of all the old test papers that can be found in the responsive house are not well tested. In other words, if she wants to get a high score in the written test, she must first herself find a way to answer a perfect standard answer in the open book state, and then recite and practice repeatedly in order. And another result of this high-frequency reading of upper-grade textbooks is that Hermione, who originally believed that Elena might cheat, also began to shake. After all, Luna's inspiration appraisal did not get anything effective. Message, and judging from the daily situation, Elena seems to be preparing for the final exam seriously. Except for Hermione, the other 2 little wings gave up the search for evidence of white-hair dumpling cheating after a little persistence for 2 or 3 days, and only Hermione was still sticking to the close-in-it defense every day. Because she saw Elena with her own eyes when she was reviewing ancient rune studies, she always only looked at the fixed chapters, except for the definition and analysis of the 4 or 5 magic texts. Elena had no more. I've memorized other content, but this alone can't prove that Beimautuanzi may have cheated. At best it can only show that her review plan is incomplete. Obviously, it is still quite difficult for today's little beaver to defeat Elena alone. What's more terrifying is that after Elena returned to campus, those unheard-of delicious snacks appeared in front of Nanaimon again. Staying up late to learn to pair with irresistible snacks, Hermione felt that her weight might be defeated first. As for Luna and Hannah, they had given up resistance a long time ago, and they would eat whatever Elena did. But on the other hand, regarding Elena's examination application, a consensus has just been reached among the Hogwarts professors. Early this Wednesday morning, as always, the professors sat down in the Hogwarts auditorium early, while discussing in a low voice what happened in the school these days. while picking up the menu in front of them to choose today's breakfast with great interest. Since Albus Dumbledore took the initiative to set up a confinement room for Elena, the original restrictions on the elderly healthy meals for the old wizards have gradually been relaxed to restrict only some foods high in sugar and cholesterol, and Dumbledore was finally able to happily taste the Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue that the entire magical world was eager for. For most professors, the 3 meals at Hogwarts have long become an important welfare for the school. Professor Dumbledore, what do you think about that kid's examination application? While looking at the menu in her hand, Minerva McGonagall casually ordered a bit towards the Hufflepuff table not far away, while quietly asking the old wizard with half-moon glasses next to her. I don't deny Miss Caslana's talent, but I always feel that she is too. I take it for granted. There has never been such a precedent in Hogwarts. I really don't understand why you agreed to such an incompatibility. Common sense application. Students want to take additional exams, why should we refuse? Dumbledore replied casually. Anyway, let her try. In this way, at least we can have a clearer grasp of Miss Caslana's actual knowledge reserve and what progress has been achieved. Even if she fails to pass some subjects, this is bound to happen. It just happens to give this proud little girl a taste of frustration. Severus Snape kept his eyes on the menu in his hand, and said in his usual slow and timid tone that as a potions professor, although he didn't usually say it, he still thought about this missing assistant. Satisfying. Severus is right. Miss Caslana is only applying for the written examinations for the upper grades, and does not include the practical assessments. In other words, even if she passes all of them successfully, there is no way to directly apply for skipping grades, or exemption of courses. Since she wants to learn more, I think we should encourage this behavior, and it just inspires other students in the school. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously, then devoted more attention to the menu in front of him, frowned slightly, looked at the gold lettering on the menu with some confusion and distress, and read it out in a low voice. Squid oatmeal soup, black pepper pork pie, fragrant omelette, sashimi porridge, fried oyster, boiled beef noodles, stewed macaroni with duck breast, sweet potato balls, sweet taro crisp. The name of the dish, which one to choose? If you are a little hesitant, you can choose boiled beef noodles. This is a cooking method from the Far East. Although the taste may be a bit stimulating, both the appearance and the taste are particularly interesting. Severus Snape glanced at the menu in Dumbledore's hand and said blankly, Chapter 1. Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 594. Boiled beef noodles. Okay! Exclamation mark. Boiled beef noodles. Hearing Snape's words, Professor McGonagall pursed his lips. A hesitant look appeared on his face, as if he was about to say something. But before she could speak, Dumbledore took the initiative to turn his head and look at Snape, who asked curiously, Cooking methods and ingredients from the mysterious East? Noodles? Yes, the raw material is made of flour, and it looks a bit like a slender wand or rope. But Professor Dumbledore, I must remind you that the taste of this boiled beef noodle may be a bit unique, and it also needs wait a few minutes for the cooking time, instead of sending it over immediately like other dishes. Don't worry, I can vaguely guess from the name of the dish. Boiled. I will eat this today. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, cleared his throat, and said softly, confidently, boiled beef noodles. At the same time, the Hogwarts kitchen is located directly below the auditorium. The various seasonings are lined up on the cooking table, and the air is steaming with a spicy smell. Just a sniff can make people feel that the pores all over the body seem to be opened up, and there is a fatal spicy aroma that appeals to the appetite. Another boiled beef noodle. Hurry up, Professor Dumbledore. Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, a house elf screamed. In midair, a ball of dough floating in the air is constantly being pulled, folded, and pulled under the power of magic. In less than tens of seconds, it becomes tough and distinct noodles, each of which is uniform in size, slender and full of texture. And not far away, A pot of beef bone soup that had been boiled all night long was prepared. The finely divided noodles fell directly into the pot, and after tumbling in the boiling big bone soup for a while, as the family raised the small elf fingers drew small circles in the air, fished out of the big bone soup again, and placed them in a large noodle bowl that had already been prepared on the side. Immediately afterwards, a large spoonful of beef, big bone, and white radish mixed broth, a dozen thin slices of cooked beef, and a handful of chopped green onion and coriander from the Slytherin vegetable garden, and finally poured it in. The last spoonful of chili oil that has been hot fried to give the aroma. A bowl of authentic boiled beef noodles is complete. Snapped. The house elf who was in charge of cooking on the side quickly checked the work in front of him, nodded in satisfaction, raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The next moment, the steaming bowl of red oil noodles disappeared into the kitchen. This is boiled? Dumbledore stared blankly at the red bowl of boiled beef noodles in front of him, his long silver-white beard trembling slightly, and his fork in his hand gestured in the air several times. But he could not make up his mind. Into the noodle bowl. Although the aroma of red oil smells particularly comfortable, it also exudes a kind of scary heat. After just a few sniffs, Dumbledore felt that his temples had begun to sweat, and his heart was full of resistance, but his mouth could not stop saliva, like a child who saw candy. Chuck-cuck. At this time, a strange sound came from the old wizard. Dumbledore turned his head and saw that a bowl of noodles appeared in front of Severus Snape sometime. The always unsmiling potions professor sucked the noodles while wiping the sweat from his nose. The originally pale and sallow face showed a faint blush under the effect of the heat and red oil. Guru, it seems that it is really delicious. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, learning the appearance of Snape and mixing the beef noodles with red oil in front of him. With the fork turning in the bowl, he knew that the noodles must have a great taste, extremely smooth and smooth, without any hindrance. After a few seconds, Dumbledore carefully rolled up a ball of noodles with a fork and stuffed it into his mouth. With the chewing of his teeth, the old man's blue eyes suddenly widened, and he subconsciously sighed softly. This smell. The strong noodles are wrapped in noodle soup, mixed with the aroma of chili and green onion, and the salty taste of the noodles is realized in hindsight, but it will not become more and more heavy. The spicy oil stimulates every taste bud. The base soup made by Diggory is full of flavor. In addition, the soft and rotten radish that has been boiled in the big bone soup adjusts the stimulation just right. The radish that melts in the mouth does not even need to be chewed. It only needs to be slightly hardened with the tongue, and it is all broken in the mouth, neutralizing the oily spicy belt. The excitement that comes in this seemingly ordinary bowl of boiled beef noodles, all the elements are perfectly combined, giving full play to the stimulation of taste and the energy and fullness that the body expects in the morning. The physique of a wizard is far more capable of withstanding all kinds of stimulating feelings than Muggles. Dumbledore initially sipped it with a little restraint, but soon he was like Snape in a smooth and hearty manner. Sucked up the noodles. I have to say that this sweaty breakfast experience makes people feel more or less presumptuous and enjoyable. This is really a crazy and fascinating feast of taste. After a while, Dumbledore wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and nose, glanced at the bowl that he had eaten clean, turned his head and looked at Snape, whose blush on his face had not faded, feeling quite emotional, to say, "Severus, maybe we did miss a lot of the beauty in this world because we were too conservative before. Let's take a look at where the kid can go, if she can really do everything smoothly. For the exam, you don't need to be excellent at all. As long as she can get an A or above in the assessment of each grade, the potions class can compromise in some places in the next semester and allow some Muggle scholars to enter the classroom." Snape sighed softly, wiped his red lips, looked at Dumbledore and said calmly, "However, potions is potions. You can open new subjects. This is the right to be the principal of Hogwarts. However, as long as I am your appointed professor of potions, then my class is not allowed to appear in my class." Two professors, of course. What about you, Minerva? Dumbledore smiled and nodded, turning his head to look at Professor McGonagall, who was still sipping sashimi porridge. "Do you deal with mole scholars during the holidays? Then you might have to find someone who can help me take over as the deputy principal." Professor McGonagall gave Albus Dumbledore a blank look, and said unceremoniously, "If you can take on more of the Hogwarts school stuff, I can take the time to show the moles a little magic." Although in my opinion, those moles may not understand the charm of magic, even if they are some scientists from the former Soviet Union. "No, about this, I have a better suggestion." Dumbledore shook his head slowly and looked at Professor McGonagall and said with a smile, "You should have heard about Blake." "What do you think of Blake?" "From a talent point of view, he should be able to help you share the burden. Less course pressure." Sirius Black. "If he is really proficient, he can consider it." Minerva McGonagall raised her eyebrows slightly, and after thinking for a while, she put down the spoon in her hand and looked at Dumbledore. "But I must remind you that there is still a lot of difference between having superb transfiguration skills and teaching students to master knowledge. This holiday I will take time to give him basic tutoring, unless he is before school starts able to meet my requirements. Otherwise, even if I'm a little tired, I won't give him the little guys in the first and second grades." "So, Elena Castellana," Dumbledore asked tentatively, "if she can really pass the first to fourth grades of polymorphism, then I really have nothing to teach her. After all, according to your statement, she is now on the path of classical polymorphism. Magic is only I can rely on her. Permanent transformation and alchemy, this is the realm that I haven't stepped into the door yet." Professor McGonagall shrugged non-committal and replied somewhat helplessly. Looking at Professor McGonagall, who was a little frustrated, Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. "You don't have to be too depressed, Minerva. This is not because she is more outstanding than you, but because she sees the world from a different perspective than you. Besides, if she wants to learn about Animagus, I guess you still need your personal guidance throughout Hogwarts. I guess she will be interested in this knowledge. Animagus, after the exam is over, let's talk about it after seeing the results." After a brief pause, as if thinking of something, Professor McGonagall suddenly changed the conversation. "Right, Professor Dumbledore, do you remember what we said at the beginning of school, regarding the division of the two children? I think we will still have to follow the traditional rules in the next school year, otherwise, next year's Quidditch game cannot go on, and the freshman team is about to destroy the Hogwarts Academy League." "Ah, Quidditch. Well, he almost forgot that there is still this trouble." Hearing Professor McGonagall's complaint, an awkward look appeared on Dumbledore's face. "Speaking of this matter, do you still remember what we promised to the freshmen at the beginning of the semester? If they can beat the official academy team once in a training match, they will be allowed to participate in the league and finally to the Quebec in the battle for the Dici Academy Cup. And judging from the current league score, that group of little guys leads each college team in the league by an average of more than 300 points. As far as I know, after the Ravenclaw kids finished playing this year, many people have proposed to quit the team." "Application for the Ditch team." Snape snorted, his cheeks twitched, and said helplessly, "Even the strongest Slytherin Quidditch team at Hogwarts is 220 points behind them, which means that unless the Slytherin team can lead in scoring points in the finals this weekend, catch the Golden Snitch at 70 minutes, otherwise, if nothing else, the Quidditch Academy Cup will not belong to any academy for the first time." After a short pause, Snape's chin nodded toward the white-haired dumpling who was still fighting with Hermione and the others at the table. "Now all the students in the school are waiting to see the jokes in our college." "Dear Professor Dumbledore, are you really going to make any restrictions or additional rules about the Silver Devil flying in the sky?" About this, there will be some small adjustments in the balance. After all, you also know that although it is a Quidditch match in school, we have no suitable reason to ban a certain player, or add too many weird rules temporarily." Dumbledore sighed tiredly, spread his hands awkwardly, and replied with some uncertainty. "Mainly from the professional advice of Mrs. Hooch, it should be more or less useful." Chapter 2! Ma! This time I put the warning on the title, so I can't blame it. Chapter 595 Epic Weekend. As in previous years, the final game of the Quidditch season is scheduled for the last weekend of May. The Hogwarts Quidditch Academy Cup competition is not complicated. All participating teams will take turns to compete in the league. The ranking will be calculated according to the win-loss relationship and points, and then they will face up in May from bottom to top. Challenge. Because it looks like bubbling in the water, in the non-magical world this system is usually called a bubbling game. In this bubbling stage, the winning condition is not just to calculate the score of a single game. The team in the backward position must win with a score greater than the difference in scoring between the two teams in order to be considered as a successful challenge. The defending team only needs to ensure that at the end of the game, the total score difference is still not exceeded, to be able to successfully advance or win the cup. This is why in the third part of the original book, Wood kept stressing that Harry must contain Draco Malfoy to ensure that the game does not end before Gryffindor leads by 60 points, otherwise they will lose the trophy in the game. All in all, every time the Hogwarts Quidditch Champions Cup reaches the final, it is particularly eye-catching. In order to recover the lagging points, the challenger usually launches an impact on the opponent's goal at all costs in order to pull the score to the winning kill line as soon as possible, while the dominant side can choose to attack or attack according to tactics. It is a defensive counter-attack, and the spectator in the game is naturally much stronger than usual. I have to admit that Slytherin's brutal tactics are quite effective on the defensive end. For several years in a row, they have been adhering to a very utilitarian negative tactics. Although they are not so good looking, they can always help them. Trophy. It's just that a little bit has changed this year. The emergence of a freshman team swept the entire Hogwarts. Ravenclaw Academy scored 2 consecutive humiliating records of 0 goals, and Gryffindor, who lacks seekers, relied on more sparring times. The advantage of temporarily equal to Hufflepuff College, the advantage of Slytherin College in physical confrontation made them smoothly ranked second. After all, although Harry, Malfoy, and Hannah are talented in the position of chasers, they still can't compare with the well-developed senior muscular brothers, while Gore and Crabbe are the batters. The disadvantage is even greater. Therefore, the freshman team's accumulated points lead in the league is not too much, only 220 points ahead of Slytherin College, mainly from the 2 150-point bonuses of the Golden Snitch. This means that if Slytherin College can win more than 220 points in the finals, it still has a chance to win the cup. Of course, there is only hope in theory. In the impression of Slytherin College students, there has never been a year of Quidditch League in such a desperate atmosphere. Elena Castellana almost relied on her own power, defeated their team, a complete defeat in the true sense, or more accurately a knockdown, in front of the roaring ball. The physical fitness that the Slytherin Quidditch team was proud of did not help them resist a little more than other little wizards. Swept across the 7-star tail wing, and now nearly 30 small stars have been imprinted, all of which are her impressive achievements in the official competition. A small half of them came from the proud surviving Slytherin, and the remaining half came from the heady Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Even when facing Hufflepuff College, Elena did not have any with a soft-hearted meaning. Almost every game against Hufflepuff Academy ended with her holding the Golden Snitch while treating Cedric, who was in a coma. As for off-site methods, the Slytherin students did not think about it. But when Elena took the 3-headed Dopplerwhy at the entrance of the Slytherin common room for a day, the shrewd Slytherin stopped this unwise attempt. After witnessing the whole process of the Slytherin College team from struggling to giving up, the entire Hogwarts acquiesced in the fact that this year's Quidditch Cup will probably be taken away by a group of freshmen, as long as Elena is still in Quidditch. Floating in the sky above the strange field, the barbarity and danger of this game is not much different from that of the battlefield. However, for the other 3 colleges, as long as the Quidditch College Cup is not taken away by the Slytherin College again, it is also a good choice for freshmen to win. After all, starting from the next semester, the members of the freshman representative team will go their separate ways, and Elena, who has lost the team, will also be suspended indefinitely. Obviously, the Deans will be the first to do so. Only the white-haired dumplings belonged to a quarrel. Perhaps it was because of the low morale of Slytherin College and the frequent protests of the little snakes. On the night before the game, with a Quidditch version update notice from Professor Snape, the morale of the Quidditch team of Slytherin College was about to fall to the bottom, and finally slightly improved. Silver Demon was finally weakened, and it was still an epic weekend. A quiet little corner in the Slytherin common room. Listen, Professor Snape has won the best situation for us. Elena will not be a seeker in the final, which means we don't need to worry about ubiquitous games in this game. Go ball cannonball. Marcus Flint sat among the players, slapped a piece of parchment on the table, and said very seriously, "Of course, she will still appear on the court as a goalkeeper. In this way, her range of activities is strictly limited to the goalposts, and she can no longer chase the ball in the sky as before." Up. This is indeed good news, although our pressure on the offensive end may be greater. The chase. Adrian Percy breathed a sigh of relief and licked his lips. "Don't worry, Marcus, the rest of the freshmen shouldn't be afraid at all. The three of us will be devastated in front of everyone tomorrow." That arrogant little girl. Victory is the best means of revenge. Don't waste too much unnecessary time. Marcus Flint shook his head, turned to look at their seeker Terence Higgs, and said fiercely, "The most critical place to win tomorrow is still with you. You have to catch the golden snitch first after we have a lead of more than 70 points. This time your opponent is no longer Elena Castellana. Even if other ordinary first-year freshmen can't match, you don't need to stay with the Slytherin team next year." Of course, don't forget how we won the Quidditch Cup last year. Terence Higgs grinned and asked with a confident smile, "So who is the new seeker for the freshman team? Was the Weasley kid we sifted before? Or rather the little Malfoy from The Rich Man?" "It's a pity, neither. It's the Harry Potter who lives in Catastrophe." "Oh. The malnourished black-haired little glasses?" "Don't worry, I will show him how much talent and skill a seeker is. The only time he sees the golden snitch after the game is at me." Hands. Chapter 1. Exclamation mark. Chapter 596. A Trace of Change. At the same time, the Gryffindor common room. Although Gryffindor has lost hope of winning this year, Oliver Wood did not fall into depression because of this. Instead, he took the initiative to contribute his own collection of Quidditch field models and pulled the entire Gryffindor team to the first grade. The freshman team made suggestions, using the wand to direct the villain to move around, explaining the tactics that Slytherin might use. Fred and George did not gather with Wood. They had other important tasks. At this time, the Weasley twin brothers squatted in the corner of the lounge, whispering to the two somewhat restrained chubby boys around them to teach their brothers valuable teamwork experience. Perhaps the first time they stepped into Gryffindor's territory. Both Boo and Gore looked a little nervous, and their distractions were more serious than usual. With some course adjustments in the school since this time, and Elena, who has access to the 4 college lounges, as a mediator, the seemingly indestructible ice wall between the colleges gradually cracked a small crack. As for the little wizards in the first grade, there was almost no academy barrier from the beginning. For example, Crabbe and Goyle, the two chubby boys, because of frequent Quidditch training games, privately have a relationship with the Weasley twins, even closer than many senior students in the same college. Many, however, compared to Crabbe and Goyle, who are still a little uncomfortable. Draco Malfoy sitting next to Elena is obviously much more natural. At this time, he is listening carefully to the tactical analysis, and from time to time he talks with Ron, discussing with Hannah about tomorrow's attack. If you take off the silver-green robe, judging from the boy's strong desire to win or lose and the degree of acquaintance with the surrounding Gryffindor students, no one would believe that he is a Slytherin little wizard. In addition, far from the center of the crowd, there is also a boy with black hair and glasses with a nervous face sitting. This is the first time he has held such an important position in a game, and it is still the position that Elena plays before the head. This makes little Harry's heart full of anxiety. Whenever he thinks of tomorrow's game, he feels that his stomach seems to be in his stomach. It's like tumbling. It was a pity that Harry couldn't get rid of the tension by staying away from the crowd, thinking about tomorrow's game constantly in his mind. Because the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, Cedric Diggory, is sitting across from him now, and he is particularly careful about telling Harry what a seeker pays attention to during the game, and some practical things. Game tips. Don't worry, Potter. You fly well, not much worse than Elena. Cedric patted Harry hard on the shoulder, comforting the first-year boy before him very sincerely. Seekers are not a position where you can win depending on who is big. This place requires more eyes, attention, flying skills, and brain. At this point, you are better than those gorillas in Slytherin. We are too strong. Not to mention, you are 220 points ahead of Slytherin. Absolutely no problem. Yes, Harry replied stiffly with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The vegetable chowder just eaten in the evening seemed to roll in his stomach. The boy subconsciously covered his mouth, trying hard to recall the description of the chowder by Sister Elena, trying to divert attention through memories. Although this may be a little disrespectful to Senior Cedric, but if so many people, especially Draco and the big sister, are so nervous, it would be too ugly. When you fly to a high place, you have to pay attention to the reflections on the edge of the court. Vegetable chowder is a classic Italian dish. Simply put, it is a chowder made of large pieces of beef, milk beef, pork, chicken, and sausages, but I do it differently. When you dive, you must keep your arms free and don't press down completely. First add part of the fennel sausage and fry in the pan, making sure that all sides are browned. Accompanied by Harry's method of distracting attention, the tumbling sensation that had originally gathered in his stomach gradually disappeared. Cedric Diggory's voice seemed to be coming from a long distance, and it was the same as that of Elena's eldest sister. The sounds overlap. The tense game scene lingering in Harry's mind slowly changed, and some tastes and food appeared. Of course, some of which were knives and tweezers he was familiar with, as if returning to his favorite potions class. Put the fried sausage in a saucepan on the side, add a small amount of Tristan sausage, a delicious, smoky Spanish salami, and it will give off an incredible aroma when fried. Potter, when you find that the other person is rushing towards a certain goal, you must keep up. Then cut some carrots, celery, garlic, and fry them in a pan to get the aroma. Sprinkle some lentils on. It is a good choice of auxiliary materials, as well as bay leaves and thyme, which are essential spices. When flying at high speed, the body should be as close to the broom as possible, but the arm must be extended forward. Return the sausage to the pot and add some chicken sauce, of course, pigeon meat, beef, pork, and patiently stew the lentils softly, waiting for the flavor of the spice to penetrate into the depths of every piece of meat. Finally, grasp the golden snitch steadily, clenching your fists so that it doesn't have a chance to fly away. Sprinkle some chopped parsley, and the gorgeous and simple vegetable chowder is ready. With imagination, the delicious and fragrant vegetable chowder appeared in front of the boy again. Harry Potter swallowed and asked softly, subconsciously, "So, can I eat now?" "Eat? That's the golden snitch. You have to grab it with your hands, not eat it with your mouth." Cedric Diggory frowned, looked at the little Harry who seemed to be distracted in front of him, and waved his hand somewhat dissatisfied. "Hey, Potter, are you listening to me?" "Huh? Sorry, I'm a little nervous." Harry Potter, who was immersed in fantasy, suddenly recovered, looked at Cedric embarrassedly, and quickly apologized. "Forget it. I think what you need most now is adequate rest, not these experiences." Looking at Harry panicking and apologizing, Cedric shrugged helplessly, and pressed his hands on the boy's thin shoulders. "It doesn't matter if you forget those experiences. Most importantly, you must believe that you can fly well. As a team seeker, you can't lose confidence first." "Yes, Harry, Senior Cedric is right." At this moment, Elena, who had already discussed the tactics with everyone, walked over, followed by a sentence, and then turned to look at Cedric Diggory, who was sitting next to Harry, thanking him quite sincerely. "I really troubled you tonight, thank you very much, Senior Cedric." "Welcome. I also want to see the scene where Slytherin College loses to you, those guys are so annoying." Before Elena could finish speaking, Cedric smiled and shook his head. "Moreover, you have made so many delicious foods for everyone in Hufflepuff during this time. As the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, I have to find some way to express my gratitude. Although I want to say that this is not logically true, but you are handsome." "You are right. As for you, Harry." Elena glanced at Cedric's handsome face, shrugged non-committal, then looked at Harry Potter, who was still worried and unconfident in front of him, and sighed helplessly. "Well, let Hermione take you to a place to see, maybe it can make you more confident." Chapter 2! Ma! Fat chickens are not hungry. Fat chickens are not hungry. Round-faced fat chickens are not hungry. Chapter 597 True Honor. In the early morning of the next day, the weather was clear and slightly cool. The auditorium was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled sausages. The teachers and students of the school were discussing the upcoming Quidditch Cup finals in a low voice. Everyone was looking forward to a wonderful Quidditch competition and chatting happily. The members of the freshman team did not separate at the tables of each college as usual. Instead, they all squeezed at the end of the Hufflepuff long table with Elena as the center, all looking nervous and taciturn. The notice regarding the position adjustment of Elena Caslana has been announced. In the eyes of most students, the finals, which had a disparity in the winning ratio, have once again returned to the same level as the first-year freshman team. When the sharp offensive spearhead turned into a shield, all the results became exciting again. The little wizards who accompanied the freshman team walked into the auditorium. In addition to Slytherin College, the students from the other three colleges were applauding and cheering them, as if they were the Quidditch teams of their respective colleges. However, there was all cynicism on the Slytherin College side. "Traitor, get out." "If I were you, I should have retired yesterday." Slytherin's shame. Perhaps because of the shadow of the three-headed dog blocking the door not long ago, most of the attacks fell on Draco, Gore and Crabbe. Elena noticed that Malfoy's face was more usually paler, and Gore and Crabbe kept their heads at breakfast, not daring to turn their heads to look at the long Slytherin table next door. "It seems that after the game is over, I need to live in Slytherin College for a while." Elena took a glance and hovered between the faces of Draco Malfoy and the long table of Slytherin College. She did not choose to respond at this time, but silently remembered it in her heart. Several faces. Just as Hufflepuff did not fully understand the meaning of friendliness, Slytherin College, who experienced Voldemort's time, has long forgotten what is called true honor and ambition. Blindly using violence and power to control Slytherin will only deepen the erroneous ideas and influence that Voldemort once left in this academy. Compared with Hufflepuff, who is tenacious and lacking in spirit, now the Slytherin Academy has more problems. They are too easy to compromise and too easy to be tempted by some superficial interests. Salazar Slytherin is the most stubborn and honorable of the four founders. At the same time, he is the one who pursues the purest magic and power. If you learn that Slytherin has become so pretentious and stubborn, he might be so angry that he would just uncover the coffin and clean up the students who insulted his badge by himself. However, it was too difficult and long for Elena to change the idea of an academy by herself, and she did not intend to become the next Voldemort. Therefore, she needs to guide and cultivate a true Slytherin, awakening the noble, shrewd, and honorable college from the inside out, and Draco Malfoy is obviously the most suitable candidate. With such a long time together, some qualities of Draco Malfoy have gradually begun to become prominent. For example, his strong desire for victory, excellent hidden ambition, emphasis on honor and small group members, and increasingly proficient ability to observe words and colors. The sorting hat that embodies the wisdom of the four founders is almost infallible, but it can only be divided into hospitals, and cannot accompany the growth of every little wizard. And what kind of person a person encounters on the journey of growth, What kind of social circle he enters, and what kind of growth atmosphere he faces are the important factors that determine a person's future character. And 3 perspectives. Since on the Hogwarts Express, Draco, Gore, and Crabbe took Neville's toad into Elena's box, their life trajectory has completely followed the original. A very different path in. As if feeling Elena's gaze, Draco Malfoy raised his head and looked at Elena and said firmly, "Don't worry, big sister. We will definitely win this game." "Of course, I never worried about this." Elena smiled slightly, and cut half of the tempting Tristan sausage and placed it on Draco Malfoy's plate. This slightly spicy and smoky Spanish salami fits well the taste of Slytherin. Today may be a protracted battle. As a chaser, you need to maintain strong stamina. The pressure of lagging behind will force the Slytherin team to adopt a full attack lineup before taking a small lead. Therefore, I hope you can in this game. The previous training effect was played out, and the Slytherin goal was shot first. If you feel worried, don't worry about me, big sister. Draco Malfoy shook his head and watched Elena put a few sliced omelets on his plate, and a few sprinkled with black pepper, faintly roasted and dry. "Beef cubed," replied firmly. "Although you can safely give the ghost fly ball to me, I will let them know what a wrong tactic it is to give up defense altogether because it is the Slytherin team. I can work more easily and without worries. Pursue victory. But if I can catch the golden snitch in time." Unlike Draco Malfoy's relaxed mentality, Harry Potter, who was the seeker for the first time, was obviously much more nervous. Even if he went to the prize showroom to see his father's Quidditch trophy last night, he was still not so. Confidence. Among the freshman team members around the entire field, he barely ate anything. "Don't be nervous, Harry. You have an excellent Quidditch bloodline inherited from the family." Elena patted Harry on the shoulder and forced a toast covered with strawberry jam into his hand. "It's like you came from your mother's talent in the potions class. In Quidditch, you obviously inherited your father's talent. Flying requires talent. If you are not yet confident, you can think of Hermione." "Elena." "Sorry, I just want Harry to feel a little better." "HMPH. Don't care about you today." Hermione let out a non-committal grunt and glanced hard at Elena, as if considering that the game was about to start. So instead of counter-attacking as usual, she followed her and coaxed Harry. "Harry, you have to eat a few bites of breakfast, or even if you see the golden snitch, you won't have the energy to catch it. You must be able to think about your dad." He started the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the first 4 consecutive dynasties in history. "But my dad is a chaser." Harry squeezed the slice of bread in his hands worriedly. "Hey, don't forget, buddy." In the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup record in 1973, the position written under James Potter is the seeker. Your father's position when he won the first year was to find golfer. Ron Weasley leaned over, bumped Harry with his shoulder, and said excitedly, "Do you know what Percy said about our team last night? We are not a certain college team, we are the Hogwarts team, we are the Moonlight 7 of Hogwarts. With only one Slytherin college it is absolutely impossible to defeat the United Hogwarts freshman team, let alone defeat the Moonlight that originally belongs to the sky." "Yeah, that's right." Harry looked around at the friends he had met at Hogwarts this year. He felt that power was gradually pouring from his heart. His body seemed to become relaxed, and he couldn't wait to fly into the sky. This experience had been in the previous 10 years. Never had. After a short pause for a few seconds, Harry turned his head to look at Elena and nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, I already understand. There is nothing to be afraid of, because I am no longer Royal. Now that I understand, you can shut up and eat breakfast for me." "Don't say such unlucky words." Before Harry could finish speaking, Elena grabbed the bread in Harry's hand and stuffed it into his mouth, blocking the words "behind save your back." "You should know that in the order of appearance, wait for the lead to charge." But she is the captain. By about 11 o'clock, all the teachers and students of the school came to the stands around the Quidditch stadium. Thanks to the magic left over from the previous public trial, The audience stand has been widened a lot. The stand raised in midair makes it easier for teachers and students to watch the upcoming Quidditch game. Here comes the binoculars. In addition, Ludo Bagman, the director of the sports department of the Ministry of Magic, journalists from sports newspapers, and many scouts from the Quidditch League Cup professional teams all came to the scene, waiting for the upcoming game. Among them there are even similar to the Charlie Artillery 21 crowns, the Balicas Bats 27 crowns, the Holyhead Hobbits the only All-Witch team, Puddlemere United 22 crowns, Turnip's favourite and other well-known team players or agents. According to the information they received, Hogwarts has emerged this year with many outstanding Quidditch stars. A team of 7 first-year freshmen has swept the 4 Hogwarts colleges. Dickey team. If the status of the Quidditch League Cup in the Magic world is equivalent to the NBA, then the annual Quidditch Academy Cup at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is equivalent to a small NCAA. It is conceivable that these Quidditch balls the excitement in everyone's heart after the team knew it was about to usher in a draft year. Chapter 1! Chapter 598, Unbeatable. Of course, there is another reason. According to Hogwarts practice, after every Quidditch match, it is usually just before and after the mealtime. Facing the audience from afar, the enthusiastic Hogwarts never cruelly refuses guests at the table. Outer. As the director of the sports department, Ludo Bagman has long learned about the food at Hogwarts from other colleagues. He has not had the right opportunity to go to Hogwarts several times before and finally found a reasonable reason. If the freshman team can win the championship smoothly, Dumbledore hopes that he can recommend several of them to the national team for trial training during the holidays. Anyway, according to Dumbledore's statement, there will be a family of enthusiastic wizards near the training ground in terms of food and accommodation. As long as the children can play on the court most of the day or follow the training, it is enough. For Ludo Bagman, this was just a matter of signing a handwritten word, and he naturally responded quickly. At the same time, the players' locker room. The players of the freshman representative team solemnly changed into their exclusive silver-white robes. When they changed their clothes, everyone did not speak. If nothing else, this should be the last time they played in this uniform. Ron Weasley carefully touched the shirt on his body. He didn't know if others felt the same as him. It was as if the curtain call of his career was about to be played. Hoping that time could be unlimited. Slow it down, boo. While Ron was still in a daze, he felt a soft icy touch imprinted on his forehead, and a very faint scent quickly swept across his nose. In the aftermath, a few silver hairs lightly across his face. It seems that a century has passed, and it seems that only a moment has passed. Ron immediately reacted to what had happened. His face and his ears almost immediately turned red. He felt that the color of his ears might now be the same as the color of his hair, and his ears kept steaming outwards as if they were on fire. And beside him, Harry, Malfoy, Gore, Crabbe and other little boys have similar expressions. The only one with a normal face is the third sister Hannah, who is inseparable from Elena every day. Everyone, it's time for the decisive battle. After kissing the players' foreheads one by one, Elena smiled and clapped her hands. There was a shimmering gleam in the Lake Blue eyes, and she whispered in a nice tone that sounds like singing to Ron. Let's kill the group of Slytherins together and win this final game cleanly. Boom. Accompanied by Eleanor's voice, Ron felt his blood all over. His body boiled, and a few bloodshots inadvertently appeared in his eyes. The confusion and anxiety disappeared, leaving only an extreme sense of victory. Desire. Kill them. Win the game. Tear their defenses. No one can stop our victory. Everything in the world seems to be unimportant at this moment. As long as he can guard this smile, this voice, and the victory of this team, even if his opponents are all riding fire dragons, he dared to rush to shred their defenses. Okay, time is up, let's go. Ron followed Malfoy and Harry out of the locker room and walked to the court, loud noises rushing over his face. More than 3/4 of the little wizards are waving a banner with the Hogwarts school emblem. or a pair of silver flags with wings spread out. There are more than 200 little wizards behind the Slytherin goalpost. The green ornaments. The voice was completely concealed in the cheering and shouting of most of the little wizards in the school. The Hogwarts freshman team is on the court. Lee Jordan, who was in charge of the game commentary, exclaimed excitedly. Caslana, Abbott, Porter, Malfoy, Gore, Crabbe, Weasley, this is the first mixed college team in Hogwarts history, and it is also destined to be Hogwarts' the strongest freshman team remembered in the history of Quidditch. Oh, the Slytherin team is also on the field. The leader is Captain Flint. This is a strong team that has won the Quidditch College Cup twice in a row. Unfortunately, their current record against the freshman team is full negative. In the increasingly strong sound, the players on both sides slowly approached Miss Hooch in the center of the court. Captains on both sides shook hands. Madam Hooch said. Elena and Flint stepped forward, touched their hands quickly and let go, without saying much. Marcus Flint had planned to take the opportunity to say a few rubbish words, but when he met the gaze of the little wizards behind Elena, he suddenly subconsciously shuddered, and a very bad premonition emerged in his heart. He had never seen such a horrible and crazy sight. Even Draco Malfoy, who seemed to be the most bullied, as if he was not facing a group of first-year students, but a group of hungry for several days. Like the fire dragon. These lower grades, how on earth? Everyone ride on the broomstick and listen to my whistle. Before Flint could figure out what was going on, Madam Hooch's calm voice came. Threetwoon. Madam Hooch's whistle was drowned out by the cheers from all around, and 15 broomsticks quickly rose into the sky. Marcus Flint stared at the ghost flying ball that was thrown high in the sky, and as usual, he stretched out his hand confidently, preparing to control the first offensive power with his arm length. But he lifted to the sky. The premonition of obscurity quickly turned into reality. Snapped. Unbelievable. The freshman team took the lead in grabbing the ball. Ron Weasley passed straight through Flint's arm like a flame, and put the ghost fly ball to the side of Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin team didn't seem to foresee a situation where they would lose possession of the ball at the beginning. Foul. Flint slammed into Malfoy's back from behind, and the ghost fly ball flew off Draco Malfoy's shoulder weight. Hannah Abbott appeared on the ghost fly ball position. This is not a droop, it is a reverse pass. Ron Weasley has also flown by Hannah's side. Wow. Gore and Crabbe actually made a relay combo, and Marcus was directly defeated. The turning ball hit and landed in the rear. No, it is a standard 3-no Negglehead attack. The ghost flying ball is passed back and forth between the three, and Monta can't resist it. Ghost flying ball is passed to Malfoy in the hands. Beautiful. The goal is scored. 10-0. The Hogwarts freshman team leads. Draco Malfoy shook his fist vigorously, gliding quickly across the court, turning his head to look at the belated Marcus Flint. His eyes seemed to be burning with two scorching flames. Flint twisted his cheeks, and rushed towards Malfoy with a gloomy expression, as if he wanted to knock him straight down. Facing Marcus Flint, who rushed towards him, Draco Malfoy was red-eyed, and he turned the broomstick without fear and rushed towards Marcus' broomstick, without the slightest intention of avoiding it. At the moment when the two broomsticks were about to collide, Flint rolled aside in embarrassment, stepped aside the passage, and roared toward Draco Malfoy's back with a sullen expression. Asshole, are you crazy? This is the first one. There are 14 more. After staggering his stature, Draco Malfoy slammed his broomstick straight, hovering in the air, and watching Flint calmly said, although he is slightly worse than Harry in terms of emergency stop talent, it is far more than the bulky one. Marcus Flint. You. Alright, looking for death. Flint's expression became more savage, and he was about to continue crashing into Malfoy. Enough. At this moment, Madame Hooch yelled sharply, and flew between the two. Foul. Deliberately bumping into the chaser, and the Hogwarts freshman team will free throws. Malfoy, next time if you do this, you have to take a free throw. In Madame Hooch's whistle, Malfoy flew to the Slytherin goal to make a free throw. I started to look at you with admiration, Draco! Lee Jordan shouted excitedly from the commentary stage. That's it. At exactly the same angle, he broke Montage's defense again. Hogwarts freshman team 10-0 lead. With Draco Malfoy's first 2 goals, the entire match instantly went into a fever pitch. Both the Slytherin team and the freshman team looked like enemies of life and death, colliding and confronting in the sky. Although the new students are slightly weaker in physical fitness, with the courage that did not know where they came from, everyone seems to have improved 2 or 3 steps in strength, reaction, and endurance. Heading against the Hogwarts Quidditch champion team of the previous 2 years. Of course, the most important thing is, as arranged before the game, Malfoy and Gore only need to be fully responsible for the offense. Slytherin was in possession of the ball, and it was the same as before. All the freshman representatives stayed in the half-court position and did not return to defense. Now they are 3 Slytherin chasers and 2 batsmen. Attack the goal of the freshman team. Together they are facing Elena Caslana's goal. Oh my god. Elena threw the ball out again. World class. This is world class flying and reaction speed. Elena Caslana proved with facts that no matter where she is the silver and white devil flying in the sky of Hogwarts. Wait. This time she caught the ghost fly ball, not dead time. Now the ball is in the hands of Elena Caslana. Lee Jordan's voice suddenly became excited, as if he was expecting something. Boom. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of howling wind, a straight hole of air penetrated the entire Hogwarts stadium and shot directly in the direction of the Slytherin goal post at the other end of the stadium. All the Slytherin players who were in the way of the ball quickly raised their broomsticks so as not to be directly shot down. Bang! When the ghost ball hit the metal goal post, making a terrifying noise under everyone's gaze, Slytherin's goalpost was visibly shaken, as if it had just been hit by a rampaging dragon. Same. DSK, did you miss again? It's really hard to aim at such a distance. Elena shook her wrist, showing a dangerous smile, and glanced at the scoreboard next to the arena. 60-0, you have to work hard. Catch the snitch as soon as possible to escape the game. Chapter 2! Ma! Chapter 599, Unexpected Roar 2 in 1 chapter. It's terrible. Elena swiftly turned around the 3 goal hoops, and dangerously blocked the ghost ball thrown by Marcus Flint, once again preventing the Slytherin foursome double-team offense. Immediately afterwards, the girl took a serious aim at the Slytherin player in front of him. Oh no, the goal. A happy smile raised at the corner of her mouth, gently tossed the ghost fly ball in her hand, and the 30 silver balls on the broomstick. The stars gleamed in the sun. If someone has known non-magical sports before, you can see that Elena's posture at this time is somewhat similar to the force action when volleyball serves. The right hand that charges backwards like an archery seems to radiate with the breath of death. No! Everyone quickly get out of the way. Raise the height. Seeing the ghost flying ball thrown high, Marcus Flint's eyes shrank violently, shouted loudly to the surroundings, quickly pulled up the broom, and swayed irregularly in the sky. Just a few minutes ago, the chaser Adrian Pusey thought it would be a great opportunity to steal the ball, so he swooped in boldly towards Elena. As a result, in short, he did it once with his body. A perfect demonstration of error. Boom. The bright red ghost flying ball cut across the sky like a ball of fire and blasted straight ahead. Compared to her previous full-court attack as a seeker, Elena's path to the ball, who can only move around the 3 goal hoops, is severely restricted. In addition, the ghost fly ball is not like the wandering ball. It has the magic power of small-range automatic navigation and automatic acceleration, and its lethality and destructive power have dropped by more than 1 level. Unless there is another silly girl who dared to fly head-on against her, it would not be easy to shoot down these flexible Quidditch players. After all, the opposite Slytherin team is also a real 2-game winning streak team. Without her appearance, according to the progress in the original book, they will even continue to win this year's Quidditch championship. However, as the game progressed, All the Slytherin players no longer had any expectations for the Quidditch Champions League. Elena Castellana was like a nailed steel plate, firmly blocking before the freshman's goal kick. Every Slytherin team's offense must have the consciousness that it might be shot down at any time. Although under the care of Professor Dumbledore and the treatment of Professor Apocalypse, even if it is a fall from a high altitude, there is no risk of life. But it is not realistic to return to the game within a few minutes. According to usual experience, it is usually until the end of the game that the little wizards who were shot down by Elena from the air will appear in the player lounge intact, sharing the grief of failure with every one. Now of course, Heal Mine can only heal the physical trauma and the psychological shadow of being shot down. It usually takes days or even weeks to slowly recover. However, even in such a desperate situation, the Slytherin team still showed admirable resilience. Knowing that there is almost no chance of defending the Quidditch Academy Cup, Marcus Flint still led the remaining 4 players to maneuver back and forth quickly on the field, desperately defending Malfoy and others, as long as there is a chance, relying on the number of advantages to attack the goal guarded by Elena. Although it is necessary to rely on the Seeker to end the game, as a chaser and batsman, facing a completely zero game without game experience, even if you rely on the Golden Snitch's extra points to win, there is no disastrous defeat. Too many differences. Even just scoring a goal can make today's Slytherin team a little bit better. Unfortunately, facing the Slytherin team's 4-person double team attack, Elena still has the leeway to guard her 3-goal hoops firmly. The average middle school player is too far behind the mixed race Ver, who is born with flying affinity. Big. Oh, it's terrible. Boom. Well, that's too much. Boom. Good risk. Good risk. Boom. Enough. This is not a Quidditch game at all. It is simply outrageous. After evading the Death Ghost flying ball bombarded by Magic Girl Elena again in an extremely thrilling manner, Marcus Flint, as the captain, spit on the ground bitterly and took the initiative to pull the broom away. The first half of the freshman team, and along with Flint's return to the defense in the offensive phase, it also marked that the Slytherin team completely gave up the intention of scoring. If this attack continues at any cost, there will only be 2 results, either because of the loopholes in the defense, Draco Malfoy and others kept scoring to expand the score, or they were hit directly from the broomstick by the Death Ghost flying ball because they did not dodge in time. Back to defense. Back to defense. Pull the space to lock their goals. Marcus Flint quickly turned the flying broomstick, returned to his own half, and cooperated with the 2 batsmen to interrupt the ghost fly ball from Ron Weasley's hand, and started chasing with the rest. Players passed the ghost fly back and forth to pull the space. Don't wait for the score anymore. Go and catch the snitch. At the same time, Flint raised his head and yelled at the Seeker Terrence Higgs hovering above. Higgs, let's end this terrible game. Even if we can't win the Quidditch Cup finally, at least we must let these first-year students taste the taste of failure. We'll cover it for you. You know, every super long-range throw of Elena is an excellent offensive opportunity for the freshman team. With the blessing of the State of Charm and Violent, the fighting power that Draco, Ron and others broke out was no inferior to other members of the official Quidditch Academy team, and the goalkeeper Blake could not stand it alone. The only hope of the Slytherin team can only be pinned on catching the Golden Snitch. Along with Flint's command, Terrence Higgs, who had been involved in the offensive formation compression and defense tactics before, nodded solemnly, quickly raised his height and swam over the court, squinting his eyes. The wide court carefully searched for the gleaming golden light of the Golden Snitch. At this moment, a thin silver figure suddenly appeared in front of Terrence Higgs, blocking more than half of his field of vision, and circling around him flexibly and harassing him, making him unable to concentrate on searching. Golden Snitch, go away, brat. Higgs waved his arm vigorously, trying to drive away the annoying figure hovering next to his broomstick. The seeker for the Hogwarts freshman team, Harry Potter. But no matter how he drives the flying broomstick to turn left and right in the sky, he can't get rid of Harry, who is whizzing flying beside him. Flying side by side at high speed in the air is a very dangerous thing. the collision of two broomsticks, it is very likely that the same will die, and Terence Higgs has to refocus on how to get rid of Harry. The fierce confrontation on the lower court still continued, and not many people noticed the entanglement that occurred in the sky. Of course, Lee Jordan is still eloquently commenting. Slytherin regained possession of the ball. Flint seemed to have given up the offensive, bypassed Hannah Abbott's attempt to divert the ghost fly ball out again. Beautiful. The combined shot of Gore and Crabbe created a powerful roaming ball offense. It made me seem to see George and Fred, have to say, a pair of rivals trained by the Weasley brothers of Gryffindor himself. But anyway, as long as I can beat Slytherin hard, it's good. Sorry, Professor, I just live up to the atmosphere. No. Draco Malfoy takes the ball again. Standard goal leave action pass. Ron Weasley appeared in the neutral position. The ball was scored. No, it is 120-0. Unbelievable. The entire Quidditch stadium once again rang out a series of cheers. Although there was no such close attack that people had expected before, it was enough to appreciate the feeling of the Slytherin team being rubbed on the ground. The students were overwhelmed with excitement. In fact, with the wonderful performance of Draco Malfoy, Gregory Gore, and Vincent Crabbe, there has been a division of camps within Slytherin College, and some of the little wizards of Slytherin College has begun to wave the Hogwarts banner, standing on the edge of the court to cheer for the 3 stars of his own academy. In the Gryffindor stand, Hagrid frowned, his expression not so happy. I really don't understand what Harry is doing. Why don't you go looking for the snitch? The tall Hogwarts hunting ground guard put down his binoculars and muttered glumly. If it weren't for the few games I've seen him before, I almost thought he hadn't inherited James' flying talent. It's been almost half an hour. As a seeker, I haven't made any noise on the court. Dead end. I guess Elena and the others want to play a dead end as the final curtain call. Hermione raised her head and glanced at the scoreboard next to the arena, and said with some uncertainty, "You mean 0 points, a double points difference?" Hagrid was startled slightly, with a hint of expectation and excitement in his voice, and his eyes quickly lit up. Yeah, as long as Harry can hold back the Slytherin Seeker, based on the current situation, the score will only gradually get bigger and bigger. The victory of the game is only a momentary glory, but if it is completed in the final 0-seal deadlock, that is to put the Slytherin team on the shame frame forever. Unknowingly, the point difference on the Quidditch sideline scoreboard has widened to a huge gap of 110-0. And the worst Quidditch dead will be formed with a gap of 40 points scored. According to the rules of the standard Quidditch game system, if the score is the same in a game, the team with the more goals is determined to win, and if the final score exceeds 300 points, it is called a double kill. In order to avoid double kills, most teams usually take the lead in surrendering. However, from the current situation, it is almost impossible for the Slytherin team as the two-time former champion to voluntarily choose to surrender, which means that once the score exceeds 150 points, Harry will be the most terrible butcher. As Harry Potter continued to harass Higgs, the Slytherin team and all the spectators present gradually reacted. The discussion about the dead game slowly spread in the audience, began to become excited. Compared with Elena, who chose to destroy the opponent's body directly with absolute violence, the other players of this Quidditch freshman team are obviously not harmless. Good Stubbleathis is no longer just a shrimp ball, it's obviously Shrimp and Pig's heart. Gradually, the Slytherin team became more irritable, turning the next game into an extremely dirty and desperate counter-attack, watching the score bit by Draco Malfoy and others. The Slytherin team members started various unscrupulous counter-attacks like trapped beasts, desperately preventing the offensive of the little wizards. Batsman Ball directly swung his bat and slammed Ron on the back of the head. Ron's nose hit the broomstick, bleeding quickly, and the ghost ball in his hand was naturally hovering. Flint broke off next to him. Immediately afterwards, another batsman, Derek, hit Draco's face with his elbow, knocking the boy in the air and spinning a circle or two, and managed to control the broom not to fall down. There was a noticeable bruise on his pale and thin face, and the rapidly swollen cheeks seriously affected Malfoy's vision. Although Mrs. Hooch sentenced the freshman Quidditch team to a free throw, Ron and Draco did not fully seize the opportunity due to injuries and physical exertion. They only hit one goal, narrowing the score to 140 points. On the other side, Gore and Crabbe were also taken care of. They were pushed by Flint and another chaser and bumped into the stands around the stadium. The two chubby peers played continuously in the air. Several of them rolled, covering their stomachs with some pain, and panting heavily during the pushing process. The two of them also got a few black fists. Obviously, as the hope of victory became diminished, the Slytherin team gradually entered the final madness. Witnessing all these bad behaviors, both Mrs. Hooch and the audience below let out an angry roar. Foul, foul. Very serious foul. Madame Hooch screamed at Flint, the Hogwarts freshman team free throws. However, with the passing of the game time, the energy of Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley and others who were originally in a state of excitement has long been left, and they have been physically attacked several times in a row, which is even weaker. Their fighting capacity. Let me do it. Han Abbott, who had been protected by the boys in the center, was silent for a few seconds, and took the initiative to take the ghost fly ball from Malfoy with swollen eyes, and flew slowly to the Slytherin goal, her eyes calmly looking at the boy directly in front of him. Sorry, I promised Elena, I will not use this trick before I fully grasp it. Only. Hannah looked around at the little wizards around her, her eyes gliding over Ron who was bleeding, Draco with swollen eyes, Crabbe and Gore who were holding their stomachs and panting. With a touch of the familiar indifference from the members of the Slytherin team, he took a deep breath, firmly squeezed the Guyfi ball in his hand, and let out a series of low roars. Roo, 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 roo. Ma. 2 in 1 chapter. There is only one chapter today. Go ask for a day off, adjust the plot. Quidditch's ending method has been changed a bit, plus the semester will end soon, and the follow-up plot will be sorted out. Chapter 600 The Snitch Eater. The ancient rune script is a magic script used by sorcerers hundreds of years ago, or even thousands of years ago. Today's Hogwarts also offers the course Study of Ancient Runes. From the 3rd grade, students can take this course as an elective course, mainly to study magical manuscripts written in runes and their translation. Jobs. Because of ancient magic, the study of runes can be regarded as a very important minor course. However, along with the faults of the ancient civilization, most of the magical spelling methods have been lost. Only some of the remaining documents were scoured by the saints decades ago, and almost all were in Grindelwald hands. With the orthodox magic texts almost lost, Elena's own Ruach cannot be understood by a few people, even if it was Albus Dumbledore who observed it closely. Second, even after hearing Elena's explanation several times, I still didn't fully grasp the biochemical theories of the pre-course. For a practical centenarian old wizard, it was a bit too much headache. The biggest difference between the ancient magic text and common magic is that the former is more about exploring the potential of the wizard. In addition to the phenomenon of a large increase in power displayed in the outside world, almost no trace of magic is observed. Existing drug testing, magic testing, and item testing will naturally pass the customs smoothly in the face of this potential explosion. Therefore, in the strict sense, before the Quidditch League introduced new rules, this can only be regarded as a kind of power talent or unique force technique, and not cheating after all. It is difficult to find a suitable reason to go limiting the athlete's serving power or flying speed. Although Elena showed a little bit more strength, Elena Caslana is a strange force Lily, a unique Hogwarts newborn eldest sister. But fortunately, there is only one such terrible devil. As long as Elena's performance is limited, the Hogwarts freshman team is at best a group of supernovas with good talents, but still need time to settle. This is the previous recognition of most students, and it is also the idea that the Slytherin team has been up to. However, absolutely, absolutely forbid you to continue hurting my friends." Hannah Abbott raised her head and looked at the frivolous Slytherin goalkeeper Blake. Accompanied by Mrs. Hooch-Swistle, she raised the ghost fly ball in her hand and aimed directly at the goal in front of her. "Ring," whispered word by word. Boom! The bright red ghost flying ball turned into a red beam of light, blasted out of Hannah's hand, and penetrated the Slytherin door knocker. Compared with a certain mixed blood the upper limit of enhancement that Hannah can bear is not high. The physical limitations of the human wizard and the knowledge gap in their minds severely constrained Hannah's success rate of self-strengthening, as well as the power commission that each strengthening can bring to herself. However, with dozens of ruas in one breath, she can always succeed 3 or 4 times, pushing her strength enhancement to full value. It may not be able to achieve the long-range sniping effect of the white hair ball, but it is no problem to fly a silly smelly snake at close range. According to the data when Elena checked her body before, it is roughly equivalent to Hagrid's full blow. Return to defense. Prepare for the next attack. Glancing at the Slytherin goalkeeper who was blasting the goal with the ball not far away, Hannah Abbott shook her numb wrist, raised her broom with expressionlessly, and brought Draco to wait. The man flew toward the midfield line again. As if they had been cast by magic, the Slytherin players fled to the sides to make way for the freshman. Until then, Lee Jordan in the stands below gradually reacted. Going and scoring are effective. 150-0. Hogwarts freshman team leads. With this terrifying goal, the entire Quidditch stadium seemed to fall into a brief period of silence, whether it's the players floating in the air or the spectators in the stands. Their mouths are growing up, staring blankly at the Slytherin goalkeeper who is falling down and spiraling, and the one who is exquisite little blonde witch with baby face. Not far away, the seating area of Gryffindor College. George Weasley swallowed and whispered somewhat hard. "I remember, Hannah said that her future ideal is to be a therapist, right?" "Yes, in fact, this is her extra harvest of learning healing magic. The strength is beyond ordinary." Hermione raised her eyebrows and replied in a somewhat uncertain tone, "For example, don't you think Elena also has the same strange power?" Listening to the discussion of the professors, it may be the future of Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. Will the therapists be like this? Is that so? It turns out that Hannah was merciful when it came to training games. Oliver Wood raised his head, his mouth twitched. As a goalkeeper of the Gryffindor team, after witnessing this scene, his heart was extremely complicated. After all, in the past 6 months, they often accompanied Hannah, Draco, Harry and others to practice Quidditch offensive training. On the other hand, although Hermione Chocobo Granger does not have any Quidditch talent, she is a female version of Bill Weasley in terms of academic performance. If nothing else, this year's final exam will be look at her and Elena. Are all the little witches at Hogwarts this time monsters? Hearing the conversation between several people, Rubeus Hagrid on the side turned his head to look at Hermione, grinning. "In this case, our smart little Hermione is not weak now, right?" "Sorry, this is the content of after-school tutoring by Professor Otto Apocalypse. I am studying another course." The smile on Hermione's face stiffened, and she answered dryly. "The casting of ancient runes requires direct contact with the original image of the magic text, and a close experience of the power of the magic text. It cannot be directly released by just remembering some concepts. It belongs to a real magic inheritance." It is a pity that Professor Apocalypse did not choose Hermione Granger, who looked smarter, as a student in terms of the choice of the target of the professor. Instead, he caught the somewhat naive Hannah Abbott at a glance. But in contrast, Albus Dumbledore chose Hermione and tailored a set of cursed tutoring content for her. Therefore, although there will be a little jealousy in her heart, Hermione will not feel too lost. After all, as a real wizard, mastering and using various magic skills proficiently is the right way. "Another course? What is that?" Percy Weasley raised her eyebrows curiously, and was about to continue inquiring. However, before he could finish speaking, he only heard Lee Jordan's bluffing shouts coming from his ears. "Oh, gosh. Look, everyone. Higgs and Harry seemed to have spotted the golden snitch at the same time. Everyone turned their heads subconsciously and looked over the Quidditch pitch where they hadn't paid much attention. I don't know when the two seekers tangled and tumbling together in the clouds have separated. The Slytherin team's seeker Terence Higgs is diving fast, with a decisive and solemn expression on his face. Perhaps because of the brief distraction brought by Hannah after scoring a goal, Harry slightly neglected to mark Higgs closely for a few seconds, so that he is now half a distance behind the opponent and is pushing the broom desperately. Perform an accelerated dive. And directly below the two of them, a few feet above the court lawn, there is a little golden light of Euxie. Quick, quick, Harry. Quick, Higgs. Be careful behind you. With the two chasers suddenly entering a dive state, the atmosphere of the audience suddenly reached a climax. Everyone knows that the final moment has arrived. Although the victory is destined to belong to the Hogwarts freshman team, this still does not hinder people's special feelings for catching the golden snitch and ending a game. In the words of Arthur Weasley, it is. The process of homework is important, but only the moment when points are truly awarded is the satisfaction that life seeks. At the same time, Harry had no remaining energy to take care of and listen to the voices of the surrounding arena. Because he was half behind, he had to lean his whole body on the broom and dive down at a suicidal speed. Gradually, Harry got to Terence Higgs' feet. He was side by side with Higgs. Slowly, Harry began to overtake Higgs' broomstick. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way. Terence Higgs twisted his cheeks, and both hands let go of the flying broomstick. The sturdy long arm pressed Harry's forward arm, so that Harry could not reach out and grab the golden snitch within reach. With Higgs pulling, Harry's arm was crushed hard, unable to stretch forward steadily. Foul. Shameful foul. Let go of Harry's hand. You ugly gorilla. On the commentary stage in the distance, Lee Jordan roared angrily, as if he wanted to rush into the arena. What? Harry watched the golden wings fluttering in front of his eyes and flew away. His legs slammed on a broom. His whole body lunged forward like a bullet, and the sudden explosive force dragged Zai, who was holding his hands. Gus moved forward. The two fell off their broomsticks together, and fell embarrassed on the lawn of the Quidditch field below. After a few seconds, people saw Harry standing up on his knees swayingly, covering his mouth with his hands, as if he was going to vomit. He was shaking all over, coughing. A golden thing fell in. His palm flopped in despair. In Hufflepuff's stand, Cedric Diggory pressed his forehead weirdly inside. My God, he actually ate the golden snitch.